And Rick, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so first of all, I'll ask if you can state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Yes, sir. My full name is Diedrich Wall, Diedrich. Last name is Wall. Most people call me Rick, but that is my full name.
And we'll call you Rick because that's what you're comfortable with. And I'll ask you if you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Now, Rick, you're almost being provocative today because you have a Canadian flag behind you. And I never thought I would, as a Canadian, where my inside voice will say, oh boy, that's kind of an act of rebellion, a Canadian flag. But you have some interesting involvement in what I'll call the trucker movement. So let me just introduce you, and then I'll ask you to explain your story and what happened. But my understanding is that you are the owner of a trucking company in southern Manitoba, and basically your company does a lot of cross-border shipping since 2009, but you've been running the company for 11 years now.
Correct.
And that you became very involved in the trucking protests. Am I correct about that?
Yes, sir.
And basically in January 2021, you started getting involved in anti-mask rallies in Winkler.
Yes, sir, correct.
And then for first couple of months of 2022, you became involved in the Freedom Convoy.
Right.
But you were actually involved in what might be the very first cross-border blockade on January 17, 2022. You were one of the organizers of the first blockade. We'll talk about that later, but I'm just introducing you right now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
correct.
Okay. But before we get to the trucking part of this, I want you to share with us something that happened with you in outdoor church, because my understanding is in May of 2021, you got involved in an outdoor church. And so can you share with us your experience there and what happened?
Certainly can. I'd just like to take a quick opportunity to just say thank you to the entire team at the NCI. I feel extremely humbled that I was asked to present or to share my story here today, and just thank God for all of you people on that commission that you guys are, donating your time and doing this. I think it's an extremely important part of Canadian history. So I commend each and every one of you for doing that. Again, I'm a God-fearing father of three. And the last couple of years have been rather interesting, to say the least. But yes, my journey in the freedom fight, well, I guess I became quite leery early on when the pandemic first started. There wasn't much scientific proof or anything at that point on which way was maybe the right or the wrong approach on this whole thing. But my critical thinking got the best of me early on. But yes, early in 2021, a good friend of mine organized the first Freedom Drive within the Winkler, Manitoba area. And I started helping and participating shortly thereafter. And yes, in early May of 2021, at this point, churches and everything were locked down. And of course, we as Canadians, or I guess like-minded people such as myself, felt extremely violated, that our constitutional rights to worship freely were now officially stripped from us. And so we thought it'd be a good idea to organize outdoor church worship services. What's the harm in that was our thought process during that time. But this was, of course, when the implementation of the outdoor gathering size had decreased to 5, I believe it was. Outrageous to think that only you're only allowed to gather with 5 people outdoors. But yes, it was during that time. So we organized. The first one was on May 5th, correctly. It was just at a public park. We made sure we stayed off. Like, there's a big stage in the city of Winkler where we conducted this, but we stayed off public property except for the fact of the actual grounds that we were at. We stayed off the stage. We just kind of set up our own little setup, and had somebody come out to bring a message, sang some praise and worship songs. All the meanwhile, we had our chief of police not in uniform, off duty, with his personal vehicle. He'd park close to the stage and monitor basically our every move and counting how many people attended, and therefore got in trouble for it sometime later.
So,
so
can I ask, like, how many people would have come out to this event?
If my memory is correct, I think it was I would say between 70 and 100 people. We did this 2 consecutive Sundays in a row, so both times I think it was probably pretty average, between 50 and 100 people, somewhere in there.
Okay, so, and I just want to make sure that I understand. So basically you've got 70 to 100 people in an outside park. Am I right about that?
Correct.
And they're singing hymns.
Mm-hmm.
And they're listening to, somebody give a message.
Correct.
So basically they're listening to preaching.
Yes.
And the chief of police, who's known, because this is a small town, is there in his private car photographing who's there.
I understand your question. Like, are you asking? Oh, so you're asking whether he was in his private car taking photographs? Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. In fact, that was the reason why he was there. He documented the event. Therefore, I guess justifying them later on finding all 3 of the organizers for these 2 events. We were all ticketed for each event. Ticket amounts were they were for not complying with public health orders, and they were for $1,296 each. I received 2 of them.
Right. So for your participation in outside singing hymns and listening to a sermon, basically over $1,000 in fines.
Correct.
And this is in the town of Winkler, Manitoba.
Yeah, it's actually a small city. It's considered a city, but yeah, in the city of Winkler. Yeah, it was very saddening to witness this time, and especially when it came to church-related things. I mean, you think, we live in a country where we should have the right to worship, and it was, hardly put it into meaning what those times are like. And again, when you guys play these clips in between of our public health officers and premier, announcing these measures, it's sure those raw feelings come back, and it's still hard to believe that we went through that time.
So can I ask you how it affected both you and your family and not to be able to attend church? Because my understanding is because of the fines, you guys only did the outdoor church twice.
Correct. Yeah, they made it pretty clear that, anytime going forward, we were going to organize anything like this, that, more tickets could be issued. So, and again, memory doesn't serve me well enough to know exactly if that was one of the only reasons why we stopped. Because at this point, I myself was in the same shoes as Patrick that just testified. You get to a point where you see how unlawful, within the sense of law, all of this was at this point. And where do you just finally, draw that line and say, it doesn't really matter how many fines I'm going to get. I'm going to do what I'm convicted to do, what I feel God's leading me to do, and what I know is true to do. So, I mean, again, I don't recall exactly what the reasons were why we quit doing the outdoor worship services, but at this point, we continued on and had consistent outdoor rallies in the city of Winkler, kind of like they did in the city of Winnipeg as well. And that was ongoing. And again, even at those rallies, we had consistent police presence, again, documenting and so forth. And but as far as for tickets goes, those are the only 2 tickets that I received throughout the entire duration of the last couple of years.
I know that we've been asking witnesses, what could have been done differently, and it seems to me clear that for protesting, the freedom protesters just had to get the Black Lives Matter people there, and they would have been okay. But we live and learn. Now, you got involved in what I'll call the Emerson, Manitoba, the first protest on January 17th, 2022. Can you tell us about how that came about and what that looked like?
Yes, certainly. Sean, you're breaking up a bit there, so I hope
And
I
you
hope
were
I'm coming in
too,
okay.
but you're better now. Are we okay on
I'll
your
just
end?
wait for the. There we go. Okay, you're just breaking up there a bit. But yes, so basically, yeah, I run a trucking company, cross-border trucking company. So for our company, it's extremely important that we can cross the border. That is and me and my wife talked about it many times and prayed about the whole situation. If the time would come, I'm sorry, I seem to be breaking up here.
We can hear you fine, so
Okay,
please
okay,
continue.
great. Okay, awesome. So we basically said to when the time would come for the truckers to take a stand, we were not going to take a back seat. And again, there was talk about the mandates, about the vaccine mandates being imposed on the truck driver, which again, we have to remember, the truck drivers were the heroes throughout the entire duration from when COVID started up to this point. Willing to go where nobody else was going to go. And so they basically went from hero to zero pretty quickly. And now, when they had basically imposed the mandates, I think on all industries at this point, it was time drivers as well, for those that had chosen, for whatever reason, some very obvious reasons at this point, to not get the vaccination. And again, like I said, we told ourselves that if that point came, we were going to take a stand. And when it was announced that on January 15th, 2021, the Canadian start to implement drivers needing to be vaccinated or have a negative PCR test upon arrival, or otherwise would need to quarantine for 14 days, and also could likely be ticketed as well. So that said, within literally a couple of days, and a bunch of help from a whole lot of people, we called it a slow roll protest at the Emerson, that's the Manitoba-U.S. border on Highway 75, just south of Winnipeg. And that was on January 17th. We arrived there at 3:45 a.m., if I remember correctly, or maybe it was 4:45. It was very strategically planned. We know how busy that port is when it comes to truck traffic, and Monday mornings are always the busiest. So we did that very strategically, and of course, our plan was to basically abide by all traffic laws. We had no intentions of blocking the road. We just basically wanted to slow traffic down and come up with our flags and signs and show our dislike with the decision the government had made for truckers at this point. And so that's what we did. We basically showed up there and we started just, when I say slow roll, for those of you that don't know what that is, it's just literally going basically as slow as a big rig is going to go. Low gear, idle, you're going, yeah, you're walking faster than. So that's what we did there on January 17th.
So basically you backed up the traffic probably for miles. So can you still hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you, Sean.
Okay, so I asked, did you back up the traffic for miles?
Yes, it certainly did. It was very effective. We had a lot of support out there from our supporters, and it was pretty interesting to see how many people or how many truck drivers that were basically caught in a slow roll, taking up a lot of their day, were very supportive as well. Of course, there was some that were very upset, rightfully so. They didn't understand what was going on there. But yes, we definitely accomplished what we set out to do. And I mean, the event caught media attention globally, basically after the first couple of days. And it was the start of the trucking movement. Well, I have to state that the Freedom Convoy to Ottawa, this was already in full stages of planning. I had no participation in planning for the Freedom Convoy to Ottawa, but we just saw it was important to do this protest at the border on January 17th. Just literally 2 days after they imposed this mandate for the truckers on the Canadian side, and we thought it was strategically important to do it at that time.
Now, you didn't plan the Ottawa trucking protest, but you did have your trucks participate. Can you tell us about the participation of the trucks from your company?
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, we were very much involved, not in an organizing aspect of it, but Again, I go back to what I stated earlier, that me and my wife prayed about it and, thought about it long and hard, and our involvement, our company's involvement, because we all saw what happened to a lot of people that participated. And I'll get into that a little bit later, and to what our involvements ended up, costing us. But in that sense, we were content with the fact that we could literally lose everything. It was a pivoting moment in the whole movement, I feel, but we just felt totally at peace with it, because I go back to stating what I said earlier. It felt like a true conviction that this is what we needed to do, and no matter what the outcome would be, at the end of the day, we would still feel good about that decision, because we followed the path of what's true and right, instead of just sitting back. And
I'll just interrupt you, if you can, just because we've got some time constraints, if you can tell us about your participation, what your company did. So.
Absolutely. So we had 9 trucks in total from our company that participated in the Freedom Convoy going to Ottawa. Only 4 of them went all the way to Ottawa. 5 of our trucks went slightly or just a little ways into Ontario, Kenora, Ontario. There was a stopping point there, turned around and came back, and started organizing for the next protest in Manitoba. 4 of our trucks carried on to Ottawa and stayed there for the entire duration.
And then my understanding is one of your trucks in Ottawa got towed at the end when the government marched in.
Yes, I have to make a correction on that. The truck didn't in fact get towed, but basically what the enforcement group, I don't know what group, confiscated these trucks, but basically what they did, the trucks they could drive out, they drove out, and the ones they couldn't drive, they towed out. Our driver's truck, they were able to get into it. Our driver still to this day doesn't know how they started it, because he had both sets of keys with him, and he was not present when his truck was taken. So yeah, one of those, I must also state that it was an owner-operator truck. The driver owned his own truck, but leased onto our company, and yes, it got confiscated and was impounded.
And there was a $1,300 fine, I think.
Correct, yeah. That wasn't the exact amount, but yeah, within the realms of $1,300. After a week of confiscation, we were able to get it out. But the interesting part was it didn't just sit in the compound and we could just, pay our fine and get it out. They physically ripped the license plates. This was a truck and trailer. They physically ripped the license plates off of both power and trailer unit. And of course, that's a registration to travel up and down the roads. So we had to get permits just to get the truck back home. I thought that was a rather interesting something that I don't think would have been necessary. But yeah, it was just very unique. And then we were also, our company was also, our permit to operate within the province of Ontario was pulled for an entire month.
Well, maybe those people that took the plates off were some of these good Canadian ambassadors.
That could likely be.
Yeah. So
I thought it was interesting.
Now, you talked about a Manitoba protest, and this is an important topic because we're in Manitoba today, and people from Manitoba know about the Manitoba protest, and it did get some media coverage in the nation, but a lot of Canadians actually don't know what happened in Manitoba with your protest. And definitely internationally, internationally, everyone knew about the Ottawa one. And I think it's important for you to share in some detail what happened here in Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Yeah, certainly. So like I stated earlier, obviously my heart was set to go to Ottawa as well. I really wanted to go, but after doing some more thinking about it, we thought it was important to organize something in Manitoba because a lot of people couldn't go to Ottawa. It just wasn't feasible for whatever reason. So we decided to stay back and organize another slow roll, actually right back at Emerson. And again, this was strategically organized for the date of January 29th. This was when the Ottawa convoy was to be expected to arrive in Ottawa. So, we thought it would just be uniform. Again, we're all in the same fight to do it on the same day to get back to the border at Emerson. And this time we were there for a longer duration. We were there from January 29th to, I believe it was February 2nd. So we were there for quite a few days. Same thing again, just slow rolled. We didn't block the road, but again, it was much more effective even this time than it was the first time. We definitely had our voices heard, we feel. So I'll just carry on here with how we ended up at the legislature building, if that's all right.
Yeah, please do.
So basically, so like I said, we were at the border, slow rolling till February 2nd. I believe it was on February 1st. I had somebody reach out to me from another group of organizers within the city of Winnipeg. They were saying that they were planning a protest there, and they would love for the truckers to join them. So we did some thinking about that and thought it would be a good strategic move if we go to our local legislature building within the city of Winnipeg. And of course, it'd be smaller scale, but in a sense, the same thing as to what was happening in Ottawa. So we took that opportunity to refocus our efforts and took a day off. But then on January 4th, once again, early in the morning, I believe it was at 3:30 a.m. or something like that, that we arrived at in front of the legislature building and set up the trucks, and the trucks that we had there currently, 4 of them, I think we came there with big rigs. And then the rest of it kind of just formed on Broadway and Memorial. The rest of it formed kind of like Ottawa, smaller scale, but people started setting up. We had people with food trailers come out, all kinds of things like that.
Just stop you. It wasn't just your trucks that were there. There were other truckers. There were 40 to 50 trucks.
Yes, sir. I think at the height of it, there was around 50 trucks. And then, of course, a lot of other participants. There was one Saturday where a whole bunch of farmers came out and brought their tractors out. I mean, the boulevards were lined with farm equipment, farm tractors. And yes, a lot of big trucks and a lot of local supporters came out throughout the duration of the protest there. It was an amazing, it was an amazing expression of, not expression, but it was just, the whole event was just, I can't hardly put it into words. You kind of had to be there. So, but it was a very interesting, from an organizer perspective, it was a very unique and interesting experience. I can only speak on behalf of myself, who went through it. I was one of the organizers there throughout the entire time. So the continuation of the negotiations with the Winnipeg police, they were awesome. I can't give them enough credit. They were very respectful to us, but they had a job to do. But there was daily negotiations as to things we could and could not do. But I mean, their strategy was to eventually get us to leave, and which that ultimately did happen after a couple of weeks.
Now, was the protest peaceful?
Yeah, 100%. The only unpeaceful event that there was at the legislature protest was what we believe was an Antifa supporter. It was somebody that did not support the movement, so basically came through the crowd with an automobile and struck several pedestrians. Well, not, I guess, several supporters that were there at the event. That was a pretty scary moment that happened early on in the protest. That individual was arrested, I believe, if I remember correctly. I didn't follow the story too much afterwards, but that was the only unpeaceful thing that I would have recalled. I mean, it was just like Ottawa, just a smaller version. All the stories you hear, people coming to support, like farmers coming out, bringing fuel for the big trucks, huge groups cooking food every single day for everybody. And it was just, there was just more unity there than anything else.
So it was really the community coming together in a joint protest to seek change. Absolutely.
I'd like to also add, just to answer your question more thoroughly, whether it was a peaceful protest, the chief of police, and someone might be able to correct me and remember this better, that was at the event, chief of police, after everything was said and done, deemed this to be one of the most peaceful protests in the history of Winnipeg. So we took some credit for that, and there too, we tried to do our utmost throughout these negotiations daily with the Winnipeg police to meet with what their ask was of us, at the same time trying to hold the line and kept reminding them as to why we were there as well.
Now, my understanding is the purpose of being down there was you guys were requesting a dialogue with the provincial government and Premier Stephenson. Am I correct about that?
100%. That was our ask. We merely wanted a conversation with the Premier's office, and we were denied that right the entire time. And what was kind of painful about that, I'll make it real quick, there was I believe it was a week, or was it maybe 2 weeks after we left the site that our protest ended, the Ukraine thing started. And of course, I respect everybody. I respect the Ukrainian people. They definitely had the right to do, while they gathered at the legislature building, basically. And Heather Stephenson had no problem coming out, addressing her concerns and her support for these people, which I think is awesome. That's great that she did that. But we just thought, as organizers for our event, we're Canadians, we're pleading for you to have a conversation with us, and our ask isn't anything complicated, right? We're just, we're asking to simply have our constitutional rights and freedoms back, but yet she had no problem addressing them when she denied our rights and ignored us the entire time we were there. I thought that was a pretty sad example of a public servant that's there for all Canadians, not just for a select few.
No, we've heard the same from some people that were at the Ottawa protest. We had Tom Mazzaro indicate that at no time did any member of the federal government actually speak with them. But at the end of the day, and I just thank you on behalf of Canadians and actually the entire world, because you truckers woke us up. And at the end of the day, there were some changes made because of the actions of truckers like you. And I know you've thought about that, but it just seems to me that you guys exposed some things. And can you just share with us what you think was accomplished?
Absolutely. So the question was asked many times by a lot of people. So what do you guys feel that you accomplished? What was your wins? For me, it was pretty simple. Well, as most will remember, during the protest time, different provinces started to announce that they were going to start lifting restrictions, including Manitoba. Before we left, they announced that they were going to lift the mask mandates, which we thought was huge. No credit to self or any of the organizers. I think most of us were all fairly like-minded. It was all a group effort, but the group effort, we believe, was a huge contributing factor to them announcing these mandates being lifted. I strongly feel the mandates would have been in place for much longer had we not protested. And some of the biggest wins that I would take away from it, first of all, the corruption right down to the core from our local municipalities right up to the federal government that was exposed. I think many people did not realize how deep it went. I know for myself, I didn't. It was amazing, again, going back to Ottawa, where the Emergencies Act was invoked, I believe for the very first time, for breaking up a group of peaceful protesters. I thought that was just the definition of insanity in a so-called free country that we live in. So huge wins, I would say, was basically exposing the corruption, and another one, just the unity that the government had worked so hard to try to break apart within Canadians for a couple of years. We saw clearly that Canadians, when it just came human to human, we respect and love each other. We love our country, and there was such a massive movement of support for the trucking protest. I thought that was a huge win, just showing the world that, no, Canadians don't hate each other. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on, especially when it comes to the vaccine. I mean, that's been a disturbing conversation to me for the entire time. Respect each other for who you are as individuals, not for medical decisions you make, which the government wanted us to do. So it was a sense of unity and, bringing people back together. And again, those are a couple of the big wins. And again, like I said, we saw mandates started to lift. And so we thought we accomplished much. And to this day, had it not been for the entire process of what the truckers did, I think we would live in some very different times.
No, I think most people would agree with the statement, and I've heard people internationally say it to me, that watching the Canadian, trucker movement actually was the first glimmer of hope, because we can't think of any other example where a group of people actually stood up to say no. And the fact that you guys accomplished something shows that actually the only way for us to get our rights back is for groups of people to stand up and say no. Now, I didn't watch, before I hand you over for commissioner questions, but I just wanted it to be clear, you guys didn't end the protest in Winnipeg just because you decided to go home. It was made very clear to you guys by the police that they were going to move in and basically do what was happening in Ottawa.
Yes, correct. Just trying to rethink here now what the date was. The date lapsed my memory, but yeah, there came a day where, again, this was just one of our morning sessions with Winkler Police, just a typical negotiation session, and they did come in with a document basically stating that we had a day. What was it? Just over. Okay, I think it was February 22nd, if I remember correctly, but that we basically had a day to get everything off the premises and have everything cleaned up, or trucks were going to start to be towed. Same thing as that was happening in Ottawa. And they stated the fact as well that the Emergencies Act was still in effect and that they would use it if needed. So, yeah, we were definitely forced off the property. Again, we all left willingly. There was no hesitation from anybody. As we stated earlier, it stayed peaceful from beginning to end.
Thank you. And I'm just going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you, Mr. Wall. And they do have questions.
Sure.
Thank you for coming out this morning, Mr. Wall. I have something that there was a few things you said that I was curious about. Mm-hmm. I've heard testimony over the last number of days from folks like yourself who were facing making a decision, and they weighed whether or not they would speak up or whether or not they would take an action, perhaps make an arrest or break up a protest, and they weighed that against the loss of their income and their pensions. I think Mr. Erskine, I believe it was, who was a police officer, had made that statement. And what you said, and I wrote it down, was that you and your wife discussed whether or not you were going to protest, and you realized that you could lose everything. Mm-hmm. Can you tell me what you meant by that? Is that what you really believed? Why did you believe that? And how did you come up with the decision that you were going to move ahead anyway?
I think that's a great question, and thank you for asking it. Basically, when I say that we could lose everything, I guess I was pertaining more so like that we basically were putting our entire company on the line, and we employ about 40 people, so that's a pretty substantial number. And of course, we'd be putting all those jobs in jeopardy as well. But at the same time, we felt content with the decision to the fact that, like I said, I felt truly convicted. I felt a conviction from God. I'm a God-fearing man, that this was something that we needed to do. And as the Bible teaches us, that He will provide regardless. And so we felt, we were going to be okay, whatever that okay looked like. If everything, let's say, for example, that our participation would strip our rights to our rights, our registrations, licenses, and so forth to be a trucking company, and which it did within the province of Ontario. And I mean, there was many threats throughout the duration of the Ottawa convoy or Ottawa protest. So that concern was very real at that point already, and we knew going into it that there was a real risk of that happening.
So I just want to be clear, I understood what you were saying. So you were fully aware that you weren't just risking your own income, your wife's income, your family support, but you were 40 people working for you, which would have translated potentially into hundreds of people that would be affected by that decision, but you still felt the conviction to go ahead with this.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's 100% correct. And it wasn't without much consideration and talking to our office staff. I mean, I can't think of one that wasn't supporting what we were doing. And again, I felt it was a very bold move for a business owner. You didn't see many businesses, especially larger businesses. I shouldn't say you didn't see many. You saw lots of smaller businesses participate, but I mean, it was a pretty bold stand to take. But again, like I said, my convictions were very bold, and there wasn't much question about it. And again, it was with the support of our office staff, which I am extremely grateful for to this day.
My last question's got to do with your community in Winkler. Winkler is is a rural city in Manitoba. It's quite a close-knit community, and it has a reputation for a faith-based life. My question to you is, when you took the initial actions where you had the services, if you will, in the city park, how was that portrayed in the local media, and how did that affect your relationship within the community of Winkler following that?
That's a great question. So basically, our local media wasn't really much different than the mainstream media when any of these events were covered. So there wasn't much, and to this day, there isn't great support. I mean, some of the stuff that's happening to this day, they're starting to cover it a little bit more accurately, I feel, but there was no real support from the local media. As far as support from the local community, it was absolutely huge. And you're absolutely right. I think Winkler's considered the Bible Belt of Manitoba, if not for Canada. And I truly feel that these last couple of years have really brought that out into light. Because the community, like you said, it's very tightly knit. And yes, there's those that don't agree, which God bless them for it. We live in a country where we should be allowed to disagree with each other respectfully. But yeah, like I said, very well received by the community. There was never a sense of feeling that we really should stop doing this because the community, just isn't supporting it and really rather have us not do it. So yeah, it was very empowering to continue plowing forward.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And there's more questions.
Good morning. I just have a quick question about the service in the park, and I'm just wondering if you saw the chief of police at other points come out in his own vehicle, his own personal vehicle, without a uniform, when you were doing the slow rolls or any other moment in time, or whether you felt that at this time it was maybe your faith that was being targeted?
That's a great question. I think, with all due respect, I actually know this chief of police personally, and I'll be honest, I would consider him a friend. What he did the last couple of years, I don't think was a nice thing to do to a friend, quite honestly, but I do understand he has a role and a position of public servant duties that he needs to uphold as well. You know what, with all due respect, I don't think it was an attack on religion. They were very much, the Winkler police, they were very much monitoring all the different rallies. Like, we had so many different rallies within the city of Winkler and area. They were constantly monitoring us regardless of, and I mean, most of the other ones was just, just protesting against all the other mandates. So, yeah, it was pretty consistent monitoring regardless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick, it looks like the commissioners have no further questions. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I want to sincerely thank you for sharing your testimony with us.
Thank you all so much, and God bless each one.
Yeah, Sean Howe, SeanHowe.
Okay. And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during these proceedings?
I do.
Okay. You live in Winnipeg or close to it, am I correct?
Yeah, just outside the city.
Okay. And I don't know that much turns on it, but let's call it a Canadian railroad, and you have been employed for a number of years with a Canadian railroad, correct?
Yes, as a conductor first, now a locomotive engineer, going on since 2011.
And you have been an engineer running the engines for how long?
Since 2015.
Okay. The mandates developed over time. From our discussion, they were talked about in September of 2021, then they were put off until October, and they finally came into effect November the 15th of 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what happened to your employment after that?
I was placed on unpaid leave of absence with an undetermined end date.
Okay. And you understood that the mandates were coming, correct?
They kept on hinting at them and then kept pushing them back. The first one was supposed to take place immediately after the federal election that year.
And were these a railway mandate in itself?
No, it's a federally regulated mandate, so any business or employed federally person would have fallen under the umbrella of these mandates.
And railways fall under that requirement because they're federally regulated, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you determined that you were not going to take the vaccine, and so you were placed on indefinite leave. Okay. So what happened to your finances after that?
Well, it's no secret that railroaders make a lot of money. Basically, it's up to how much you work, but I essentially went from $160,000 a year to almost a third of that. Okay. Just because I did find employment thereafter, but like I said, at a fraction. Okay. Similarly to what the police officer kind of went through.
And at some point, those mandates were rescinded.
Yeah, in June of 2022.
Okay, and that left you on indefinite unpaid leave for how many months?
Around 8 months.
Okay. So how did you cope during that time?
Well, fortunately, you know, I was not affected in a way that the previous two witnesses were.
Okay.
Coming up here and talking about economic losses kind of falls short compared to their stories. But seeing in my wife's behaviors how worried she became.
Okay. Did you qualify for any kind of assistance?
No, I never applied. I've never applied for EI in my life. I refused to do that. But through the channels by which I spoke to other people who were also put off work, I had been made aware that they were being denied their employment insurance claims because their record of employment showed that they were in fact dismissed with cause.
But did you ever check your status?
No, I did not.
Okay. But in any event, they did rehire you at some point, correct?
Yeah, I was graciously invited back to my job.
Okay. But that took 8 months while you were on unpaid leave. Okay. So what losses did you incur during that time?
We estimated we lost probably around $80,000.
Okay. That's 80 as in 80,000? Okay.
Yeah, and we have about $40,000 in new debt.
Okay.
So,
and are you still in the process of paying that off? Or?
Yep.
Okay. How did you survive in the meantime while you were on 8 months of unpaid leave?
So like I said, a like-minded individual offered employment when he heard about my situation. Prior to the mandates in May of 21, we had sold our house and moved outside the city, and it was basically the equity from that sale that we subsided on, which we had obviously other plans for other than just to survive on it. And then, racked up the line of credit cards, so on and so forth. My wife, she has her own small businesses that she's trying to get going on the side, so that has helped too. But yeah, it was looking like I was going to have to go back out west after nearly 20 years of work and not working on the pipelines or the rigs. I was in the midst of my physical aptitude testing for that. Mm-hmm. So 40 years old, I was going to go back onto the drilling floor. That was the plan.
Okay. From our chats, you had mentioned that you had been an oil rig worker at one point, and you had also done some construction work. So Did you pick up some of that during the 8 months?
Yeah, that's primarily what I did. We worked on some small, like, apartment renovations in an elderly complex, which I didn't have to mask up for, and nobody got sick as a result of it.
Okay.
And
We chatted about this briefly. Were there similar mandates for all of the Canadian railroads? There aren't a huge number, but
so it was a blanket mandate, but I was informed during our time off that exemptions were granted to other railways, some in part and some a total in full, because for one of these railways to lose their unvaccinated employees, it would have meant that life-saving resources would not have gotten to the mostly fully vaccinated northern communities here in Manitoba.
okay. So there was an exception of some kind for those?
After speaking with one of the general managers, yes, that was what I was told.
Okay. I think I'm going to turn it over to the commissioners in a minute, but is there anything else you want to add to the hardships that you sustained in that period?
In terms of hardships, I mean, it's mostly economical, but as we all know, economics, it has a impression upon people in a wider variety than just the money in your pocket. It does factor into mental health, into emotional health, and it hasn't been easy, but could have been worse.
Okay, do the commissioners have any questions? Yeah, Mr. Massey. Dr. Massey.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hall, for your testimony. I was wondering, now that you're back on the work, what's the work environment in terms of the relationship with your colleagues or boss?
For me, it's mostly been positive. There's obviously some individuals who are not happy that we are back. They've made it apparent through some literature or some words they've scribbled here and there. But I've had more positive interactions from people coming up to me and saying that they admire what we did by taking our stand, and that they wish they could have too.
And you also mentioned that there was some exemption for some of the employee. Do you have any idea of what was the criteria to grant those exceptions?
There was religious exemptions that in some cases were honored and some not. Somebody I know personally applied for an exemption based on his treaty status and his belief system through that, and this was granted. It was not something that I was willing to consider personally, because at that point in time I hadn't quite found my faith, so in all good honesty I couldn't have put that forward. And I had intentions of joining the Rocco Galati lawsuit, and that was one of the things that you couldn't have done in order to be eligible. You couldn't apply for an exemption.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Were there others that you knew of from your employer that also were sent home without pay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's hundreds.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a glut of locomotive engineers in the railway industry?
Is there a lot?
Is there an excess? Are there lots and lots and lots of locomotive engineers?
There's quite a few people qualified, but working engineers, I want to say it's probably around 3,000 to 5,000 across Canada.
Is that really what my question was? Are there too many locomotive engineers? And what I'm trying to say is, if they put you out of work and sent you home without pay, did that affect the operation of the railway?
It didn't seem to be the case for us, but for others, perhaps. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Sean, and we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Shelley L. Overwater, it's Shelley, and then Overwater, just like it sounds.
And Shelley, do you swear that the evidence you will give to this commission will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Shelley, you reside in Morden, Manitoba.
Yes, I do.
And that is quite close to where your parents lived.
Yes, they lived about a block and a half from me originally. Now my mom lives just down the street.
Right. Your father is now deceased.
Yes, he is.
Yes. And you are a practicing lawyer yourself.
Yes, I am.
Getting your call in 2011.
Yes, I did.
And you practice now in Winkler.
Yes, I do.
With one associate lawyer you met while practicing as a firm that had a branch office in Morden and Winkler, but they are now closed.
Well, the Winkler office is closed. They still have the other branches.
Right. Thank you. And you yourself received vaccine in July of 2021?
I think that was the second one, I believe. We had, me, my husband, my daughter, and my mom all got 2 each because we thought we were going to get to go to the U.S. for July long weekend. And they weren't mandatory at that point, and we didn't even think, we trusted that vaccines were safe, so we went and got them.
And you had some special concerns about your daughter, Katie, right?
Well, we found out after the second shot, which was, by the way, Moderna. Katie has epilepsy. My daughter's had epilepsy her whole life, pretty much. Anyways, that night she broke out in such a terrible fever, high fever, that, of course, she seizured through. So when I talked to the pharmacist who, hadn't mentioned anything about it having, causing fever, I said, you should let people with seizure disorders or epilepsy know that these shots could do this. And so she said, oh, yes, I'll make sure of that. And then she phoned Manitoba Health, and then they phoned my daughter and said that she couldn't have a license, because of the seizures, right? So she, basically did nothing except cause Katie some grief.
So because she got the shot, she lost her learner's.
Well, she had a learner's at that point, but yeah, she'd only had it, because of the epilepsy, she wasn't allowed to drive till she, was older anyways. But
okay.
That probably ensured she won't be driving.
Okay. Now you've been involved yourself in a number of the anti-mandate citizen initiatives that the Commission has heard about. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you were involved in the slow rolls
Yes.
on Highway 75,
Yes.
and you joined the convoy from Portage to Steinbach, that is the truckers' convoy.
Yes, I
and
did.
You have done some pro bono legal work at the Emerson blockade.
Yes, I spoke for them initially to the RCMP had special negotiators come out.
And you spoke to them on
Yes.
behalf of the Emerson people.
Yes, I did.
And we may get time for you to discuss any questions the commissioners may have on those things, but we'll move along from them.
No problem.
Now, in addition, you represent a number of accused for charges for fines
Yes.
relating to COVID mandate breaches.
Yes, I sure do.
And those are both federal and provincial acts that those.
Yes, they are.
And you're also representing parties in a number of litigations, some in the Manitoba Provincial Judges Court, one in the Manitoba King's Bench Court, and another one in the Ontario Supreme Court. Is that correct?
2 in Ontario now.
2 in Ontario.
Yes.
Things change.
Yeah.
Now, COVID mandates have also affected you personally. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And you want to inform the Commission about several matters, in fact, one relating to your father,
Yes.
one relating to your own medical care,
Yes.
and one relating to your employment.
Yes.
Well, starting with your dad, your dad's name was Patrick Rice, is that
That's
correct?
correct, Patrick Rice, yes.
And at the beginning of COVID, he was, 89 years old, was he?
Well, he was 89 and a half when he died. You know,
And when did he die?
he died December 19th, 2020.
And so he was, can you tell us what his physical condition was?
He was in excellent health. He didn't even need glasses or hearing aids. He had all his teeth. He still drove. He had his downhill ski pass ready to go to La Riviere, to Holiday Mountain, because he still skied. He also was the oldest skydiver in Canada.
And that was all at the tender age of 89 years.
Yes.
In relation to his health, it was known, was it not, that he had an aneurysm?
Yes, he did. It had been diagnosed probably around 2015 or so, and they had offered him some kind of surgical procedure, but at his age he decided not to bother, but they told him if it ever went, it would be quick. Like it would, he wouldn't probably have time to get to a hospital, possibly.
I see. And then in 2020, your father had a rapid tested for COVID, and he had tested positive at a Winkler drive-through COVID testing station. Is that correct?
Yeah, him and my mom went. They were recommended by the family doctor to just go check. This would have been about the 1st of December, maybe. Mm-hmm. And he tested positive. She tested negative.
And that was about the beginning of December.
Yes, yes, sir.
And so, in obeying the rule,
Hello everyone. We are starting on our second day of the Citizens Commission. So I hope you had your cereal this morning. It's going to be a long day and an intense one. For those who weren't here yesterday, you will see and hear some science, some figures, and you will also live through some strong emotions. Yeah, several wetted their handkerchiefs yesterday, and I suspect it will be the same today. I won't be long today. The first thing I want to say is we are here in something that was done by the citizens and at all levels. So the financing, the work. So we have a first request. We need bilingual people, not only the people in the room, but also people that are watching us live or on the recordings. We need people who master social media and are bilingual. If you want to be part of this great adventure, and go to the website of NationalCitizensInquiry.ca website and tell us about your competency and your bilingual capability. The people who are here see the quality of the installation here. This is not free. There is not a cent that comes from the government. It's all citizens that help in their own way. If you have the means to give you an order of what it represents, this is going to cost $35,000. So compared to what is done by the government, it's like just tips. So if you have the means, and there are different ways of giving on their website. So if you register on Eventbrite, there is also the possibility to give money at your own means. So for the 3 days, we were offered some paintings and clothings for that will be drawn, and we will take those who will be giving the most. So money is very much necessary, and we need it to continue our work. So please give as much as you can. I will not speak much longer. I will leave it to Samuel Bachand, who will begin with the first testimony. And you will see that not everybody has come out unaffected by this pandemic. Some people said, oh, it's finished, just continue on the next thing. The people that were very much affected by this pandemic will never think like that. We could give them all the money in the world. We had one lady that cannot take her child in her arms as she has so much pain. So there is no money that could compensate that. So when we speak of irreparable damage, this is an example, and we will have testimonies like that today again. So I will leave you to listen to what people have really lived through. Have a great day. Hello, I am Samuel Bachand. I act as a commissioner of the commission. Could you please tell me your name and spell it for me? Hélène Avoine. Are you pledging the oath to only tell the truth in front of this commission? Yes, I do. You are here to tell us about your experience with being vaccinated with the AstraZeneca vaccine. And then you have a Bell paralysis diagnosis that you will talk about for us. So I will ask us to go through it, and then I will stop you to ask additional details. In April 2021, I received a dose of the AstraZeneca vaccine. The 20th day after my vaccine, I started getting a tension in my ear and my mouth. So I went to bed. It was late at night. I thought it was maybe stress because I was beginning a new work. I wasn't sure, so maybe it's going to just go away during my sleep. And when I woke up in the morning, half of my face was paralyzed. I went to the hospital. I saw an emergency doctor, and she confirmed to me I had Bell paralysis. So she told me I had the same paralysis as Jean Chrétien, and most likely I could have a good life since he managed to have a good life even with this condition. So when I asked her for a letter for my work, she said I could not do anything because I could stay like that the rest of my life. So she would refer me to a otorhinolaryngology. So at what moment was the intensity of the paralysis diagnosed? At that moment, it wasn't at the top level. So when I saw the doctor a few days after, she told me I had a grade 6 paralysis. There are 7 levels, so I was almost at the worst level, which is 7, where the face really sags completely. So that's the only symptom I didn't have for the Bell paralysis. I had to go through an electromyogram where you get some needles in your face and they apply current to see if the nerves are active, and there was no reaction. That's where they told me that my recovery would be very long and I would remain with some irreparable damage. So I will come back with your interview with the emergency doctor. What did she tell you about the permanence or the temporary nature of the condition? She didn't do anything about that. I only told her I had received a dose of a vaccine, the AstraZeneca, against COVID-19. And she just lifted her hand like that, saying, like, there is nothing that can be done with this. And she never wrote anything in my file. And she sent me back home. Did you ever ask her? And did she ever tell you why she was stating that there was no link between your condition and the vaccine that you had received 20 days prior? And no, she didn't make any link. She gave me no reason. It's only the specialist doctor that I asked if there was a link. And she said that all anti-flu vaccines could cause Bell paralysis. But she was also saying that there was no link between the condition and the vaccine. So I asked her and repeatedly, and she never answered that there was any link. So I was better like that than with COVID. Could you describe the other symptoms that you experienced following the vaccination for COVID? So I lost my hearing, my left hearing, and my left eye. It took me 7 months before I could close it. When you're paralyzed, you have no more strength in the corner of the mouth. So that was part of my symptoms. Preliminary documents that I received from you are mentioning apparent impacts on your endocrine system and hormones. So on 22nd of April, I received my dose, and I was with my menstruation for 2 weeks, which I never had since 7 years. What are any modifications relative to your hormonal status that you've experienced at that time? So the only hormones I was taking was for my heat spells, but I was taking no other drug. So I was taking that since 2015. So in April, May, June, was there any change that you did to this? No, I didn't make any change. The only change was that I had taken the vaccine, the AstraZeneca. Have you wished to file an indemnity request on the public regime of the government? I tried on my own through internet, but it's impossible to do it because I need a signature from a doctor that makes the link between the vaccine and my condition, my paralysis. Have you gone to see a doctor to try to have this document? So I went to another ORL specialist, and he told me that he wouldn't do this type of declaration, and also that there was no link between my condition and the vaccine. Did he give you any other reason for not filling that declaration? And he said there wasn't. So when I realized that nobody wanted to sign my file, I went on the internet and I did a declaration directly to AstraZeneca. They sent a form to my doctor, but I cannot say that she has filled the form and signed it. But checking again, I could never tell that she has done it. Could you tell me how you made the declaration to AstraZeneca? So I went on AstraZeneca website and I told them that I had received the vaccine and I had symptoms. And so what did the form look like? I have not seen the form, but my doctor received the form. The doctor told me that she had received the form. She had an obligation to fill the form because it came from AstraZeneca. She told me she received because she needed to have the batch number of the vaccine, and that's the first specialist that did all that. I needed a follow-up from a neurologist, and she had to refer me to the neurologist. So now the issue I'm having is spasms that create problems in my speech. And the only treatment that I can receive are Botox injections that I will be able to receive for the rest of my life. What type? Have you received your medical file? And that's the next thing I intend to do, to request my medical files, to do some other requests. Are the commissioners having any other questions? Good morning, Madame Lavoine. I have questions about the difficulties that you encountered so that your symptoms would be recognized. What difficulties did you encounter to find doctors that would listen to you? How difficult is it? It is extremely difficult. Up to now, one doctor offered his help, and it's only 2 days ago, and it's been 2 years that I've tried to find somebody to help me. And to declare your undesirable symptoms, you need to have access to a doctor. And now you've gone through all these steps, and so what's the next step now? Do you want to have a recognition from the authorities of your condition? Yes, I would like that. I'm part of those persons that have that I've succeeded in the lottery, what the health minister is saying, of the people that managed to get the first doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine. So the government is saying that I won the lottery because I was accepted to get the first doses of the vaccine. So following this unfortunate incident, have you made the decision that it would be out of question to have any more vaccine? So initially I asked my specialist doctor if the second dose would be more secure to receive, and what she was thinking, because it would be the second dose. So after my meeting with the emergency doctor, I filed a complaint at the hospital where I went because I wasn't understanding the service that I received. Then I received a conclusion letter of my complaint from the CIUS. The person was referring me to the public health for my second dose. And I was wondering, they don't have my medical file. I wasn't having responses to my questions, so I thought, I'm not interested in getting any other dose. So I didn't wait to get a report from the doctor. I decided for myself that I wouldn't get a second dose. Do you know anyone in your close surroundings that received the vaccine and had symptoms? Yes, I do, but she didn't get some lasting symptoms. Today, what I was told from the doctor is I would remain with a grade 3 condition, and there is no way that my condition will get any better. A grade 3 means that I need to close my eye every night. So because the next day, if my eye remains open, I have pain the next day. And the only way I can drink is with a bottle. With a glass, I cannot drink. It's very difficult for me. Or I have to use a straw. If I go out in the sun, my eye starts tearing. And so I need to live with a good number of discomforts. I can't go to the restaurant anymore because I don't have strength on my left side, so the food can come out of my mouth. So I don't go to the restaurant. And for the effects on your cycle, did it sort itself? She said yes, it lasted for 2 weeks. Do you have any questions? No. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'd like to introduce myself for the new. My name is Konstantinos Mirakos, Bergman Associates. The last 3 years, in we had an action for the public action on violation and constitution of rights and liberties and human rights. The federal government fired members of the public function towards their medical chores and right to private life. And I'd like to congratulate this forum for its platform of free speech, exchange of opinions, which is so important for democracy. So we will present our next witness in Zoom. It's Madame Hélène Banoun. Can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. I have a problem. I cannot share my PowerPoint. So it says that it's too late to share, but I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna talk on top of it, but you won't have any images. Okay, you can send it, but our technician are gonna try to put it on screen. I don't know where to send it. Please give me an email address, and the technician are telling me that it's too late. Okay, let's continue. Is it necessary? Yes, well, I'd like to like people to see it, but it's not so important after all. As you wish. If I can send it, I'm going to confirm. Well, if it's necessary, we'll take a 5-minute break, so it's going to be easier for you to have it in front of you. Is it okay, Madame Banoun? Yes. I need a email address. I sent it, but it was not received, so I need another address, email address. We'll take 5 minutes, and we'll exchange.
I would like to call our next witness, Mr. Rick Wall, who is attending virtually. And Rick, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so first of all, I'll ask if you can state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Yes, sir. My full name is Diedrich Wall, D-I-E-D-R-I-C-H. Last name is W-A-L-L. Most people call me Rick, but that is my full name.
And we'll call you Rick because that's what you're comfortable with. And I'll ask you if you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Now, Rick, you're almost being provocative today because you have a Canadian flag behind you. And I never thought I would, as a Canadian, where my inside voice will say, oh boy, that's kind of an act of rebellion, a Canadian flag. But you have some interesting involvement in what I'll call the trucker movement. So let me just introduce you, and then I'll ask you to explain your story and what happened. But my understanding is that you are the owner of a trucking company in southern Manitoba, and basically your company does a lot of cross-border shipping since 2009, but you've been running the company for 11 years now.
Correct.
And that you became very involved in the trucking protests. Am I correct about that?
Yes, sir.
And basically in January 2021, you started getting involved in anti-mask rallies in Winkler.
Yes, sir, correct.
And then for first couple of months of 2022, you became involved in the Freedom Convoy.
Right.
But you were actually involved in what might be the very first cross-border blockade on January 17, 2022. You were one of the organizers of of the first blockade. We'll talk about that later, but I'm just introducing you right now. So,
Correct.
Okay. But before we get to the trucking part of this, I want you to share with us something that happened with you in outdoor church, because my understanding is in May of 2021, you got involved in an outdoor church. And so can you share with us your experience there and what happened?
Certainly can. I'd just like to take a quick opportunity to just say thank you to the entire team at the NCI. I feel extremely humbled that I was asked to present or to share my story here today, and just thank God for all of you people on that commission that you guys are, donating your time and doing this. I think it's an extremely important part of Canadian history. So I commend each and every one of you for doing that. Again, I'm a God-fearing father of three, and the last couple of years have been rather interesting to say the least. But yes, my journey in the freedom fight. Well, I guess I became quite leery early on when the pandemic first started. There wasn't much scientific proof or anything at that point on which way was maybe the right or the wrong approach on this whole thing. But my critical thinking got the best of me early on. But yes, early in 2021, a good friend of mine organized the first Freedom Drive within the Winkler, Manitoba area. And I started helping and participating shortly thereafter. And yes, in early May of 2021, at this point, churches and everything were locked down. And of course, we as Canadians, or I guess like-minded people such as myself, felt extremely violated, that our constitutional rights to worship freely were now officially stripped from us. And so we thought it'd be a good idea to organize outdoor church worship services. What's the harm in that was our thought process during that time. But this was, of course, when the implementation of the outdoor gathering size had decreased to 5, I believe it was. Outrageous to think that only you're only allowed to gather with 5 people outdoors. But yes, it was during that time. So we organized. The first one was on May 5th, correctly. It was just at a public park. We made sure we stayed off. Like, there's a big stage in the city of Winkler where we conducted this, but we stayed off public property except for the fact of the actual grounds that we were at. We stayed off the stage. We just kind of set up our own little setup, and had somebody come out to bring a message, sang some praise and worship songs. All the meanwhile, we had our chief of police, not in uniform, off duty, with his personal vehicle. He'd park close to the stage and monitor basically our every move and counting how many people attended, and therefore got in trouble for it sometime later. So
can I ask, like, how many people would have come out to this event?
If my memory is correct, I think it was between 70 and 100 people. We did this 2 consecutive Sundays in a row, so both times I think it was probably pretty average, between 50 and 100 people, somewhere in there.
Okay, so, and I just want to make sure that I understand. So basically you've got 70 to 100 people in an outside park. Am I right about that?
Correct.
And they're singing hymns.
Mm-hmm.
And they're listening to, somebody give a message.
Correct.
So basically they're listening to preaching.
Yes.
And the chief of police, who's known, because this is a small town, is there in his private car photographing who's there.
I understand your question. Like, are you asking? Oh, so you're asking whether he was in his private car taking photographs? Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. In fact, that was the reason why he was there. He documented the event. Therefore, I guess justifying them later on finding all 3 of the organizers for these 2 events. We were all ticketed for each event. Ticket amounts were for not complying with public health orders, and they were for $1,296 each. I received 2 of them.
Right. So for your participation in outside singing hymns and listening to a sermon, basically over $1,000 in fines.
Correct.
And this is in the town of Winkler, Manitoba.
Yeah, it's actually a small city. It's considered a city, but yeah, in the city of Winkler. Yeah, it was very saddening to witness this time, and especially when it came to church-related things. I mean, you think, we live in a country where we should have the right to worship, and it was, yeah, hardly put it into meaning what those times are like. And again, when you guys play these clips in between of our public health officers and premier, announcing these measures, it's sure those raw feelings come back, and yeah, it's still hard to believe that we went through that time.
So can I ask you how it affected both you and your family and not to be able to attend church? Because my understanding is because of the fines, you guys only did the outdoor church twice.
Correct. Yeah, they made it pretty clear that, anytime going forward, we were going to organize anything like this, that, more tickets could be issued. So, and again, memory doesn't serve me well enough to know exactly if that was one of the only reasons why we stopped. Because at this point, I myself was in the same shoes as Patrick that just testified. You get to a point where you see how unlawful, within the sense of law, all of this was at this point. And where do you just finally, draw that line and say, it doesn't really matter how many fines I'm going to get. I'm going to do what I'm convicted to do, what I feel God's leading me to do, and what I know is true to do. So, I mean, again, I don't recall exactly what the reasons were why we quit doing the outdoor worship services, but at this point, we continued on and had consistent outdoor rallies in the city of Winkler, kind of like they did in the city of Winnipeg as well. And that was ongoing. And again, even at those rallies, we had consistent police presence, again, documenting and so forth. And but as far as for tickets goes, those are the only 2 tickets that I received throughout the entire duration of the last couple of years.
I know that we've been asking witnesses, what could have been done differently, and it seems to me clear that for protesting, the freedom protesters just had to get the Black Lives Matter people there, and they would have been okay. But we live and learn. Now, you got involved in what I'll call the Emerson, Manitoba, the first protest on January 17th, 2022. Can you tell us about how that came about and what that looked like?
Yes, certainly. Sean, you're breaking up a bit there, so I hope.
And you were too, okay? But you're better now. Are we okay on your end?
Wait for there we go. Okay, you're just breaking up there a bit. But yes, so basically, yeah, I run a trucking company, cross-border trucking company. So for our company, it's extremely important that we can cross the border. That is and me and my wife talked about it many times and prayed about the whole situation. If the time would come, I'm sorry, I seem to be breaking up here.
We can hear you fine, so
please continue. Great. Okay, awesome. So we basically said when the time would come for the truckers to take a stand, we were not going to take a back seat. And again, there was talk about the mandates, about the vaccine mandates being imposed on the truck driver, which again, we have to remember, the truck drivers were the heroes throughout the entire duration from when COVID started up to this point. Willing to go where nobody else was going to go. And so they basically went from hero to zero pretty quickly. And now, when they had basically imposed the mandates, I think on all industries at this point, it was time drivers as well, for those that had chosen, for whatever reason, some very obvious reasons at this point, to not get the vaccination. And again, like I said, we told ourselves that if that point came, we were going to take a stand. And when it was announced that on January 15th, 2021, the Canadian start to implement drivers needing to be vaccinated or have a negative PCR test upon arrival, or otherwise would need to quarantine for 14 days, and also could likely be ticketed as well. So that said, within literally a couple of days and a bunch of help from a whole lot of people, we were first we called it a slow roll protest at the Emerson, that's the Manitoba-U.S. border on Highway 75, just south of Winnipeg. And that was on January 17th. We arrived there at 3:45 a.m., if I remember correctly, or maybe it was 4:45. It was very strategically planned. We know how busy that port is when it comes to truck traffic, and Monday mornings are always the busiest. So we did that very strategically, and of course, our plan was to basically abide by all traffic laws. We had no intentions of blocking the road. We just basically wanted to slow traffic down and come up with our flags and signs and show our dislike with the decision the government had made for truckers at this point. And so that's what we did. We basically showed up there and we started just, when I say slow roll, for those of you that don't know what that is, it's just literally going basically as slow as a big rig is going to go. Low gear, idle, you're going, you're walking faster than. So that's what we did there on January 17th.
So basically you backed up the traffic probably for miles. So can you still hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you, Sean.
Okay, so I asked, did you back up the traffic for miles?
Yes, it certainly did. It was very effective. We had a lot of support out there from our supporters, and it was pretty interesting to see how many people or how many truck drivers that were basically caught in a slow roll, taking up a lot of their day, were very supportive as well. Of course, there was some that were very upset, rightfully so. They didn't understand what was going on there. But yes, we definitely accomplished what we set out to do. And I mean, the event caught media attention globally, basically after the first couple of days. And it was the start of the trucking movement. Well, I have to state that the Freedom Convoy to Ottawa, this was already in full stages of planning. I had no participation in planning for the Freedom Convoy to Ottawa, but we just saw it was important to do this protest at the border on January 17th. Just literally 2 days after they imposed this mandate for the truckers on the Canadian side, and we thought it was strategically important to do it at that time.
Now, you didn't plan the Ottawa trucking protest, but you did have your trucks participate. Can you tell us about the participation of the trucks from your company?
Okay, we're back. We resolved the technical problem with PowerPoint. So we'll go on. Madame Hélène Bannon, can you hear me? Yeah. We received the PowerPoint. It's here for people to see. I will manually change pages and we'll work together as a team for your PowerPoint. Let's start. Assermentation. Do you say to tell all the truth? Yes, I swear. I can give the state of science that is a reality to me, but science is not so transparent. Please tell us your name and spell it. BANNOUN HELENE. Where are you now? I'm in Marseille, south of France. Are you alone in the room? I'm alone in my room. Madame Bannon, I have your curriculum vitae. Let's talk about you. What is your expertise? Let's hear about. I'm a biology pharmacy, researcher, medical pharmacology, molecular for cancer, and I worked in virology And since the pandemic in virology, I worked very hard and looked at the different biography reviews about viruses and different articles in international magazines. So I think I have expertise as an independent scientist. I participate to the Conseil scientifique indépendant since 2021. Where do you work now? I work from home. I'm retired. I'm an independent researcher, a volunteer. Can we talk about one or two themes of your work, current work? I work with Maria Gucci, that introduced her work at the Commission of National Inquiry a few days ago. Also, David Wiseman. We work on the analysis of the report. The European Agency of Medication, RNA. I work collaboration with these people, Dr. Marucci, and other things that I'm going to say about in this presentation. I also worked with Patrick Provost, professor at Université Laval. We published together an article on the delay of the side effects of RNA vaccines. So we're going to start with your PowerPoint. So you got it in front of you. So the first page, I'm not going to repeat what I said about myself. So let's go to the second slide. I'm going to talk about the regulation about these vaccination. Are they genic therapies, or are they vaccines, or are they both? So we're going to introduce very briefly the problematic of the action mode of these vaccines. So I'm going to recall what is a virus. It's a parasite of nucleic acid. You're going to see the scheme for the coronavirus or RNA, the envelope. And on this envelope are surface proteins, spike protein, that will be an antigen of the virus, very abundant, recognized by the organism that is attacked by the person that is sick as an antigen, and this person will produce antibody against these virus that's going to be try to neutralize it. So the vaccine manufacturer chose a spike for this vaccine. On the second one, I'm going to tell you 2 words about the immune system that is divided in different branches. The first one is non-specific innate without memory of pathogen, and the adapt immunity, which is specific to the adaptogen and keeps a memory in this cell. And it divides in 2 branches, cellular immunity, which are cells, and the humoral immunity, which is antibody produced by lymphocyte B. Then you see the virus with the spike virus in red, and the antibody that are on top of it. But we must explain that these 2 systems are cooperating all together and cannot act together, alone. The macrophage, the violet one, is about immunity, innate and adaptive, and with lymphocyte and vaccines, with the vaccine RNN. We're going to focus on antibody and antigen of virus, which is restricted as an action mode. So we'll see the following diapositive, which different type of vaccine, new and traditional. historically, we went from living vaccine and to RNA. The first vaccine had a living virus that were attenuated like variole, and then we went to develop different method. We tried to do inactive virus chemically. We tried to do virus that looked like a virus, a vector virus, vaccines ADN like AstraZeneca, and we also use historically antigen. We chose an antigen, a part of the virus, and we did the proteins synthesize chemically, recombinating proteins that are used as antigen. And recently, the ADN vaccines are synthesized, the antigen by the person that is vaccinated, and the RNN is a part of the genetic code is introduced, and we're asking it to produce itself the antigen. So we're focalizing on a precise antigen, and on the following diapositive, little remark, OMS remark. They say that only antibody are represented since beginning of vaccine history, and we see in this scheme, and we see that there are viruses that are schematized, and the Y are fixed on the virus and supposed to neutralize it, and in particular coronavirus, which are respiratory viruses. They go by nasal. The immunity is very important, but in the immunity in the nose has nothing to do. And with this idea to fix on this focal antibody, we forgot about immunity, cellular, and immunity, and it's a problem with vaccines. The next diapo, I'm just reminding you that we forgot organism reacts to a living pathogen introduced by natural, like nasal or buccal. And here, the RN vaccine injected genetic code in the muscle, and it has nothing to do with a living pathogen, natural and living. Next one, I'm going to tell you about the phenomenon of facilitating of. All right. This phenomena is contradictory to the role that produce classical neurology. Immunologists are there to protect ourselves, but this infection viral with the related with the clinic aspect recently, and in certain and some viruses are deleterious, and the rate of antigen is related to the disease, but we cannot forget about it. I published a theoretical reference, and you can check it on this page. The reinforcing of the antibody, the dengue virus, it also happens with other viruses, and the dengue that is very more important on vaccinated people that arrives dengue near the virus that have been vaccinated with, and immunology is not. We can criticize these vaccines because it's about antibody. And sometimes they are deleterious. So the next diapo, I want to remind you rapidly the principle of conception and the synthesis of these RNA vaccines. They are with RNA messengers, that will have immunitary response, and you have a immunity virus that you're supposed to respond as an antibody. I'm not going to go very deeply into this, but it's a in vitro from an IDN matrix, and it has IDN contaminated in the vaccines that should not be there. And there are also very different steps that are not well masterized, and many sous-traitants that were implicated in fabricating millions of doses, and all this was detailed by Maria Gucci before at the CSN. The next one, you have a schema, a vaccine RN messenger. It's very complicated, but I just want to remind you that the conceptor of these manufacturers, in cellular immunitary, IPC, but now we know that RNA circulates in all the organism and can be traduced into spike protein in many different cells, and we also know that spike is toxic without toxicity of the nanoparticle, because it's enveloped in nanoparticle that is a vector to bring to this the action site, which are immunitary cells, but RNA goes everywhere and is traduced by spikes by different cellular type in all the organs. So the next one, it's a snapshot in Bruxelles at the International COVID, and he's reminding us that these vaccines are pro-medication. They are inactive pharmacologically, which is very important to understand legally and scientifically and even politically. They are inactive and pharmacologically, and they must transform by the body to be active. And it's very difficult to have them in the classical vaccination. And it's very new. And the next diapo, professor says he doesn't know about how these products work and how it's being excreted. And we don't know on what research was authorized this vaccine for pregnant women. So how are they supposed to function? So the next diapo, Institute of Health in Finland. I thought that this one was very pedagogic. The action mode on RNA vaccine. RNA messenger as fabricates spike, goes into the muscle. The muscular cell produces this spike, which is recognized strange from the body, which will protect itself against it. This is the official action mode, but it's not so simple. On this diapo, you're going to see that RNA messaging contains the modified code of the spike protein of the virus, which is modified itself. It's not the RNA natural, it's not the spike of the virus as was circulated on the entire planet. And I want to remind you that the totality of the pathogen of SARS-CoV-2 is due to the spike toxicity, and spike vaccinal is more toxic that it was modified to be more stable. And next diapo. The nanoparticle lipidic that serve as a vector for RNA messages penetrates in all the body in various cellular types, and these particles are very toxic. That's what we seem to notice now. So RNA modified by the vaccine can persist in the organism for months Yeah, I published different references, biography, synthesis, what we know before, RNN vaccine, anti-COVID, and when they were commercialized for the biodistribution and excretion, which is another thing that I will not discuss here. Next diapo, we'll see the cells that are transfected, which are penetrated and were protein spike transmitted. They will have antibody, anti-protein spike, and also destroyed and recognized by strange because they have a protein on the surface, strange protein, and which can bring side effects, which are because there are cells are unnecessary for the human body. And the next one, we are in the body of the subject. The RN vaccines are genic therapeutic products. FDA admits that therapy genic are traduction are defined as traduction of the material, genetic material that is transferred and administered on nucleic acid, which corresponds exactly to the action mode of the genic therapy. On the next one, we have the definition of Agence Européenne de Thérapie Génique. It's an active substance that consists in a nucleic acid to add a genetic sequence. Its effects is therapeutic or prophylactic, which is the case here. It's directly lied to the acid that is injected, but we must take into consideration that the Agency European of Medication, that the therapeutic genics doesn't include vaccines for infectious disease. By these products were therapy genic, which would be excluded from these are excluded from the code. So the next one, the clinic trials. I don't want to take too much time, and if there are any questions, I just want to remind that chronologically, the first sequence of the virus COVID was published in January 2020, and the complete genome was published officially 11 January 2020. And despite this, we can notice that the first vaccine was in the Shalom first clinic trial, 1st of December. Next diapo, the clinical trial, Pfizer developing, initiated January 2 after the complete genome. And from what I can understand on this official document, the phase 1 on human started after, before the animal phase study on rats, 17 December 2020, started in June 2020, after the phase 1 on human. And all these products did not have the usual trials, and phase 1, 2, and 3, from what I can understand, which is not very clear. Phase 1, 2, and 3 were simultaneously trialed, and phase 1 decides on the optimal dose, and there were 3 different doses. If we do the phase 1, 2, and 3 at the same time, we cannot choose the optimal dose for the 3 phase pre-marketing, and the second one, Pfizer study, was just to notice that whistleblower who was published in the medical journal that published integrity articles about the clinical trial, which had probably problems of fraud, which I won't say, but I should say integrity. Moderna and the chronology of this trial, which started in January 13, 2020, published in January, and we learned that Moderna started the trials in 2019 before the official beginning of the pandemic, and these data were so encouraging that would double its production of vaccine because it was so encouraging for him, for the president. And Moderna also, ici we say that clinical study on non-human were a trial with the Institute of Health in U.S. were published in July 2020 on monkeys. Despite phase 3 was start in phase 1, 2, or 3, they started. I didn't find a phase 2. They started at the same time, and even before the trials on animals. On the next one, I'm going to talk to you about the historic of the genic therapy and with the augmentation of vaccine. In 2005, OMS authorized nucleic acid vaccines. In 2007, European Medical Agency, prophylactic which enters the vaccine. Product of the genic therapy was an FDA plasmic ADN accepted. They didn't talk about ADM vaccine, but we didn't imagine that we would produce such vaccine. And the Agency of Medication and agreed that it was all part of genic therapy. 2009, Agence des Médicaments, and they cannot be classified under genic therapy, and the same thing has been done by FDA. 2003, the genic therapy doesn't apply to infectious disease. And the next diapo. What happened between 2008 and 2009, because acid-nucleic vaccine should respect this regulation. In 2010 was H1N1, and Fauci, doctor, tried to find a solution for a universal vaccine, and in November we started to talk about the IDN, not RN vaccine, and two European society, Sanofi, Agence with the Army US, they tried to develop our RNA vaccine, and was tried to develop and fund our DNA vaccine. And there was a change of regulation and the decision of the medical authority from U.S. to act on everything on RN vaccine about the flu. I just want to say that all the references that what I'm detailing is available on Chaos. It's a preprint. I will modify it again, and I will. It was refused because it's a very delicate subject. It's an important subject, RN. Everybody have told me so. And in this preprint, I want to remind you very important thing that RNN vaccine should follow the regulation of genic therapy because that's what they are. But we must notice that our RN, almost all the same molecule, anti-tumoral to fight a cancer, is considered a therapeutic product. But if it's a vaccine against infectious disease. It's not considered as a genic therapy, and this is not justified scientifically. The next one. I want to confirm that the weird character of this exclusion, because Moderna and Pfizer thought they were regulated in 2020. Moderna in 2014 for Pfizer, and from PDG of BioNTech, they expected that our RNA messenger anti-infectious disease should be considered as a genic therapy, and even the manufacturer expected that result, but it corresponds to therapeutic. The next diapo, we will see that the vaccines, either vaccine or genic therapy, they must respect the regulation to the human medication as under the European Medical Association. If it's an anti-cancer therapy or a vaccine, they don't have the same control. It must be noticed that the European medication requires additional different studies, and they were not all realized because they usually are excluded from the regulation of vaccine because they are a product that is administered to all the population, and others are only administered to sick patients. But we must notice that vaccines is a new class of medication that should be submit under a more tight control because it's a new technology. L'Agence Médicaments, RN vaccines are administered to a great part of the population, so they must be under a strict regulation. So it's the next diapo. Which regulation these RN vaccines are submitted? They are submitted under the control of the new vaccines. Like all the vaccine and all the human products, we must demonstrate the purity and the quality. I want you to refer at the Maria Gucci presentation that is analyzing on the purity and quality of product. A new formulation, which is the case here with an excipient and a new product, we must normally for new vaccine do pharmacocinetic studies, and they have been done partially and with new additive, and they were partially done. And pharmacocinetic is concerns at the absorption of the medication of the vaccine, distribution and biodistribution in the body, and the excretion that eventually is done, and this must be studied for new vaccines. And this next one, quality of product, we are referring at Maria Gucci presentation. I want to underline the control of against RNA vaccine. There didn't exist specific regulation on RNA vaccines. It was a new product, so we can think that the agencies of regulation agency of the European Union adopted regulation that were asking specific control of therapeutic gene products applied on RNA vaccine and control of therapy genic. We are asking that the identity genetical, the sequence genetical should be given, which was not done. The interaction of the cell and vector, which was not done. Stability studies were under control, absence or control of diclofenac acid. We ask this for genic products, which are not officially submitted, the RNN vaccine, which are genic therapy. Research and impurities, as all the problems that is required in the preclinical trials. We demand to justify the resistant gene that are present in RNN vaccine, which was not justified. Next one, the insurance. Researchers, independent, different teams, they found in the ADN matrix that synthesize and promote the virus MT40. This promoter amplifies the proteic traduction, and which is a very worrying situation because we found contaminants in vaccine. It would contain this promoter, which promotes the integration of RNA in the genomes. Next one, I want to remind that the control were not submitted to the genic therapeutic control. As an example, administration mode must be studied with the most unfavorable aspects. And here, when the needle is injected in the muscle, we must reassure that we're not in a blood vessel, and we don't know. And the therapy genic, we must verify what happens when the most unfavorable way is done, which was not done, and also the biodistribution, which is very important in the body, a human body, characteristic. The Agence Européenne, the action code is not described. The decimal is very not. We did the phase 1 and 2 and 3 were done all together, and potential toxicity was not described, where it's mostly toxic in the body. And the genome asked that the European Union medication asked that we must research the RNN, the transmission lineage, the genial, I don't know what it is, in the ovaries and the testicles, and we know that the vaccine is going there. And we also must do the fraction sperm studies, which were not done. Toxicity of protein stricto. Vaccine can synthesize other proteins that the ones that are researched, which was not done. We must study therapygenic toxicity on reproduction, embryo fetal, and go until to human trial. We must also study toxicity, repeated toxicity, because the manufacturers thought there were only 2 doses, and they went up to 5 doses in the population, and it was not studied. Next one, biodistribution and excretion of RNA messenger, and the product of the RNA, which is spike, like I demonstrated. I published literature. Spike and RNA go in all the organ of the body and stay there many weeks. And the therapygenic, the agency wants us to study these effects, and mostly if the protein synthesized is excreted to the sanguine circulation. The spike is, we can find it in our blood. The reglementation agency, the reglementation duration have be done by PCR, which was not done. They also asked the identification of the target organ, that the product goes directly to the target, and which was not done. Also, the excretion in the environment on animals, and also on excretion study on human, which was not done. Also, they asked that excretion in the sperm, which was not studied. Next diapo, the biodistribution. FDA asked for the therapeutic genic product that we study. They study this untargeted cells, and they asked that we determine exactly the number of vector copy in the cells, that what was not done. Also demands that the study, horizontal study towards the members of the family for a viral vector. But we are in RN, it is not a spike in viral. It distributed in all the body. We should have done this study of excretion. Also, the transplacenta exchange in the maternal milk. Also, toxicology, the duration, persistence in the animal, which was not done. Just a word. I don't want to take too much time to tell you that recently there was an article that published in the Reglementation on Nanoparticles. Also, was asked that we study the toxicity and biodistribution on the total part that was injected, nanoparticule lipidic with RNN with the vaccine, which was not done. It was done with products close or separate ingredient, but not done on animals. We didn't study biodistribution authentic of the vaccine that is injected to human. If RNA messenger would have been classified under genic therapy, or should have all been through the different controls of biodistribution selon the real product that was injected, and not close or similar products. On the next diapo, I want to insist on two different points, because now we know from the preclinical studies that were done before these RNA vaccine, when nanolipidic nano equivalent to are going into the liver, which COVID does, they can cross the placenta barrier, and they can go through the pregnant woman that is vaccinated can go through the placenta barrier, and this should have been studied if this product was classified under therapeutic genic therapy, and also that under the exposition of babies with receiving this the vaccine RN in maternal milk, and should have been studied if this vaccine was under the genic therapy. 4 studies now demonstrate that RNN vaccinated of a woman that is breastfeeding, this RN can go through the milk in the first week of the injection. And next diapo, we see that the side effects, two first months of commercial marketing of vaccine, the side effects on baby that were breastfed had problems, and we noticed that the product goes into the milk, and FDA doesn't take into consideration this product in the milk, and this should have been studied. It would have been very important, that excretion in RNA in the milk of women that are breastfeeding should have been done. Next one. Genotoxicity, suppression, immune are necessary in genic therapies, but they were not done in the suppression of intolerance, or they were done very partially for genotoxicity, or they were done in vitro on cell and culture cells, and they were done with RNA messenger with other spike, others than spike protein. There were no studies of carcinogenicity or ni tumoricity au niveau that must be done for genic therapies product, and immunotolerance that are proved to be they're like published in different articles. I want to inform you that FDA asked a long following of side effects on 5 to 10 years on these, and these do not apply on vaccine because RNN don't have to go under this regulation because they're not considered under genic therapy, and we ask a long following on cancer, immune, all the new infection, new disease, and these diseases are signaled after the vaccination, and it should have been studied before manufacturing. Next one. The RN vaccines, they didn't go under all these studies, but they were necessary for this new formulation. Why did the Agence Européenne of Medication did emergency, and why the FDA didn't evaluate all these vaccines, contrary to European FDA members? They left their job because they were not in agreement. And the Agency of Medication, they had some were pressure done on European pressure for them to approve the vaccine despite the security problem. Next slide. I want to ask that next we must ask if all RNA messengers should be considered as vaccine under infectious disease. We must not. We must have strict control, and if it's a weak, very weak population numbers and represent a very low proportion of the population, but RN are destined to a very big population. Why were they excluded of a regulation? That's the question I'm asking, and I want to say that it's very, very important. Thank you so much. I hope I was not so long. Merci. So thanks, Madame Bannon, Mr. Commissary. Do you have questions? Hi, Madame Bannon. Thank you so much for this very important on these explanation of these marketed products. And that my first question is the analysis that you are making resembles a review literature of the documentation that is available in the governmental instance, and you have an expertise of researchers, and you can ask questions and try to find the documents that will document the narrative that you have presented to us. you know the research, and you have a very various. How many people have researchers have this expertise and could have done this similar analysis than you have presented? Because what you've done is it your research is can only be done by some people or most? No, I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert in vaccine. I just went to the question myself on this problem. I have different reviews published that were refused because they were like imprecision because I'm not an expert. This is a result of a correction of the remarks of the experts that judged me. And I think that these experts are anonymous, but I guess they belong to the official instances. So I just took my time and studied all these, find all these precision. But it's not so complicated. You need to concentrate and science researchers, which are experts in reglementation, they cannot go beside this because the people that criticize me did all say that I was right to ask this about this problem because it's a reglementation that is contrary to the therapy génique and vaccine, and this is available to all. The next question is about the quality of these products. We had many experts that witnessed, and they told us about all these different problems about these products, and we had various presentations. And when we analyze all the questions that looks to the quality of these products, when we go to clinical trials in phase 2, we should trust the quality of the product perfectly, because the conclusion of the efficiency of the products and innocuity would not go against the study, because this seems to be a major problem in the clinical trial. We have precipitated the different steps producing and studying these products. And from your analysis, do you think we have technologies that are good technologies that make sure that the marketing of these products are under good norms and are safe and that will have us respond to the regulatory? Two ways of responding, and Maria Gucci from Agence Médicaments, she said that and the clinical result recently from Denmark, there was a study that noticed that something that we noticed since a long time, which is there's a big heterogeneity of toxicity, and certain lots are very toxic and have a very important side effects, and other lots have very low. And the quality of the products, heterogeneity, is we can find them in the clinic trial, which the manufacturing processes is not well controlled. The antibody therapeutic that are largely used in cancer therapy and these technologies, and that will manufacture this product. Well, do we have the same problems regarding heterogeneity of the products on the market. There I cannot answer. I did not study these products. I don't know. I don't know if Mariaguchi. I'm so sorry, I cannot answer.
Est-ce que les collègues ont des questions pour Mme Bannon? Vous n'avez pas? Alors, Mme Bannon,
Madame Bannon, la Commission d'enquête citoyenne, we want to thank you from our heart. You were so generous. We thank you. We wish you a very, very good day. And because you're in France, thanks for inviting me. I just want to add that it's very important to take into consideration this problem, and we must have politicians and all the regulation, official regulation, that they must the messenger RNA are therapy-genic products, and they must go under all the controls necessary of genic. And this is technology. It will be generalized towards other vaccines because it's still there, and we're constructing like big usines to produce these vaccines, and we must act right now. Thank you. Thank you.
Good day. Chantal Collard. I am acting as a lawyer for the NCI. Hello, Mrs. Cotton. Do you hear me well? Bonjour. Hello. In the name of the NCI, I'd like to thank you to accept to testify today. It is very important for us. Thank you. Who will identify you? Please state your name and last name. Christine Coton. I will ask. Do you solemnly declare that you will tell the truth and all the truth? Say, I will. I will. I will shortly describe your situation, and after that you will be able to complement the information that I will provide. You're a biostatistician. You have 23 years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry. You have been a CEO of your company for 22 years in clinical research. You have been a client of Astra with hospital as well. You have experience with all trials in therapeutical research, central nervous system, skeleton, lungs, nutrition studies, a wide expertise. Did a clinical trial in phase 1, 2, 3, and 4, and also observational studies. Yes, it is. I worked in several pathological and viral hepatitis C, hypertrichosis, and renal transplant. And when you're a subcontractor, you have several clients, as well as diabetes research. I have participated to 500 trial clinical research. This is not a doctor work. It is a work of biostatistician and not a doctor work. I've done that for several years. We're very curious about your result and the research and the clinical trial you've done, as well as the wrong evaluation of the efficacy or efficiency. I will share my screen. I have examined all the documentation from Pfizer clinical trial. There are 10 to 100 intervention. This is a summary of the recruitment and sponsorship to start the study, the data management services to record the data, and the statistical service and monitoring to see the site where the patients are recruited, and laboratory central services to analyze all the data, and also the quality assurance services to make sure that everybody works properly. So the statistical service comes at first because it makes sure that everything is done properly. And once the data are collected, they program, validate to make sure that the results are exact, because it's not possible to make mistakes in this field. And once the results are done, the medical writer will write the clinical report. As a statistician, I know how to read the medical clinical report because I've been written them. I'm capable of reading them. About the clinical COVID trials, these are the general ones. It should take about 15 years from the moment we discover the molecules to the delivery, authorization of delivery on the market. So there was an accelerated development because the phase that were started before the previous one was completed. So we didn't have the complete result before starting a new phase. This is the Pfizer clinical that I completely analyzed. There were several visits that were planned to the participant that were the participant will go to the site, and they will go on the site to be analyzed, to have analyses. If they had COVID before a visit, they had to signify it, and they would have a postponed visit and have a test. During the clinical trials, the pregnant women are never included because they're protected for that kind of trials. The immunocompromised patients were not as well included, as well as the comorbidities patients were not included, and the patients with autoimmune or inflammatory disorder were not also included to the trial. So they kept away the people who were most fragile. The interaction with other vaccine, the transmission, and the cases, asymptomatic cases, were not studied as well. The problem with the Pfizer, it's not that the transmission was not studied. So they did. They were using interim analysis to provide with results before the end of the trial. Each analysis every time they provided with data, this is the whether it was adult 16 years old or above or teenagers from 12 to 15 years old, there was only 3 months of follow-up for each participant. And they were evaluating the tolerances on 3 months trials, which is very short, and it's very difficult to have a long-term or analyze this on a shorter term of evaluation, which is very fast. It is impossible to claim that the results are safe. It is safe for the result according to the time frame that has been analyzed. Otherwise, it's difficult to vouch the safety of the vaccine otherwise. With 95% of efficacy, examining this 95% efficacy, it has been calculated on cases that were light or moderate COVID cases, confirmed with PCR tests. And how do we know that we have COVID? We do have a certain amount of symptoms. We do have fever, chills, or muscle pain or other symptoms. So the vaccine provoke these symptoms, and with a few amount of symptoms, instead of doing a COVID tests, they're going to be aligned with vaccination side effects. In the documentation that were publicly published in the States, it's possible to see the data, to collect the data that were used to analyze this trial. We know that there were less PCR tests for the vaccine instead of the placebo. So if there's no PCR test, there's no confirmation that there is a COVID case, a valid COVID case. If you don't understand something, please interrupt myself. Please interrupt me if you don't understand. So you're comparing what's usually done in the clinical trials since what happened since 2020, which is, so the clinical trials are methodological, regulated, practical practices that must be in good terms with the rules. And if the analyses are not respecting the good practices, then it's to understand the validity of the trial, you have to understand how the practices have been done, and there are 100 documentation that rules and set up the practices. And if it's not done properly, then there are bad and even worse practices and results. The participant can here take fever suppressor to reduce these side effects. And there are more people that took the symptomatic suppression, like antipyretic, in the pool of vaccinated people, and therefore it cannot be evident for the result, for the efficacy of the vaccine. This only measure partially the COVID case. To evaluate, they should have used a criteria to evaluate, which is anti-nucleoside serology, and this exposed how many there were. there's the vaccine efficacy on this criterion was only 55.9%. And this is who really had COVID and who didn't. It's not more light or moderate COVID because the PCR test doesn't show the real COVID. It doesn't matter if it's light or moderate or confirmed by PCR test. It's the criterion is mistakenly used. So 95% of efficacy is only showing an efficacy that doesn't even exist based on wrong result, based on wrong practices. So 95% of wrong practices. And we realized that the efficacy was downsized to 95, then 85, then 70%. So in the real life, people catch COVID for real. It's not light or moderate. It is or it isn't. So we never demonstrated that there was a real effect on severe cases of COVID. So there was no real statistical data on severe case of COVID for any reports that provided authorization to use the vaccine. So there's no cases, severe cases in the clinical reports. One severe case for the vaccinated person and 3 for the placebo. But so the efficacy is 95%, but this is not just, it's also to find out the validity of the result. And there's no proven differences for the severe case between the vaccinated people and the placebo group. And there are absolutely no cases for the 12 and 12 years old, and nothing for the 5 to 11 years old, and nothing for the babies for less of 4 years old. So no efficacy showed on severe cases. I will pass here, but this is a uneven recruiting in centers. So there was only 5 centers that recruited 10,000 patients. And there had to be a center analysis, but it was not done. But with the 55.9% of efficacy of serology never presented in the result. Why? It has never been presented to be as a criterion to. So the safety data for 6-month period of trial, it was better described. Instead of 3 months of follow-up, this was a 6-month follow-up, and after 6 months, there were deaths for COVID. There was 1 death for the vaccine, and there was 2 for the placebo. There is no evident efficacy demonstrated for the mortality case based on COVID. There are more deaths for the vaccine versus the placebo. There is no valid efficacy proven for the vaccine. There are more deaths following the vaccine than the placebo group, but there is no efficacy proven on the mortality. Now, the true setup for the Pfizer clinical trial is it's the dosage of antibodies neutralizing. So this is the result on monkeys, and we see the time frame. We dose the antibodies at the day 21, 28, 35 until day 56, which is about 2 months, and we see the antibodies going down. On the right chart, we see the result for the 18-55 years old people. After a month, the antibodies are higher than the second dosage after 2 months. And after that, we don't have any dosage because we did a shorter analysis of 3 months. That's why we don't see further information. And who provided the information and who authorized the shorter evaluation? The FDA. And they wrote a special guideline to authorize a 3-month analysis, and that's why we don't see the dosage at 6 months. And after they show us the report for the booster, we do the dosage for the booster, which is the red arrow. There's a big difference. If we had this first result at 6 months, would a health agency would have provided an authorization with these results? I don't think so. And why did they do? What did they did provide the authorization? So with the red arrow, we see the antibodies and supposed to show the immunity of the body. And we didn't have this information because we did the analysis only in 3 months instead of 6. And the laboratory never planned visits after 2 months of the second dosage or 6 months of the second dosage. So we don't measure what we don't want to show. So why? Why did they know that it would go down? They saw it with the monkeys trial, and they knew about it. And the French agency's health authority, there was a booster to be studied in December 2021. Oh, how convenient. We're not evaluating the antibodies that are dropping because it's a fake efficacy, because it doesn't evaluate we didn't dose the antibodies, so we prepare a booster. 6 months later, in September 2021, we realized that the antibodies are dropping. We will gonna need a booster. So it validates the booster. It required a fifth dose because the vaccine lasts 3 months only, and we knew that from the start. So, to summary, efficacy 95% is fake. It hasn't been demonstrated. The antibody dosage hasn't been measured to make sure that nobody knows that it doesn't work and it's not protecting the population. So on the methodology method, it's graded 0. It's total fail. I know that on clinical trials for adults, I had Augusto German-Roux that contacted me, and he sent me all the information that he sent to health services, and he almost died, and it was not in the report. And he was recruited to do the study, and he contacted her to provide her with information because he was not on the report from his serious adverse effect. And for the teenager, there's a Marie de Garret in the States because she had also severe adverse effects, and she was not in the report as well, and they were not reported. And having these reported would have been very less safe, and so the risks. The risks are to have adverse event and also all the unknown effects that are going to come up. So we don't know what's going to happen for pregnancy women. We don't know what are going to be the effect on immunocompromised patients, as well as people that has autoimmune or inflammatory disorder. We don't have any study. At the moment that we provide authorization to promote the vaccine across, we don't have any safety data on long-term effect on anyone. So, Mrs. Cotton, a pregnant woman, usually they cannot take any medication. It's always the pregnancy women that they prevent them to take even a aspirin or Tylenol. How come a pregnant woman could get a vaccine although they cannot have any medication. So women were put in high-risk people, and that's why are at risk to get the virus and not at risk for vaccine side effects. Exactly. So they put them in the risk population, so therefore they vaccinated them without any result for the trials, according to their fragile identification group. There was about 300 women recruited on the 4,000 people recruited, for which we never saw the result. They don't hide us anything, or not mostly, because the result on the 12, 15 years old, there's a chapter called Unknown Benefit, and it's available, and I collected the information. Every time it's online, you can have a look at it, and in this report, there's a whole chapter about unknown benefits. These unknown benefits are the same for the teenager as for the people that is 16 years old and older. In the clinical trial, people never had the COVID before. Everything is unknown. Nothing is hidden. It's written black on white. So the health services that see that, it should raise a flag to be more prudent, to be aware of what's going on. And visibly, nobody cares, because there are so many unknown factors and benefits. We're going to study the pregnant women, people who had heart disease, and we're going to do other clinical trial. But in the meantime, we provide authorizations so people get vaccinated. And there was a trial for several cases of fragile people. And since October 2020, there was a presentation of Steve Anderson, which is one of the in charge of the biostats in CDC's organization. He says that we should look after the adverse event, which is a listing all the information that is provided on the screen. The vaccine-enhanced disease, the antibody provoked sickness instead of prevent sickness, or develop sickness within people. And it's well known since October 2020. With this link down below, you can access to all the information. The real problem is that the health services, with a case like this, it should have a follow-up instead of providing an authorization, and we should look back at the data and make sure that everything is in order before providing authorization. So the question is how the health services did provide authorization with all the data. With Brooke Jackson in the States, on site, there were several issues, and the patients were not well followed-up. Also, with Augustoro in Argentina, there was a catastrophe. The quality of data is questionable. And how can we if we have doubts for the quality of data, how can we not have doubts for the quality of results? So this is the worst case I've seen in my career. Everything is falsified. It's incompleted. The report for the risk is also falsified. So they provide themselves a justification saying that because of the pandemic, it was hard to double check the data. So it's a fraudulent case. Oh yes. It has never been seen before, and it has been done with the agency's agreement and authorization. And why? That's the question. Why? I cannot answer this question. People will make their own conclusion with your presentation. That speaks loud and clear. I'm shocked to see how falsified the data are, and you just demonstrated how false they are. But everything is written, but to be able to demonstrating, you have to be aware and know what's the methodology and trial clinic. They might have questions from their commissaires to complete your testimony, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Cotton, for this presentation that is very illuminating. You mentioned to be able to recognize the wrongdoings in this trial. You got to be aware and got to know what is a trial and how the data are collected and provided. Presumably, people that work in such organization, whether it's a governmental agency, they should know how it works, how good practices are done. Oh, absolutely. I participated to several cases at the FDA agency for a laboratory project, whether mediums or small. And we have questions. They ask for explanation, how we arrived to this conclusion. So they know how it works. I know it also because I was also a quality insurer for my society. So there are procedures to follow and methodology that are strict and homogeneous. So they know, they do know. Were they read by biostatisticians because they are biased? You have to know what is statistical data to be able to understand. But anyone who is used to this kind of documentation can see the fault in it. So if I do less tests for the vaccine than the placebo, of course it's a bias. I don't know if they have COVID or not because they were not tested. So you don't need to be a biostatistician to find out that it's incomprehensible. It's hard to believe that the health agency, didn't know about it. My next question is about the PCR tests because it was an important information to allege the efficacy of the vaccine. And do we have any information about the number of cycles that were used to provide the information? I didn't find, but personally, I don't really care about this information because in biostatistical, I don't mention the cycle of the PCR because the result of the PCR tests are not really a bias because there is no reason for 10% of fake positive or about the cycles. I don't need to find it shouldn't be different between the way the population is evaluated. So the number of cycles is not important. My next question is about the evaluation of the population where we measured the placebo population and the vaccinated population to see the number of weak symptoms. when I make the calculation, the challenge is to have enough events recurring to have a significant amount. So on a 40,000 population, there's only one case on 400. So my first question is one case on 400 in a population during the pandemic is a good indicator that we are in a contamination phase for the population? So I had the same reflection when I looked at the calcul of the number of subjects that 1.3% of the person who had COVID with lockdowns is very low for something that is so contaminating in a real pandemic. And we calculate the subject, and with the placebo of people with 1.3%, it's not so contaminating after all. So the next question is about the number that we had to evaluate the relative efficacy of the vaccine. So it is statistically is convincing. Yes, it is, because it's a calculation, and every clinical trials has a hypothesis of the percentage of sickness each group. And that's why we needed 44,000 subjects to be evaluated for the trial. So it's not really, but it's calculated on weak, moderate, and severe cases. So to take critical case, we would have need more patients in the essay, in the trials, and they're very rare. So it would have needed more and more patients to find out the result of severe cases of COVID. And there's no case at all in the teenager. So it has not been demonstrated because there's not enough cases. So the choice has been discussed with the health agency, and they were finding that the severe cases would have been more plausible because it brings hospitalization and death, and we're trying to avoid that. But because it would have required more and more patients, they just took light and moderate cases, which is not a representation of the reality. But they didn't take the serology to provide the information because it was not it was showing an efficacy of 55% instead of 95%, which is less selling. My next question is about the vaccination deployment. So we didn't get the data right away, but we finalized by legal information requested, we were provided with information. But the vaccination was to reduce the number of cases, and it was better, the results were better than the clinical trial. So everybody had to be vaccinated to exit the pandemic. And then there's a new variant, the Delta variant, and then the vaccine doesn't seem to be effective to reduce the transmission and the contagion. So is there something different between a Delta variant and other variant that we would have tested the vaccine, or is it just because the number of cases was more important and it was hard to demonstrate the number that we were gathering along the way? I'm not totally agreeing about the fact that we didn't have data. I had the documentation by December 2020. In April 2021, I went online and I made a presentation on the 4 vaccines that were available by then, and we did have access to the clinical report. I had them all. I'm talking about the documentation following the vaccination deployment. And Moderna and Pfizer didn't want to provide this information. They didn't want to publicize the information, to publish it. But their clinical report were available, but there was 8 hours of presentation on YouTube with the CDC and Pfizer. We did have everything, but people didn't know that it existed. And very few are capable of reading the clinical trial reports. I had everything on hand in 2020, and I already knew that there was no efficacy on several cases, several strata of population that weren't analyzed. So I advise people to be careful that even if they are immunosuppressed, there was no real indication that they would be protected with the vaccine. Well, the real case studies on database in retrospective, the analysis are analyzed, the cases are analyzed on the real cases in retrospection, and I never did that. And these cases provided information and data. So the conclusion based on these real life cases are to be taken with a lot of carefulness because they're not methodological, so it's not really reliable. But when the health services and agency were promoting the vaccine, saying that this vaccine is no longer capable of preventing transmission, that mean that it was capable of preventing transmission. So they did some studies in real life, study cases that was showing that it would prevent transmission. But we don't provide authorization based on real life studies. We provide authorization on clinical trial because of the methodology to collect and to do the study in real life cases is not as valid or rigorous than the clinical ones. So the conclusions are to be taken lightly instead of a clinical trial that is very well orchestrated with criteria that are higher and more rigorous. Otherwise, if you only need live case studies to be able to promote products, there would not be any clinical trial anymore. I can provide I can prove anything or everything with a real life case studies because I'm capable of prove anything and everything. Some people provided information like Nutella can reduce hypertension. Inspection that we should have had with the regulation organism were inefficient or not sufficient to see or get provided with the proper clinical trials. Is it usually how it works, or if we look at the number of audits that were done by the FDA, it was significantly lower than usual. It was a special period of time with the pandemic. So to audit is to verify all the files of the patient and the medical file, and I control only what has been reported in the database through a system of an electronic case report form. So in this program, I verify if the file, the information in the file is the same than in the program. Are the data the same? I got to validate every phase and everything that is tracked. It is good practices. When people called to claim that they were sick, was there any clinical follow-up on people claiming that they were sick? So when I write a report in January 2022, I ask for a complete audit of all the centers' documentation, because now we know that people were not called back when they claimed to be sick. And the FDA said that the integrity of the data were not validated. So if the data are not validated, how can we know that the data are reliable? We had another testimony that during the clinical trial there were exclusion of the data collection, and the amount of people was higher from the vaccinated people compared to the unvaccinated people. Have you seen the same thing, and can you explain it? When we define the population, when we write the protocol, which is my field study, my field of expertise, when you exclude people from the population that doesn't respect the criteria to be part of the population, it is complicated to talk about the excluded. The reasons for exclusions are defined before the trial, and the patients, when we exclude patient, we should do it blindly. To say that they are more excluded from the vaccine, it's not. I don't have the blind review document, so I don't know how it was made, because I didn't get the documentation. So to me, it was not the main topic to be addressed. So when we exclude people, we are not supposed to know if they have vaccination or placebo, from which population they were. So it is written before we do the analysis, and then we don't know who we exclude. So the only one who knows what type of patient is the one that do the injection. The other people don't know who that patient is, from which population that person is. So when we do review of the data with numbers, so the numbers protect the identity of the patient. So we're not supposed to know who was the person, from which population they are. Mrs. Christine Coton, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. It brings light on the methodology and the trials, clinical trial. I've learned a lot today, even though I knew some information before. Thank you, and I invite you to. I make a lot of noise with my presentation. I'm not done with it. Thank you.
Good day, Samuel Bachand. I am the lawyer for this procedure. Can you spell your name? Lynette Tremblay. I will ask you to give a sermon or a oath. Do you promise to say the truth? I do. I can even add, I've already been part of two documentary. Both documentaries were about the death of my father, and my reaction to the government and the governments on the treatment of our elders. I find absolutely awful. So the skepticals can watch the documentaries. I have photos that are available on both documentaries. I'm asking you to speak slowly to help the interpreter. You are here to talk to us about your father's last days in the long-term home. Like we said over the phone in preparation, please tell us the story in chronological order, slowly. And if I need additional information, I'll interrupt you. It was at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020. My father was in a long-term care home. In that long-term care home, there was no COVID cases at that time, and overnight, in March, there was a COVID alert, and then they informed me, the director of the center, who launched the COVID alert. She said the government. They said we can no longer see our elders. It was dangerous. So how did you get that message from the government? From the government to no longer see your father? I used to go see my father regularly, and they all of a sudden forbade me to go see him. I could no longer go. So overnight, as of Monday, public health will be going into the long-term care homes and go and test the people. And the best you can remember, what was the date? We're in March 2020. When you say it was prohibited for me to go into the home, so who forbade you to go in? She says, over the phone. The measures were on, and I could no longer enter. We could speak to them on WhatsApp, to our parents, and we were prohibited to see them, but we could see them over the phone. And she's asked, who could you see over the phone? The date is in March, maybe the end of March. The director of the center, she said public health is coming in tomorrow to the home, and there are no cases. Why would they go there? And she says because of that, they're coming to see. And she said, I did a round this evening, and it's strange because it was a Sunday night. She says, I'm going to test your father for COVID. But I asked her, but no one had COVID the previous week. She said, I'm going to test him. He has fever. And the next day she said he was tested and he has COVID, but he has no symptoms. And I said to myself, this is impossible. This is a disease that you aren't supposed to have symptoms. The lawyer asks, is it the director during the first conversation said that you could not have access to the home. It was the rule of the center. But who told you that you couldn't go? Now we know when. It prohibited. Who prohibited it? Who? The administration, whenever I called, it's not the director of the center. I can't be very precise, except when we actually got there, there was police, and we couldn't go in. And so she tells me, we did COVID tests, and your father is positive, but asymptomatic. And then I notice that when I call him, I see that it's every day, it's a different doctor on the floor. They change the doctors every day. And how do you know that? Because I call every day, and I see it. It's a new doctor. And why isn't it the same doctor? How do you get to find out that it's a different doctor? She says, I would ask to speak to the physician. I couldn't believe it. I even asked the doctor, please give me the proof of the test. I want to see it. He never gave it to me. He said, ask the nurse. And she compared it to a cartoon where everyone goes nuts. Everybody transfers the responsibility to someone else, so I never got the test results. So they told me the patients who are positive for COVID are going to be moved to the cafeteria. I found this absurd. So a doctor told me this, and the direction of public health tell me they're going to be moved to the cafeteria for 2 weeks, and we'll check on them. And I called every day and asked how my father is. Yes, he's going well. He's eating. He's got no symptoms. And I realized the doctors tested. The tests were new, and there was no vaccine yet. We practiced on the elders. They tested them until they became positive. So the doctors told you this? And she said, yes, we tested them multiple times. And I was friends with other people who had parents there, and we knew each other. And the daughter of another patient told me my father had a pneumonia and tested him 3 times until the test became positive. They tested daily or several times a day. Did you hear by other people, like medical personnel, that there was a procedure to follow for testing, confirming that they would be testing them by a procedure for the testing to be daily or hourly? She says, I can't recall the dates, and I know that's what you need. When they were COVID positive, we would stop all treatments. My father had a bed sore, and he had to sleep on an air bed. And the bed sore was caused by a lack of care and spending too much time lying down. They didn't have that type of bed, and he had no vitamin D and C, and the doctor refused, said it was unnecessary. I told him I want him to receive that. I went and I brought them some, brought a little box with vitamins in it, and they never gave it to him. They put it in a closet somewhere, and we found them at my father's passing. So finally, they didn't stay for 2 weeks in the cafeteria because their system inadequate. So we're moving them back up into the rooms. And then I wanted to see him. They kept telling me he was okay. I'm just going to look at my notes. All of a sudden, a new doctor calls me. Your father is weak and maybe you should come and see him. And I go there rushing. I go to his room and I see there's a woman lying down in his room with her name up and everything. It was like this, we were paying for this room. It was like his apartment. And I arrive and this is not... This woman had been in this room for quite some time. And she said, no, your father isn't here. He's in another room. But what is this room? He's in an empty room. There's no name, no picture, no clothes, his personal belongings, no airbed. Nobody answers me when I ask. When I walked in, the protocols they had created, there were corridors, and we had to get fully dressed. I said this looked like a theater. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. They just want to scare people, and I was outraged by this circus. And they had the army in the centers, and I asked them, why are you bringing in the army in the centers? And I asked, why are they here? You're scaring them. And the army was there, and the employees were so afraid. All the employees left. And did you see the army there with your own eyes? Yes, I saw them. They weren't dressed in their uniforms, but I realized they were there to help. How did you know they were military? She says, I asked them. What kind of response? She says they were nice. How did they word it? I didn't go into details. All I wanted to do was see my father. I didn't question them. But you're sure? We're definitely members of the Canadian Armed Forces. Yes. Your father passed away May 5th, 2020. Of what cause? Well, I went May 4th to see him and realized they changed his room. I realized he had an IV. Apparently, he wasn't taking any more medication. When a COVID-positive patient was tested, they were no longer receiving medication. So I took some pictures, and he looked completely drugged, and I don't know what he had. It's the way things happened. He looked dirty. His hair was dirty. He looked like he had been abandoned. I saw the director of the center. And I asked her, what's going on? How could you treat him like that? His hair is all dirty and greasy. I can't believe it. So the next day, she told me, they kept telling me I can't stay more than 5 minutes. I told them I haven't seen him for 2 months. I'm going to stay as long as I want. And then the nurses and the doctors, the nurse got nervous, and she started screaming when she saw I was taking pictures. And then I asked myself, what's this masquerade? So I took pictures, and then they told me I had to leave. You have to leave now. Then I left, and the next day I came back, and the director brought me in her office and other employees. I didn't know them. And, she told me you weren't allowed to go in there. But why did you change room? Why did you all this? Why does he have an IV in his arm? What did you do to him? No response. He's not at the end of life. He shouldn't. Don't be afraid. And that day at 4 o'clock, he passed away.
Pendant toute cette période que vous nous avez décrite, vous avez parlé à combien de médecins environ au total? Cas votre père?
How many doctors did you speak to about your father's case?
Le roulement des médecins
Over.
avant cette situation COVID, à quoi ça ressemblait?
She says, I spoke to one every day. And before this COVID crisis, what was the difference? There was a doctor, the same doctor for a week, and he knew the patients and took care of them. So before the COVID, you used to call the doctor at the center. How often? I didn't call. I used to go and see him. I'd walk over and see him in person.
À ce point-ci, le seul commissaire complété.
Thank you for your statements. Question regarding your father's health. How long had your father been in the care home? 2 or 3 years? You mentioned he had bed sores. Maybe he had bed sores because he would lie down too long. When he went to the hospital, they said you were going to die from the bed sores. And the hospital told me, yes, they could die. She says, that's just due to negligence from the center. It needed special dressings. They recommended specific care for bed sores, and it was healing. And your father was not mobile? At the beginning, when he first got there, he could move around, had no mobility issues. I don't want to say that they gave him a tranquilizer, and I asked, they stopped giving him this tranquilizer because he didn't need it. So he had been more immobile, and his legs were too weak. Even he had been brought into the hospital, and the doctors thought he might die from this. When you go see him after 2 months in the care home, and you see he's not in the room he's supposed to be, did you get satisfactory explanations? I got no satisfactory explanations. It seems to me my father was chosen. I'll let you come to your own conclusions. They put him there thinking they thought they were going to call me only when he would be passing. I should not have been able to see him. I think they didn't want me to see him in that room. I'm impressed that the director of the center called you and told you your father was okay, was doing well. What was her evaluation based on the evaluations from the doctors to make that comment? When I went there, the daily doctor told me you should come and see your father, but I don't think the directors were notified or management. The next day, it's management that brought me into their office and they told me, you shouldn't have seen your father. And then when I saw him pass, I see that they had hurried up and washed his hair, and they declared him a COVID death. I'm sure he did not have a COVID. We were not allowed to have an autopsy done. It is unfortunate. He passed away in an atrocious manner. Thank you. Thank you. You're free to go. Ouais, ça va. Hello again, everyone. It's my turn to have another witness. We, the lawyers, have had preparations, difficult preparations to prepare the witnesses properly, and we find it difficult. And we also get emotions, and we manage to remain strong. But I want to thank all the witnesses that are coming and sharing. We will continue with another challenging witness. Her name is Marilyn Belair. Now, do you swear and promise to say the truth? Yes, I promise to say the truth. Please say your full name and spell it. Marilyn Belair. For the viewers, Madame Belair is here in person. Please take your time for your witness statement. We will start with a date for whenever the chaos began, March 2020. Can we start with that date? I want to speak of the impact of the government policies on my life. In March 2020, the measures started. March 13th, school closures began. My husband was also in school, and his studies got stopped. He had a choice to take unemployment or to go and work. So my husband said, "There's a crisis in Quebec. I can't stay home and do nothing and get paid for it." So there was a need for public security guards. So my husband began a security guard in a Walmart on March 29th. And one of the policies was to let only one family member enter at a time. So he had to make sure that this policy was respected. So because of lockdown situations and the mandates, so your husband had to find a work like that. The next important date for your story, April 4th, 2020. My husband was working at Walmart, and he was the security guard on working. And one client came in. There was an argument that broke out between the security guards in the parking lot, and my husband came out, and this customer came back with his car, and my husband being there, he was protecting the female security guard so she would no longer be harassed. So there was an altercation with the client, and so they finished the altercation further in the parking lot, and in his car he tried to run him over with his car, and my husband jumped on the car, and the car continued speeding, and he fell off and fell on his head, and the ambulance came to get him, and he was sent to the hospital by ambulance, and I went there, and the hospital did not want to let me in, and she asked someone. I didn't understand what had happened, but the nurse did come and ask me what exactly had happened, and the nurse also told me he was being operated immediately. She also told me I couldn't stay in the hospital. She says, "What can I do?" And she said, "You can go and wait in the parking lot." I stayed in the parking lot, in the car, in the parking lot of the hospital with my in-laws. And I finally got a phone call from the physician. My husband was a critical state, and I couldn't go see him unless he was going to pass. Before speaking of the hospital, the situation that happened at the Walmart. What's the environment at the Walmart to create such strong emotions against your husband being a security guard? It was the dissatisfaction and anger regarding the policies that were installed. The rules didn't make any sense. People were upset, and it was not obvious to keep the people calm and have them respect those measures. So because of the measures, the dissatisfied customer became very angry and penalized your husband. Coming back to the hospital, were you allowed to go and see him when he was in care? The next morning I cared to have some news, and someone else called me and told me I could come and see. But only with the father of my husband, not his mother. My husband was in a coma for 4.5 months. Sometimes I was allowed to go, sometimes I was not allowed to go, depending on the day. My own children, the brothers and sisters of my husband, got to see him once at the hospital, was very restrained. Even my parents, I couldn't see them. I didn't see them for 2 months because they couldn't cross the region without getting a fine. They were fearful. And even in the hospital, chaos was always around the corner. Patients were wondering why I would be entitled to more people than they would be. Just want you to tell us about your family. How many children do you have? I have 5 children. at the moment of the accident, they were all in primary school. And these 5 children were not allowed to see their father in the hospital. He says they got to see their dad once. After the operation and the care, palliative care, after 4.5 months of coma, he was transferred to palliative care. Also there in the hospital, there were 2 visitors allowed per day. For someone at end of life, made no sense when we have big family, 5 children. They were comprehensive a little bit, but again, chaos was easily afoot since we weren't allowed to have more than 2 people. Did the media have a positive or negative effect on this situation in your private life? There was, because of the media coverage, the hospital knew his story, so they gave us a little bit more room. That was a positive. I got help. I got some crowdfunding happening. It's not obvious that you want your life story, your trauma being shared on TV, but there was a positive side. So despite the pressure being put on that environment, there was also a pressure to act. Do you think if the no pressure from the media would have made a difference? I think it would have been worse. What happened after the palliative care? Once he passed away, it was the funerals. I would have never thought to have to choose who's allowed to attend the funeral. You have to make a list of who can attend the funeral home. There, we were not allowed to hug. We were not allowed to shake hands. And even during the ceremony, we had to remain 2 meters apart, even members of the same family. So I was sitting alone, and I was very far from the other people around me. And at some point, my best friend came and got me to sit closer to her, but it was very cold. It had made no sense whatsoever. Did your family actually get to say a final goodbye to their dad? I arranged something in the hospital because of the measures. I will bring my 5 children at the same time. And they allowed it. So they did get to say goodbye to their dad. You can take a Kleenex, we're here for you. Following the death, the unfortunate death, I imagine this must have been financially challenging with being a single parent with 5 children. I salute your courage and the rest of the family who I imagine may have helped you during this difficult time. What was suggested? What was suggested from the doctors or the governments for a situation of following such a drama? There was no one there to accompany me. I had to do the research myself. You don't easily know what to do, how to deal with being a widow at 35. So I went on the government website, and they said, I went on a government site, and they were recommending as a new widow to avoid being isolated. Avoid isolation was the recommendation. Meet with other people who've had similar situation. Do new sports activities, and everything I was reading, I was not allowed to do right now because of the measures. So I had to find tools by myself, resources for me to help me. So everything you needed to do that was on the website was contradictory to what you were actually allowed to do. I know it's difficult for you to have to repeat this. I'd like to end this with you. According to you as a human being, what could have been done better? What are your recommendations to humanize what happened? For me, Prime Minister's role, he should be there, serve the people, not make the people serve him. I didn't mind that they made a vaccine available, but you can't obligate everyone. And if you make it available, you should mention that the injections are experimental, and so people can make the best choice. They can balance the risks and benefits. That's my first recommendation. Concerning the second measure, isolating people, enforcing people to be isolated, didn't make any kind of sense. People should have had a choice to choose to be isolated or not. Like grandparents wanted to see their family more than, and we're not more afraid of losing that than dying. And my last recommendation, I'm mother of 5 children. I'm a business owner. I'm used to crisis management. And usually you're allowed to weigh the pros and cons before you make a decision. And there always are some negative risks. And when you know what they are, you support those people. We were completely ignored by the government. And what the National Citizens Inquirer is doing right now is what the government should have been doing. Even our Prime Minister, François Legault, he only said, this is sad that it happened, but it shouldn't have happened. So when speaking about the vaccine passport, you believe in free choice? And she says, yes. So I will let the commissioners ask you a question now. Thank you, Ms. Belair, for your touching testimony. We appreciate that you're sharing this so people can understand. Knowing what you know now, despite the obstacles, you have managed to find a way to grieve. Was it more difficult to go through that because of the situation, the overall situation? It was very difficult. I realized how important mental health is, and I had to find my own tools to come out of it. And for that of my children, I'm able to see some positive things now that I didn't see before, like how strong one can be for myself and for my 5 children. Are there any other questions? Madame Belair, thank you so much. You're very courageous. You're a great model for your children, and thank you for sharing. Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for your patience. Now we're going to have a 45-minute break for lunch. Thank you, everyone. And we'll see each other again in about 45 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. I'm the author of 3 books, Maps of Meaning, 12 Rules for Life, and Beyond Order, 12 More Rules for Life. I've been asked by the Honorable Preston Manning to say a few words about our nation's response to COVID. So let's lay out what happened. We faced an unknown threat of indeterminate magnitude. So a new disease made itself manifest on the horizon, and we had no way of calibrating the severity of the illness. We panicked. We then used the panic to justify the imposition of a tyranny that was modeled for us by an authoritarian state led by the Chinese Communist Party. So in our foolish panic, we abdicated our political responsibility and we copied the first mover, which was essentially Communist China. How did we abdicate our political responsibility? Well, we turned over the necessity to consider a multiplicity of options to hypothetical experts on the public health front. And I would say that was an abdication of responsibility because, first of all, we turned those public health experts into political figures having to adjudicate between a number of competing ethical claims. And we also, our political leaders and ourselves as citizens, allowed our responsibility to be usurped by these experts in a time of hypothetical crisis. We then manipulated public opinion in the most egregious possible manner, using a collusion between corporation, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, government and media, who all colluded together to use fear to impose tyranny. And we did that not only by manipulating public opinion through the media, but by using opinion polls to sample that frightened public opinion, to justify the imposition of restrictions on our basic rights as a consequence of response to that public opinion, and then to lie in the aftermath of that and claim that that was all based on science. All of that was a lie, as I know full well from talking to people who were advising political figures, including conservative political figures, during the epidemic itself. We suspended our basic rights, including the rights to travel, the freedom of association, the right to bodily integrity, and there's barely a more fundamental right than that, and the right to freedom of speech. We did the latter particularly by persecuting people who dared to say anything against the panicked response to the hypothetical COVID epidemic. Here's a rule of thumb for everyone to consider in the future. Imagine there's a crisis. I suppose now we believe the next one is going to be on the climate front. Imagine that your response to that crisis is a kind of paralytic fear. Then imagine that you use that fear to justify the imposition of any tyranny you feel merited, and you do so while accruing power to yourself. Well, you've just demonstrated that you are not the right leader for that crisis. That's for sure. So what else did we do? We did untold economic damage, which has not yet unfolded, to the supply chain around the world. We're going to starve tens of millions of people as a consequence of that, and put a lot more people into absolute poverty as a consequence of increased energy and food prices. We have no idea what we did on the inflationary front yet. We've seen banks begin to fail in the United States, and we have no idea where that's going to end. So that was all a part and parcel of the panicked response. We've damaged the population's faith in both public health and science for at least a generation, maybe more, because if I was a young person looking back at what happened over the last 3 years, I would certainly be disinclined to trust either experts or politicians again in my life. And the damage to public health, I suspect the consequences of that as it unfolds will be that more people will die because they're now afraid of such things as vaccines that would have died if we would have just followed Sweden's example, for instance, and left people the hell alone. I don't know how many of you who are listening know this, but Sweden now has the least excess deaths in Europe. And so the Swedish model, which did involve vaccines, by the way, but no lockdowns and certainly no mask mandates. We lied through our teeth about masks. There's no evidence whatsoever from randomized controlled trials, which are the only form of trial that matter. We lied through our teeth about the utility of masks so that we could look like we were doing something, and that's on you, politicians, who pushed that. We also circumvented the scientific process while approving the vaccines, and we're going to pay a big price for that, and we're certainly not done paying that. And then I would say to the conservatives who are listening, we failed as conservatives because we did not abide by or attend to the law of unintended consequences, right? We had a crisis of unmeasured magnitude. That was the new illness. We put in incredibly restrictive policies to hypothetically cope with it. We lied about the fact that those policies were justified by science. We wreaked untold economic havoc on our society. We hurt the educational opportunities of children, and we failed to attend to the fact that the reaction to a crisis can produce a worse crisis than the crisis itself. So, all things considered, it's hard for me to see how we could have possibly, had we done nothing at all in the face of this so-called pandemic, things would have turned out better than they did. So I think there's ample room for all of us as citizens, and especially those of us who were leaders during this time, to be as ashamed of ourselves as we possibly could. And perhaps what you could remember from this particular talk is that in our panicked idiocy, we copied one of the most authoritarian societies that's ever existed on the planet, and that would be the Chinese Communist Party. So pretty damn pathetic, all things considered. We should seriously be ashamed of ourselves. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share those thoughts with you.
Ms. Jeffrey, can we begin with you stating your full name for the record and then spelling your first and last name for the record?
My name is Laura Jeffrey. It's spelled Laura Jefffery.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, Ms. Jeffrey, my understanding is that you were quite a senior embalmer as far as embalmers in Canada go.
I'm the best kept secret in embalming.
You have been working as a funeral director, and that includes embalming, for 27 years now.
Yes.
Which I did the math. That would mean you started roughly in 1996.
I'm an old lady.
I started practicing law in 1995.
Well, then you're an older fellow too.
we share a long career. And for the past 5 years, my understanding is you would average roughly about 170,
yes.
I guess, I don't know what you call it.
I would embalm and care for 170 people that required embalming. I would care for many more that maybe weren't embalming, but I would care for them as well.
Right. Now, right, because if somebody's being cremated, then they don't go through an embalming process.
No, that's not necessarily true.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you're buried or cremated. It depends on what you're doing beforehand.
Okay. Now, when COVID came along,
yes,
my understanding is you were working at a place which cared for approximately 600 deceased
yes.
persons a year?
Yes.
And in a year and a half, so COVID hits, so we're in, I guess, March of 2020, and a year and a half goes by.
Yes.
And you're still with this organization that cares with roughly 600 deceased persons a year.
Yes.
How many deaths did you see attributed,
7.
not caused, but attributed to COVID?
7.
And were there other comorbidities involved?
Of course, yes. Routinely, the COVID cases that I would see would be people that had been suffering dementia for probably quite some time and living in a nursing home facility. And that's fairly typical in the winter. We would see that with any virus or any cold maybe that was going around, because those people are very vulnerable.
Now, what did you observe about the death rate when COVID swept through this land?
Nothing. There's nothing to observe. Nothing changed.
So nothing changed?
Oh, well, that's not true, actually. So lockdowns create a situation where suicides and drug overdoses escalated dramatically.
Now, what about the first lockdown?
The first lockdown wasn't as obvious. There may have been the odd, unusual death, but I mean, that also could have just been normal timing, because the first lockdown was the pajama party, right? The second lockdown was the problem. So the second lockdown, the escalation of suicide deaths and drug overdoses was obvious.
Okay,
Young people, middle-aged people.
And as an embalmer, I mean, you're aware of cause of death when you're treating somebody.
I mean, I don't always look, but I mean, sometimes you're very aware. You can't miss it.
Okay, so so the suicides and drug overdoses, they're obviously increasing in number in the second lockdown.
Second lockdown, yeah.
Now, my understanding is that you had a very unique experience with a 9-week period with a specific type of death. Can you share with us slowly what you witnessed and just how unusual that was?
Okay, so in 9 weeks, so 1 a week for 9 weeks, there was middle-aged women that were, well settled in their lives mostly, who didn't want to stay on Earth anymore. So they left by their choice and their hand. So they had children, they had spouses, they had homes, but the second lockdown was too much for them, so they left, and we cared for them. And it was awful, to be honest. Like each week one person would do that for no reason. They had children, so that was hard.
So these are mothers with children.
Yeah.
And
average people. Yeah. I mean, it could have been me, right? Except I don't have kids. But in a general sense, yes, it was a middle-aged woman that had children ranging, I found, aged like maybe 10 to 20, and then you're looking at that middle-aged woman, right? And she has a home and a husband and children. So that happened.
Had you ever in your career seen a suicide death
No.
from that type of person before?
No. Women don't do that.
So this just stuck out like a sore thumb.
Mm-hmm. Everybody noticed.
Now, my understanding is that you started seeing changes after the COVID-19 vaccines were introduced.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
It started in January of 2021, and at first I was seeing an anomaly in what we would call return. So you have to understand a little bit about embalming. Embalming, we have a vat, and then there's a hose, and the vat has a pump in it. And what we do is we use the human circulatory system that God gave us. So we go into that circulatory system. Generally, we start at the carotid, right? That's a major artery that goes not to your brain, but also to the top of your heart. And it pumps the fluid through. And then the return would be people's blood that's pumped back out through the venous system. And we open that and let it release. And the concept is to put preservation in and take out what would not preserve a body long term, so that we can present a person that is reasonable to them, their appearance that they should be, right? So when I was seeing the return, I started to notice anomalies in what the return was. So that went on for about 3-4 months. And the return was more viscous, And it's not like I hadn't seen that before, but you didn't see it consistently every single person, right? Now I'm seeing it every single person.
Now, you have to explain to us what morbiscus is.
Viscous, thicker, darker, sticky. And that return, I call return, it's return blood, right? So that return blood was stickier, thicker, darker, and then I started seeing that return blood would have little tiny pieces of clot in it, and the clot would be like a currant jelly clot, but it's tiny pieces, like pinhead sized. But it was almost like polka dot coming out, right? So polka dot pattern, sticky viscous, more thicker blood, darker, and then these little pieces of clot that kind of looked like a polka dot pattern sticking to the embalming table, and of course that goes down the drain, right? But it was just different. There was something different. I would call it maybe dirty blood, if you want to make a sort of a basic example, right? So the blood was dirtier. And at first, I'm really conscientious, right? So I notice things, and I'm known for that. So at first, I was sort of like, this is weird, right? But you can't, like, I'm an embalmer. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor, right? I'm an embalmer. But I notice things. And a lot of people do, and a lot of people don't. But in retrospect, there's an awful lot of people in my profession that are also saying the same thing. So they won't tell you that in person. They certainly wouldn't go public like this, but that's what they're telling me.
Did you see changes in persons that were dying after the vaccines were introduced?
Yes. So it was kind of horrifying. Well, it is horrifying. So there was an escalation of middle-aged people's deaths, like just average Canadian, came home from work, had dinner with the family, and died suddenly at home. So that was that went on for maybe a good month and a half, and usually an evening call, so what we call a night call, okay? You would send a removal team out, 2 people, because they're going into someone's home, right? So usually a night call or a night removal would be in the middle of the night. Like it might start at 1 o'clock in the morning, you might get one, you might not, right? And then there was a lengthy period of time, like many weeks, where these middle-aged people were dying kind of like right after dinner at their house with their families present, and they weren't being investigated. They were coming to the funeral home, and I was looking at this and I'm like, this should be investigated because it's an unusual death. It's an unexpected death. But no, it wasn't investigated. It was almost like they dialed it in and brought the person into our care at the funeral home, right? And then didn't worry about them. So
there's a couple of things there. So you were telling us that, excuse me, typically a call is around 1 a.m. or after 1 a.m. in the morning?
Yeah, like middle of the night is when if you're going to have a night call happen, for some reason it always seems to be that 1 o'clock in the morning kind of time frame.
And prior to the vaccines, roughly how many calls would you guys have on a night?
You could get 1 in an evening, you could get 2, you could get none. And then for a while there it was every night, 1, 2, even maybe 3. Always completed before 11 o'clock at night. So my removal staff were loving that because they weren't getting called out of bed, right? Yeah, they thought that was marvelous. And I was saying, why can't you see the pattern? Like, so everything's a pattern, right? Like, we're not really all that different. None of us are. We think we are, but we're not. So when we die or when we breathe or when we're born, there's patterns. And as soon as you see an anomaly and a pattern, you should be going, why is there an anomaly? But nobody was asking, why is there an anomaly? And then I'm a funeral director, and it's not my job to ask, why is there an anomaly? But I was asking, right, like, why is there an anomaly in my mind? And so I started asking my coworkers, like, what did you see? Where were you? What was it like, right? Family there, after dinner, average people, average home. It was an anomaly, a big one, obvious one, but it was like everybody had blinders on, right? So I don't know why nobody noticed, but I noticed. I was rather concerned.
Now, my understanding is early on you had an experience with a 47-year-old man that it seemed unusual. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Yeah, so, okay, so you have someone that's so healthy, like you can't miss it, like healthy. Like if that gentleman walked in the room right now, we would all turn our heads and say, my goodness, what a good looking man, right? Healthy, strong, fit, tall, like huge, healthy person. Gone right away, just, and his family told us that now he was his death was investigated, and his family told us point blank he died from clots. That's what they were told.
And had you ever seen a person that age and that fitness that had died of blood clots?
Had I ever seen that before?
Yes.
Heavens, no. No, too healthy. No, not healthy people.
Okay, so that's why that sticks out in your mind, is it was so unusual.
It sticks out in a lot of people's minds, I'm sure.
Now, did you start seeing any basically scarring or anything like that on shoulders?
Yeah, so for a long time, people were coming in with that like a little Band-Aid, right? And I'd kind of go, okay, Laura, it's just a Band-Aid, like ignore it, even though like it was just unusual deaths with a Band-Aid, right? That's how I'm supposed to look at it, because I'm not a doctor, I'm an embalmer. But the reality is I'm looking at this and I'm going, yeah, there's a little tiny Band-Aid on everybody's shoulder. So that tells me, I mean, Band-Aids, they last, 2-3 days if you're lucky, right? So that tells me there is a problem.
And what were the ages of these people coming in?
Oh, full range. Full range. Yeah. Actually, at that point, to be kind of clear, more clear, at that point, people were, I would say it was that retirement age at that point, because I was seeing people that were like maybe 60-something older with the Band-Aid.
Now, earlier you were telling us changes that you saw in the blood.
Yes.
So you were seeing little clots.
Mm-hmm.
You were seeing color changes.
Yes.
Was there also something else happening that you were starting to observe?
Yeah, and that's what everybody wants to hear about, right? So first, like you said, the viscosity changed, which means the color is going to be deeper, right? There's a stickiness. It's been termed dirty blood. There's small microclots in the return. And the odd time, there was like a rainbow slick, right? Remember the 80s? They had those rainbow slick dresses, or oil slick dresses, I think they called them. You would see that on the odd occasion, which is really weird. And then, and nobody can put their finger on it. That's the weird thing. So in the spring of 2021, so we're talking April, May, so 4 or 5 months after the rollouts of the gene therapy, right? So you would, the first time I saw it, I thought it was a parasite. So we have something called drainage forceps. I use a pair, generally speaking, that are about this long and then have a handled port, and you can squeeze them, like tweezers, right? So curved tweezers, think of them that way. So I use that to pull anything out of the way on the venous side of the body, so where you're draining the return blood, okay? And all of a sudden, I was having trouble. I couldn't understand, right? And then I pulled it out, and I went, and I kind of, you can turn the drainage forceps, and you can see what's in it, right? And I'm sort of like this, and I see something that I thought was a tapeworm, which was weird, because tapeworms shouldn't be in a circulatory system, right? And then I'm seeing, I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking, is this a parasite? Because a tapeworm's a parasite. That looked like a parasite. And it was at that point maybe, 3-4 inches long, right? That's a small one. But at that point, that was a huge one for me, because I'd never seen this before. This was a whole new anomaly.
So I just want to make sure. So, at that point, you had been embalming for a quarter of a century, 25 years.
Yeah, with a heavy focus on it, yeah.
You had never seen anything like that in your career?
Absolutely not. So blood clots are sort of in a few categories. There's current jelly blood clots, there's chicken fat blood clots, there's just sludging, which is thicker blood in general, and then there was this anomaly, which I thought was a parasite, but it's not.
In what percentage? So this starts in April, May of 2021.
Yes.
So once you saw your first one, how common was it?
It just happened. It just kept happening. It was everybody. So there was that.
And how much of this would you find?
Over time, it got bigger. So when I first started seeing it, it would be small, right? And then when I started seeing it near the end of my time frame there, if you were to take a small side plate, like a bread plate, and put spaghetti on it and kind of heap it, that could happen, yeah. Yeah, and they're longer and longer. And then the integrated jelly clots at the end, of course, adds to the confusion. Like if you were thinking it was a parasite, right? The integrated jelly clots were always at the end.
So can you explain what you're talking about when
Yes.
you say integrated jelly?
Okay, so
Just
if
so
you
that the
think of
commissioners
a white,
understand.
you think of have you ever seen those erasers that you push out and they're like a pen, but they're a circle, right? Like they're round, cylindrical. So you think of one of those, right? But then it maybe has a couple little tentacles of eraser coming out the end. And then there's a blood clot that is integrated into the end of those tentacles. It felt like it was a parasite that was feeding off a blood clot that it created in the body. So when you think of a parasite, you think because it feeds off of something, right? So then you see the jelly clots at the end of this parasite, right? You see those and you think, are they feeding off of us as humans, right? Out of our circulatory system. Because they always had the current jelly integrated at the ends. It's something to see, let's put it to you that way. It's horrific.
I'm going to show some photos
Yep.
now, just so that nobody believes that you took these photos. These are photos you basically had an embalmer from elsewhere share
Yes.
with you, so that for the purposes of this presentation, you would be able to show us what you're talking about. So, David, could you pull up this computer screen, please?
Yeah, that's it.
So am I correct that this is basically what you would be pulling out of bodies? I appreciate this isn't an embalming that you did, but this
Nope.
is typical of what you would see.
Yeah, so that would be, if you were thinking that I started seeing this anomaly in the spring of 2021, then I would have been seeing that closer to the end of the year, because that's a fairly large amount. And you can see, like, it's unfortunate it's not stretched out, but you can see where the current jelly clots are the darker pieces that are integrated into the white fiber mass. That's what I call them. I call them white fiber masses, because they are fibrous. They are stretchy, kind of, and they're you can't break them easily. You need to cut them. The white fiber branches, so it's like an exact duplicate or a cast of the inside of an arterial system.
So just so I'm clear,
Yes.
and it's clear for everyone else, where are these coming out of?
Everywhere.
No, but what part of the body?
Everywhere. Everywhere.
But
I had to change how I embalm because of these. I have a routine now. Well, I did. I don't have it anymore. I don't have to do it anymore. But I had a routine, right? So I would go into the carotid artery, where we always start embalming on an average case, right? I would go into the carotid artery, and I wouldn't even try to put the cannula in, which is what comes from the pump, right? The vat. There's a hose and there's a cannula. It's a little crooked piece. It goes into the carotid artery. I wouldn't even try to put it in. Why would I bother? It's plugged anyway. So I would open the carotid artery like normal. I would take a small pair of forceps and go in and pull. And I would find what I call the fish. I named everything because that's, I guess, how I function. But yeah, I would pull what I call the fish. And the fish would be an exact cast of the inside of that person's artery. So it usually was approximately this long, and it sits here. So if we go in here, right, it would be half the fish would be towards the head, and half the fish would be towards the heart. So then once you pulled the fish out, you could put the cannula in, you would start the embalming. And what I quit doing, quite often we like to back pressure the human circulatory system to allow more fluid to go into the body and go everywhere, like right to the toes, right to the fingers, right? So I would instead not back pressure. I would open the venous system fairly quickly after starting injection and start pulling return, because I would see what that picture was, right? That's what I would start to see fairly quickly into the embalming. And I would be looking for it because I knew it was coming, right? So when you know something's coming, you have to change how you care for somebody, and you have to change your approach and your perspective, right? So embalmings that normally would take a couple hours were now taking like 3 or 4 hours, because there was a lot more work involved.
And I just wanted to clarify, like when I say where are these coming from, it's from the circulatory system.
Yes. Yes.
So, okay. So we're looking at this one. I'm just going to pull up another one.
Yeah. That's small compared to some of them. But you can see there that those have been washed off. So you're seeing what I call the white fiber mass, because I didn't really have a name for it. And if you were to cut those, there's no hole in the middle. They're solid. So they're not, like a lot of people were thinking that they were the lining of the circulatory system. Somehow it was lining. No. It's plugging. I mean, a technical term would be the clot, right? But I hesitate to use that because people assume it's a blood clot. This is not a blood clot. This is something else. This is something new.
And I'm just going to go to the next photo.
Yep. Right. Okay, so those are some skinnier ones because you can see that they were branchy and they were down into smaller parts of the circulatory system, so they were closer to the capillary beds. And you can see that the fellow that took these pictures and was doing the work, right? He has been keeping samples. I didn't do that, but he has. So you can see that the color has changed a little bit in those ones, because if you look, the fluid that they're in may be a bit of it's type of embalming fluid, but it's to maintain, like you can keep them long term, like samples, right?
Right.
So I think that's maybe what he was doing there. But if you look, like if you look closely, you'll see that the ends of those fiber masses are quite small, very tiny. And that's because they're branches going into very tiny vessels in the human body. So they're really small. They're everywhere.
Now, before COVID, I expect that there would be a certain number of autopsies done.
Yes.
And after COVID, that I'm asking if there was a change in the number of autopsies, and can you please tell us about that?
So the concept was autopsies are too dangerous because there's a virus that's going to kill everybody, right? So we have to not worry about these things. We'll do them if we absolutely have to, but they just didn't do them. So I guess it would set the concept in people's minds not to do them, right? So, oh, well, it's pretty obvious why this person passed away. We'll just write that on the paper.
So just so that I understand, because you're describing types of deaths that you hadn't seen before, such as, middle-aged people just dying after supper in front of their family, so at a different hour.
Right.
And so these are unusual deaths. And is it your evidence that there were not autopsies being done to explain this change in pattern?
Yes. I felt that they were kind of dialed in, right? We'll just sign this piece of paper and dial it in. But again, it goes back to, it has nothing to do with each individual, right? It does, but I mean, each individual is very important, but there's a broader spectrum, right? It's like, if you see an anomaly in a pattern, whose job is it to call that out? Because it's not my job. It's someone that's got a much higher pay grade and much more power than I would. I'm just an embalmer. Why am I here? There should be other people here.
But you do know if a body's been autopsied or not. So
very clearly, yes.
Yep. Right. So you're able to tell us about. So actually, were there fewer autopsies done?
Way less, yes. Well, but you have to put that in perspective too, right? So if I'm talking about a change in the pattern, and that change means that I'm seeing deaths that should have been investigated, and they're not being investigated, then really there would have been an escalation in autopsies, not a decrease. So I'm seeing a decrease from the norm, but then we're not in the normal zone because there's more deaths that should have been investigated. So now there should have been more autopsies than previous to COVID. That's the difference.
Right. So basically, we were doing the exact opposite of what we should have been doing.
Yes.
Now, I'm wondering if you can also tell us, you saw a change concerning deaths of babies.
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, I was used to caring for maybe 3 to 5 babies in various stages of gestation. So like the whole pregnancy. I was used to seeing 3 to 5, maybe a month, maybe 2, but quite often 3 to 5. And then that just stopped. There weren't any babies anymore.
When did that stop?
I would say February of 2021. It was winter time.
Now, you did get one that caught your attention coming
Yes.
in after the vaccination started. Can you
Yes.
tell us about that?
I don't think I can tell you about that. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
So,
that's,
no,
that's
and that's
over
fair
the
enough.
line. Yeah.
Okay. But would it be fair to say that it was something, you had not seen anything like that before?
No, I had not.
Okay, so you're telling us basically you're having the normal course of events pre-vaccine, 3 to 5 babies a month.
Yes.
And
then none.
And then none. For how long were there nuns?
Up until recently.
Okay,
so like 2 years, almost.
So for 2 years, all of a sudden you're not receiving a single baby.
Keeping in mind, I worked in a very large community, right? And then I have a friend who works in a very large community, and he hasn't seen any babies until recently. But then you have to remember, I have a friend who works in a very small community, and he saw an escalation, a dramatic escalation. So it's like the small communities got a different memo than the big ones, how to care for babies during COVID.
Right. Can you expand on that? I don't understand. Like, so there's been a change. Where do you think?
So
the
a
change
social
is?
worker at the hospital would help a family that lost a baby. It wouldn't matter how old the baby, like how far in gestation the baby was. If someone went to the hospital and a woman was having a baby and the baby didn't live, right? Then a social worker in larger hospitals, they have a social worker to assist that family. And the social worker would spend time with the family, time with the baby, give them pictures, give them footprints, and then ask them, would you like us as the hospital to care for the baby? Or do you have a funeral home that you would like to care for the baby? And then the social worker would liaison between the family and the funeral home so that we would care for the baby. And then that didn't happen anymore for almost 2 years. But then in a smaller town where they don't have a social worker that liaisons between the family and the funeral home, right? There was an escalation of small babies going through that funeral home for a period of time.
I have a friend that works in healthcare.
Yes.
Who has reported to me in Alberta that when an expecting mother's child has died in utero, that rather than the hospital taking the child out, that they're being now sent to abortion clinics. Have you heard of anything similar happening in Ontario?
I'm an embalmer, not an abortionist.
Okay. Now, my understanding is you also saw a change in your clientele that would speak perhaps to fatigue, and I'm wondering if you can share that.
Okay, so I think I've told you that I'm well known for being very conscientious and very visual, right? Like I do a visual interpretation, and you can learn a lot from looking at a person's body. They can't talk anymore, but their body does. So fingernails, hands, scars, haircut, sometimes clothing would give an indication of who a person was, right? And what I started to notice was over time, people that I was caring for and embalming, because I can only speak to the ones that I embalmed, right? But over time, you would see that fingernails that normally had been manicured were splayed, split, broken, and dirty, right? Toenails, same thing. The pedicure would still be there, Like the nail polish would still be there, but grown out probably about 3 months and not trimmed, right? You could see that the clothing was loose-fitting, unkept, maybe had some food spilled on it, and not kept tidy. Hair was growing out. You could see maybe they had highlights or something, and they had not maintained those. And that was during a time frame that we were open for business, so to speak, in Ontario, right? And this was sort of a consistent thing. You would see that. I think people just got tired. Like when you're not feeling well, you get tired. So I was used to seeing, unkept hair or personal care at a lower standard with people who were maybe suffering with cancer, a long-term illness, because they couldn't do it for themselves, right? And now I was seeing it for people that were at home, not ill, no illness, right? Not an expected death, but you were just seeing that people were just unkept. They just weren't quite maybe what they should have been.
And then the last area I wanted to ask you about
yes.
is, do you have any thoughts on how we could have managed this situation better? But in relation to your area, I think an obvious one would be there should be more autopsies when there's a pattern change. But are there any other thoughts that you might have?
Well, yeah, so on a professional and personal level, because, I pay taxes too, like everybody else, right? We rely on, our system relies on medical care and medical personnel, right? So if those personnel are restricted in what they can look at, what they can say, what they can surmise, what they can investigate, then we're not being cared for. Our community isn't being cared for, our province isn't being cared for, because you're taking the opportunity for people who are forward-thinking to do their job, right? So when you take the opportunity for forward-thinking people to do their job away, and we're just like monochromatic people, I guess, there's no intellectual thought process or investigation. If you take that away, then people die, right? Or did it happen because the people that should have been doing that job were afraid? Did it happen because they felt that they were duped as well? I don't know what was going on with coroners, but I would say that they should have noted the anomaly, right? And maybe they did inside themselves, but I haven't seen any reports where they're saying, oh dear, we have a problem, right? And then, the pathologists, right? Where were they? Well, autopsies were less, but they weren't that much less. And if that's the case, then if the funeral director can see, right, then why weren't they seeing it? Because, I was seeing these fiber masses left, for lack of a better word, left dangling out of arteries that the pathology department had cut. That's their job. But I would have to take that out in order to embalm that person. And, they were long, right? It's horrific. It was absolutely horrific. I'm at the point where I don't think I can do what I did for a year anymore, because it has affected me. So I can do my work, but not at that level ever again. Never. Because I don't need the aggravation that it causes me. It's not nice.
Thank you. Now, those are my questions. We'll open it up if the commissioners have any questions for you.
Yes. Oh.
Thank you for your testimony. Of course, the structure you were seeing there, it's very difficult to know exactly what it is and how it came about. I've seen video on that, and I'm wondering myself what it could be. You're not aware of any people that would have tried to investigate?
Oh, people have investigated it already. Yes, of course.
And what is it that they typically found? Because when you mention parasite, for example, to me, it means that this is not human material. It's foreign.
I'm not a scientist. I can't investigate that, but I can send you in the right direction to look. my profession, there's a few people that have been quite dedicated to finding out, like, what is this, right? And of course, that's the first thing that went through my mind too. What is this? Because this is new. So if you're extremely curious, which you should be, then you maybe want to review what Dr. Ryan Cole, who's a very dedicated pathologist in the US, has to say about that. But it's not for me to tell you what that is, because I don't know. I'm an embalmer, right? So I won't tell you what he thinks it is. Look it up.
My other question is about the timing of having these people in terms of the COVID unfolding and the vaccine rollout and so on. So have you seen a sort of coincidence of having more of these events when the vaccination rollout was more intense, or is it totally unrelated?
They go hand in hand. It goes hand in hand.
And do you see now that the vaccine has been reduced? A lot of people are no longer taking.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen a difference in your daily work?
I can't actually speak to that because I don't embalm regularly anymore. So for the past, I think we're at 9 months now, I haven't been in that environment. So I can't tell you. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming today and sharing your testimony. Bernard asked a few of my questions, but just to make sure I was listening correctly, these white fibrous masses, you had never seen them before 2021?
They don't exist before.
Okay.
2021, spring of 2021.
2021, yeah.
What's really weird is the embalmers that I have talked to, none of us can nail down a date because we didn't log it, right? We just went, that's weird, and then carried on. And then we started to go, that's weird, like all the time. So none of us sort of logged it. I've had many talk to me, and they've said, hey, Laura, like, when did you start seeing that? And I said, the best I can tell you is spring of 2021. And they say, yeah, me too, right? So there's within the profession, specifically embalmers, there's kind of like this curiosity of the timing of events, right? But when it comes to the timing of events, I've now spoken with Canadian directors across the country. I anticipate to be speaking to more, specifically those that embalm, but more and more are saying, and see, they won't say it in public. Like, I'm the only one that'll stand up and say this in public, right? Which is terrifying, to be honest. So they're telling me that they saw exactly what I've discussed today, right? Like, okay, we started seeing middle-aged people that just died suddenly that particular anomaly. We saw babies. We had different stories about the babies depending on the size of the community they lived in, but they saw that as well, right? Yes, we saw these fiber masses show up in the spring of 2021, but not every single embalmer will tell you that, and then there's funeral directors that don't embalm me too, right? They're not in the prep room every day. So that put me in an unusual position, right, within the industry. And then there's also funeral directors that have very small funeral homes, and they do all parts of funeral service for a funeral. So those people would be more likely to express it, but they live in a smaller community. So they are more likely to see an escalation because not only do they live in that community, but they know those people and they love them, right? So they take it more to heart as well. So they're more conscious. So it's kind of an interesting industry that way.
Thank you. And so when you do an embalming, do you prepare a report or anything like that? Yeah, so an embalming report I don't think is mandatory per se, but a lot of funeral directors do an embalming report. It's well suggested. Okay. Bereavement Authority might come at me now. But anyway, yes, I prepared reports, and I don't have access to those anymore, right? So what is the purpose of the report? Is it for...
It's a long-term report, so if there was an issue where someone was disappointed in the effect that we created on their loved one, then the report could be looked at, and there would be like, just an example,
a woman had an unusual arm positioning. Well, that was her arm positioning, not what we did, right? So I marked on the report, and then when there was, hey, you know, we weren't really happy with how Mom's arm was, well, we opened the report. There it is. There was an issue because of something that happened to her prior to our caring for her, right? So that's just an example. It's very rare for me to ever go back and look at a report, like very rare. Never, pretty much. They just get filed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just to change gears a little bit, early in your testimony you talked about an unusual 9-week period in which you saw a lot of middle-aged women who had ended their own lives.
Yes,
and
it was awful.
I wasn't sure what 9-week period that was. Is there?
Second lockdown.
Second lockdown, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe those are the questions of the commissioners. Ms. Jeffrey, the National Citizens Inquiry, thanks you so much for coming and attending and sharing this very important information with us.
Okay. Can I just make a quick statement? Short. It's like short.
Sure.
Okay. So if you're a funeral director and embalmer and you've been concerned about this for the last 2 years or so, if you would like to reach out, I've set up a Gmail account, and you're welcome to reach out there. I don't know who would respond, but it's concernedfds@gmail.com. So it's concernedfds@gmail.com. And, you know, maybe we can talk about this. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. I'm the author of 3 books, Maps of Meaning, 12 Rules for Life, and Beyond Order, 12 More Rules for Life. I've been asked by the Honorable Preston Manning to say a few words about our nation's response to COVID. So let's lay out what happened. We faced an unknown threat of indeterminate magnitude. So a new disease made itself manifest on the horizon, and we had no way of calibrating the severity of the illness. We panicked. We then used the panic to justify the imposition of a tyranny that was modeled for us by an authoritarian state led by the Chinese Communist Party. So in our foolish panic, we abdicated our political responsibility, and we copied the first mover, which was essentially Communist China. How did we abdicate our political responsibility? Well, we turned over the necessity to consider a multiplicity of options to hypothetical experts on the public health front. And I would say that was an abdication of responsibility because, first of all, we turned those public health experts into political figures having to adjudicate between a number of competing ethical claims, and we also, our political leaders and ourselves as citizens, allowed our responsibility to be usurped by these experts in a time of hypothetical crisis. We then manipulated public opinion in the most egregious possible manner, using a collusion between corporation, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, government and media, who all colluded together to use fear to impose tyranny. And we did that not only by manipulating public opinion through the media, but by using opinion polls to sample that frightened public opinion, to justify the imposition of restrictions on our basic rights as a consequence of response to that public opinion, and then to lie in the aftermath of that and claim that that was all based on science. All of that was a lie, as I know full well from talking to people who were advising political figures, including conservative political figures, during the epidemic itself. We suspended our basic rights, including the rights to travel, the freedom of association, the right to bodily integrity, and there's barely a more fundamental right than that, and the right to freedom of speech. We did the latter particularly by persecuting people who dared to say anything against the panicked response to the hypothetical COVID epidemic. Here's a rule of thumb for everyone to consider in the future. imagine there's a crisis. I suppose now we believe the next one is going to be on the climate front. Imagine that your response to that crisis is a kind of paralytic fear. Then imagine that you use that fear to justify the imposition of any tyranny you feel merited, and you do so while accruing power to yourself. Well, you've just demonstrated that you are not the right leader for that crisis. That's for sure. So what else did we do? We did untold economic damage, which has not yet unfolded, to the supply chain around the world. We're going to starve tens of millions of people as a consequence of that, and put a lot more people into absolute poverty as a consequence of increased energy and food prices. We have no idea what we did on the inflationary front yet. We've seen banks begin to fail in the United States, and we have no idea where that's going to end. So that was all a part and parcel of the panicked response. We've damaged the population's faith in both public health and science for at least a generation, maybe more, because if I was a young person looking back at what happened over the last 3 years, I would certainly be disinclined to trust either experts or politicians again in my life. And the damage to public health, I suspect the consequences of that as it unfolds will be that more people will die because they're now afraid of such things as vaccines that would have died if we would have just followed Sweden's example, for instance, and left people the hell alone. I don't know how many of you who are listening know this, but Sweden now has the least excess deaths in Europe. And so the Swedish model, which did involve vaccines, by the way, but no lockdowns and certainly no mask mandates. We lied through our teeth about masks. There's no evidence whatsoever from randomized controlled trials, which are the only form of trial that matter. We lied through our teeth about the utility of masks so that we could look like we were doing something, and that's on you, politicians, who pushed that. We also circumvented the scientific process while approving the vaccines, and we're going to pay a big price for that, and we're certainly not done paying that. And then I would say to the conservatives who are listening, we failed as conservatives because we did not abide by or attend to the law of unintended consequences, right? We had a crisis of unmeasured magnitude. That was the new illness. We put in incredibly restrictive policies to hypothetically cope with it. We lied about the fact that those policies were justified by science. We wreaked untold economic havoc on our society. We hurt the educational opportunities of children, and we failed to attend to the fact that the reaction to a crisis can produce a worse crisis than the crisis itself. So, all things considered, it's hard for me to see how we could have possibly, had we done nothing at all in the face of this so-called pandemic, things would have turned out better than they did. So I think there's ample room for all of us as citizens, and especially those of us who were leaders during this time, to be as ashamed of ourselves as we possibly could. And perhaps what you could remember from this particular talk is that in our panicked idiocy, we copied one of the most authoritarian societies that's ever existed on the planet, and that would be the Chinese Communist Party. So pretty damn pathetic, all things considered. We should seriously be ashamed of ourselves. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share those thoughts with you.
Ms. Jeffrey, can we begin with you stating your full name for the record and then spelling your first and last name for the record?
My name is Laura Jeffrey. It's spelled Laura Jeffeffery.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, Ms. Jeffrey, my understanding is that you were quite a senior embalmer as far as embalmers in Canada go.
I'm the best kept secret in embalming.
You have been working as a funeral director, and that includes embalming, for 27 years now.
Yes.
Which I did the math. That would mean you started roughly in 1996.
I'm an old lady.
I started practicing law in 1995. So
you're an older fellow too.
we share a long career. And for the past 5 years, my understanding is you would average roughly about 170,
Yes.
I guess, I don't know what you call it.
I would embalm and care for 170 people that required embalming. I would care for many more that maybe weren't embalming, but I would care for them as well.
Right. Now, right, because if somebody's being cremated, then they don't go through an embalming
that's not
process.
necessarily true.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you're buried or cremated. It depends on what you're doing beforehand.
Okay. Now, when COVID came along,
Yes.
my understanding is you were working at a place which cared for approximately 600 deceased
Yes.
persons a year.
Yes.
And in a year and a half, so COVID hits, so we're in, I guess, March of 2020, and a year and a half goes by.
Yes.
And you're still with this organization that cares with roughly 600 deceased persons a year.
Yes.
How many deaths did you see attributed,
7.
not caused, but attributed to COVID?
7.
And were there other comorbidities involved?
Of
with
course, yes.
Oh.
Routinely, the COVID cases that I would see would be people that had been suffering dementia for probably quite some time and living in a nursing home facility. And that's fairly typical in the winter. We would see that with any virus or any cold maybe that was going around, because those people are very vulnerable.
Now, what did you observe about the death rate when COVID swept through this land?
Nothing. There's nothing to observe. Nothing
Okay.
changed.
So nothing changed?
Oh, well, that's not true, actually. So lockdowns create a situation where suicides and drug overdoses escalated dramatically.
Now, what about the first lockdown?
The first lockdown wasn't as obvious. There may have been the odd, unusual death, but I mean, that also could have just been normal timing, because the first lockdown was the pajama party, right? The second lockdown was the problem. So the second lockdown, the escalation of suicide deaths and drug overdoses was obvious.
Okay,
Young
so,
people, middle-aged people.
And as an embalmer, I mean, you're aware of cause of death when you're
Yes.
treating somebody.
I mean, I don't always look, but I mean, sometimes you're very aware. You can't miss it.
Okay, so so the suicides and drug overdoses, they're
Yes.
obviously increasing in number in the second lockdown.
Second lockdown, yeah.
Now, my understanding is that you had a very unique experience with a 9-week period with a specific type of death. Can you share with us slowly
Okay.
what you witnessed and just how unusual that was?
Okay, so in 9 weeks, so one a week for 9 weeks, there was middle-aged women that were, well settled in their lives mostly, who didn't want to stay on Earth anymore, so they left.
I'm a lawyer. I'm here from NCI. Lunch is over. And Amélie Paul will be the witness. Please state your name. Amélie Paul. I'm going to introduce you. Please tell me if it's accurate. I'm an actor, singer, producer, and I host a podcast called En toute franchise. Yes, that's correct. Today, you were invited on the subject of the consequences that you had during the COVID. I read your file and some questions about the consequence of censorship that you had. That would be the subject of what we're going to talk about. We will go chronological by date. What were you doing before the pandemic? I had a company to book some music in festivals, and all winter I worked on that to book the two groups, that my own group, and I had a good summer that was coming up just before the 13th of March, before the measures. At this moment, at the moment that the pandemic was declared, what happened to you personally and professionally? In your own words. At the time, I was scared, not about the virus, but about the shows, and everything was canceled, and as an artist, I don't have any contract, and this is very scary. But then it wasn't that long that what I saw that was coming, and it was like a theater play and press conference. In my own opinion, I didn't believe any of it. That's why, very quickly, I wanted to show that it was very absurd, that it came up to me that I wanted to show it to people, and I studied in that domain of communication. What did you do? And I found it very interesting that what they did, they say to prevent, to catch the COVID. And me, I just finished my naturopathy classes, and it was exactly the opposite of the immune system. So that's how I had the idea that how to show people the 11 ways to, in a sarcastic way, the immune system, what they say is exactly the way to bring it down. And I did it for my own pleasure, and it became viral, and it had a lot of success. After that, I decided to continue in the same way, to tell everything that was absurd. And can you tell me a better example about the subject of the capsule that you were doing? Yes, I was talking about mask and how it was good for health to breathe through the mask and to breathe constantly the CO2 in the mask. And I did another one to ask 80 questions, I think, to underline and to help people to think about everything that is going on about the COVID. And there's a lot of things in the society that didn't make sense, and to help them to think with humor, in a humoristic way. And in Quebec, people really like to laugh, and it's a really good way, I think, to reach people. I didn't need to be a humorist as a career to underline that. And did you continue to do that for a long time? Yes, I continued, and I interviewed a biologist, and she said, you're very good. and you should continue. And so I continue to interview some people that I think that are important. I'm not a specialist in anything, and I wanted to bring some people that were interesting to bring their message out, and I continue to do that in a humoristic way and to discover some pearls. And if I hear correctly, until that moment, things were going well for you. And what was the time exactly? It went well, very well, since the start. And I received some attacks from the social media, but like completist and you're a danger to society, but it didn't reach me really. But like other people that were treated like that as a completist for 1 year approximately, and I had some videos that were censored. I found it very funny that I couldn't do any humor, and nothing very bad that happened before. An article from Radio Canada in June. Before going to that other subject, can you give me the details about the attacks online? Can you give me more details about that? And also the censorship of some videos, and give me more details about that. First of all, the attacks, and secondly, the videos that were censored or removed. The videos that I was laughing about the mask, and that was censored. Some interview, one with Guylaine Langto, that one was censored because it was controversial. And things that we're talking about naturopathy and sanitary measures. These are things I couldn't touch on social media, but the regular media, they didn't talk about me, because if it stayed on social media, it didn't bother me. I remember I made a videos to put a mask and make a hole in it and paint your face, and one person told me I was a danger to tell people to do that, and I don't think that people are stupid enough to do that, and I can believe the attacks that I was receiving. But I had one side of me that is naive in all of that, because it's so absurd, and I didn't realize that for some people that it was really serious and they were scared, and I was making fun of their fear, but in a really concrete way. Doctor attacked me. Like, can you be more precise? On Facebook, that's a long time ago, like 3 years. I received a lot of comments on Facebook. We don't see it as much now, but at that time it was really new, and people were scared, and it was not well seen to critique all the government measures. And one woman told me, I'm a doctor and you're very public danger to tell people to make a hole in their mask. Okay. And concretely, the videos are censored, but concretely, who do that? It was YouTube mainly that they close it, and you don't respect the rules of the community. They don't explain that much, but at that time they were saying you critique sanitary measures. more and more the reasons were obscured. They didn't say that much. And when did this happen? And did you do something? There's always a way to appeal on the decision, but it doesn't work. But a few times it worked. And yes, I wouldn't critique any of the measures, and then you play violin, and I'm a humorist, so and sometimes it works. And now let's talk about an article. Can you tell me more about that? The first experience officially in January 2021, a journalist from Québec contacted me, and I spoke to him very naively. We talked for a long time. There was not really an interview, but a pre-interview, and finally he said, I won't put you in the article that I want to publish tomorrow, but I'll come back to you in 3 days. But finally, he published on the next day an article in the Montreal Journal, and I don't remember the title, but about complotist. 3 days later, and he told me that if I say things about more sanitary measure, I laughed about it, but we can really follow the rules, and if you do that, you will have your hour where you'll be famous, and but you don't believe, like, you don't know how it works because it's, even if I do that, they wouldn't listen to me. I'm not a guru. Like, they can use their head to think. So I refuse. I was scared, like, when they're gonna publish that article. Either I accept, or either he write that article about me that is not good for me. So on Monday I'm gonna publish it, and finally nothing came out, and I had peace. So finally I don't want to do anything with them until it was May, but another lady after the okay. Can you tell which media contacted you? It was a guy from Québec. Can you want to say his name? No, I don't want to say his name. I'm a little scared about the consequence that could have. You, for which reason you want to not say his name? Because I'm scared. Because I talked a little bit about it, but not. I didn't go further. The media scares me. I'm traumatized. I know. It's just me. I know that they can go far to really not help somebody on that subject. Can you give example of things that people wrote about you, even though they're not in chronological order? But my friend Bernard Lachance, on the 11th May 2021, exactly 2 years ago, he died. And all the medias made a big story about that. He was a complotist, and he died of AIDS, and it was wonderful for them to show that he was wrong. And a few weeks after, Brigitte Noël of Radio-Canada contacted me for an interview, and I didn't even answer. I didn't even say I don't want to do it. I just didn't answer. And I know that she has a big reputation to distract people, and because I was scared, I just ignored, and I said to myself very naively, and maybe she won't talk about it if I don't answer. And then she wrote back to me and she said, Madame Paul, I'm going to do my reporting, even though if you don't answer, so I give you another chance, and I'm going to talk about this. And she was talking about some private conversation that I had with my friend in the point, and it shouldn't be legal to publish a conversation between two friends, but she actually there was an article, then it was published on the website of Radio Canada, and on the news they made a little bit of a report on that, of talking about me, and they kind of said that I is naturopath because I studied in, and they made this association that I is naturopath, and which is false, and I was just his friend, and he didn't even pay me, and I had the diploma, but I didn't even work in that area. It was really for my own benefit that I did this. I was not his naturopath, and they made believe that I was selling him some products for him to heal from his AIDS. And he didn't have HIV, so it doesn't make sense to say that he takes natural products to heal from that, but he was just taking these products just for his general health, just like me. And we were buying it from a mutual friend, not from me. And about another article in June, Madame Noël, she printed an article about another subject, and for which reason they decided to write about you and one of our friends. Do you have any idea why they wrote that? For just like all the others, people that are so-called completists, to demolish their reputation, so people don't want listen to us, watch our videos, and I presume that's the reason. How did you feel, and how was the effect on you on the publication of this? Yes, I was demolished, and I had shame and to my family, and it doesn't help my mom. And she had cancer at the time, and it was very hard for her. People, they didn't go to my boyfriend had a restaurant, and didn't go to his restaurant anymore, and my friends, my personal friends, and it's like I was leprous, and they wouldn't come near me, and they didn't want to be my friends, and socially it's like I was dead. I was guilty of the death of my friend Bernard Lachance, and even 2 years later they tell me it's your fault and you should go to prison and you have blood on your hands. Further than that, on a professional side of it, a few days after that, my YouTube channel were closed, and it was actually how I got some money. And then all the shows in 2021, I had a few shows that were booked, and I was really happy about that, but it was canceled. And on the naturopathy side, I was already scared, and I was not doing that much. And now I didn't want to do not at all because I was gaining any money. And if I say one word wrong, and then maybe I would have a legal problems. I was receiving demands from people from very strange people that say, "Oh, I'm positive, HIV positive, and can you treat me?" So that was not very subtle. It was, oh, well, okay, that's finished. I know that a lot of naturopaths and holistic medicine, they stopped practicing because they were looking for witches. If we talk about how you earn some money, and YouTube was a source of money for you, and we talked about the shows and the naturopathy, your practice there, that was diminished. And it was actually stopped completely. And your music group, did it continue, or what happened? About 2 months after this, all of this, I was a little bit better, and for 2 months I kind of stayed home, and I have something that is coming up, and it's going to be good. I'm going to tell them that I have a show coming in Repentigny. And when was that? I think it is maybe end of July, if I remember, because it happened June 2nd, so maybe it's July, maybe end of July. That I told on social media that I had that show, and soldiers, like some people, so that I call them haters, that they're always on my back. Do you want some example? Xavier Camus, this kind of people. They called the sponsor of the shows, and they say, "Oh, you're hiring completists," and no, we don't want to be with her. So this show was canceled. Immediately after, there was an article in the Soleil, and after, these people, they made some research because I didn't tell anybody, but I had another show in Gaspé in the first part of Éric Lapointe. And he's a little bit rock and roll, but the person in charge received some calls, like maybe the same thing. I don't know what they said exactly, but so he called me. It's like, I'm sorry, but I have to cancel you. People I have on my back, and I'm receiving so much calls, and then after that, my musician said, we cannot play with you because you're putting our career in danger. And so at this point, I started my own company after that, and then canceled all of the other shows for that summer. You can answer or not. It's your own choice. Many ways to earn money disappear. So how do you do? I received a donation, and I have another channel from YouTube, and I receive a little money from that. But I think that there's something that is shadow banned from my YouTube channel on Facebook and YouTube mainly. They permit, you can exist, but in the feed, people, you won't be visible. So that is called shadow ban, I think I suffer from that. But I live mainly from the donation from people, and when I do my videos, I ask for donation. So, and I receive some. So this shows that you have to be really real, and because when you revenue depends on what people give you. About the article about Madame Noël, is there other subject that you want to talk about in front of me and NCI? Maybe they will have some questions for you. I think I said everything, but in music, I don't have concrete proof, but my manager, he was trying to see the tracking of my music on radio. From the two big radio stations. And one said, we don't play her, Amélie Paul. And the other one is said, he accepted to play my song, but my hands are tied and I'm not allowed. And they could say, it's not a good song, but on iTunes Canada, it was the first one, like it's #1. So it's because of the people on social media that my song was #1, because I didn't have any support from the radio stations. Nobody's going to talk about me. How things could have been done for you to be better? What comes after the story about the article of Radio-Canada, and I tried to contact some journalists, and even my manager tried to contact somebody that could help me give my own version, because I was talking every day with Bernard Lachance, my friend. I knew the truth, and I could have said my truth, but nobody never wanted to interview me and ask for my version. And Bernard's sisters had interviews, and he didn't speak to them for 6 years. So they should have had asked me, because to give me so I can say my truth, my side about other subjects. That's what is missing, is the debate, and both sides should be represented in the media. Even if somebody is complotist or crazy, let him say what he wants, and his own speech will speak for itself. Now the commissary can ask questions. Thank you very much for that's very touching and troubling in the society. We could hope for that our artists can be creative and explore and help us to think outside of the box. When I was young, that was who were the most popular, and I'm a little bit disconnected. But I see that now in theater, music, or any creative outlet, it seems very restricted. In your own, do you know any other artists that were as naive as you, that you mentioned that were free enough to say what was absurd? Do you know anybody else? Oh, very few. There was Lucie Laurier at the beginning that she said she was against, and she was talking about it was not funny and it was logical, and she was canceled immediately. But she was very established and very known, and she had a lot to lose. I think they made an example out of her. After very few came out, and there was Guillaume Le Métier Vierge, and he just said he wasn't vaccinated, and I'm waiting a vaccine from Quebec. Just that he said that he wanted to wait, and he was not treated very well, and he lost. And I think that they say, like, if you don't want to lose your career, like, don't say anything. And some artists that were known to to talk against government, to be rebels and against the trend, suddenly they were like so conformist and following all the rules. That was very special. Does it suggest that the artists, the community of artists, is limited? Because how you can access to how you earn your living, that goes through to government or big companies. Quebec is a very small market in cinema or music. I'm not sure, but I think it works a lot through grants, and so I think it's really difficult. And I think they prefer to shut up because they don't want to lose everything. And even if it's through grant, if you don't have the media or the radio, like, it's the end of your career, or it's very difficult. Not the end, but very difficult. And the comment about Mr. Melanie, a few people say, oh, it's finished. We can go to another topic. Is it finished? Is it really finished for you? No, absolutely no. On the artistic side, there's maybe a small opening. The people that producer, maybe there's a little bit opening there, but there's a risk from the sponsor side, and nobody wants to take the risk. I think it's the law of silence, and everybody knows, but everybody make believe, and that's what I think. That's my personal opinion. Do you think we're going to get out of this soon? I don't have any idea. Very naively, I hope so. I hope that the truth will come out. I hope that justice will be made, and I don't have any idea what is needed for the artistic, for all the artists. What does it take for them? So we cannot do anything through media that are controlled from the government side. The artists should get together and hold themselves, and it's like that everywhere in all the other. But there was a division in two camps. If we are not all together, I think that's where the problem is. The question now is, when you said that when you observe about the measures from the government, from your point of view, and it didn't appear like it was credible, and you made a comment that maybe you were naive. That's what you said. After 3 years, did you come out of naivety? Oh, yeah, I'm still naive, but I didn't think it was very a big problem. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Given the treatment that you got from the social media and the media, have you got any kind of an opinion as to what the recent amendments to the Broadcasting Act through Bill C-11 might have on your future?
Mon opinion par rapport à la loi C-21, les conséquences que ça peut avoir pour mon avenir étant artiste, c'est ça, créatrice de contenu sur les réseaux sociaux. Je crois que c'est ça, si j'ai bien compris.
Oh, yeah. I'm repeating the question. I think it's a law that was disguised so they can have more control on the social media and to control the disinformation. If you don't say in the same way as the narrative of that is accepted, I think that's what they say. That's what they call disinformation, and that would open their door to more censorship. But that's what I think. But I don't think it's for the good of artists. That's my side, my naive side that would believe in that.
The other second part to that question might be with regard to new music in Canada. Most of the new music coming out by emerging artists is funded by the government through grants and assistance, and most of the festivals have got government funding in them. Can you comment on what kind of an effect that has on artists like yourself in making a decision whether or not they're going to have protest music? You know, they used to have protest music when I was about your age, and there isn't any of that anymore.
The artists are receiving grant by the government, and what is going to be the impact on the artists that protest? What's going to be the impact on them? Personally, I think I don't have any hope to receive a grant, and I don't want any, so I'm not touched by it. For some people, they don't need that, and on social media, they can still do it through music, and I think it's the best way to go through music. And I was going to say through humor or to talk directly. This doesn't go through, but through music, I think it can get through people, and through social media, you can. I think that's the future, to go through the social media. I don't think it's gonna continue very long, the grants. Some people are starting to think by themselves and to realize that it's false, especially the artists that they didn't do anything during they didn't denounce or ask some questions. So I don't know. I cannot say, but personally, I don't want any grants. I'm not in that. I don't want help from government. I just didn't want to have permission to make shows and play on the radio or without calling the sponsor or sell them. This is my situation. For the others, they can only follow the rules and everything will be okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. To finish, Madame Paul, I want to say thank you in the name of NCI for what you share with us. And I'm very conscious that this can be stressful about your experience. Thank you very much for your courage and your authenticity, and to give me the opportunity to come and St. Martin.
Yes, hello. For those who just join us, I'm Chantal Collard. I'm a lawyer here and an attorney for this inquiry here in Quebec. Mr. Hamel, hello. Hello. Thank you to come to witness to the commission. Thank you to us to make that exercise that we really need to do. So first of all, we're going to make the identification, your full name. My name is Stéphane Hamel. You declare solemnly that you're going to say the truth. So I swear. So, Mr. Stéphane Hamel, I will let you present yourself, introduce yourself. First of all, we want to say that you've been involved into political. You've been one of the founder of the CAC, so you've been in touch with Mr. Legault. You can speak about it. So the question is, first of all, what is your motive to come to witness here in the commission? So first of all, I will let you speak a little bit. So also, what is your business? What do you do for life? You do have business. So you've been studying and you've been studying in computers. So what is your way into your professions? Yes, so what is it right now? I used to work into big business, but not anymore. It's really hard for me to find a job. Since I have my story with the CAC, that became really public. So since then, I don't have any contract anymore. I'm a self-employed with big businesses and the government. So I've been flagged out of the list. It is really hard for me since 3 years to have a job. So I've been professionally, I'm a computer engineer of heart. I had my first computer, I was 12 years old. I was building my own games. My fun was to build up my game. My pleasure was to build them, not to play with them. So I received teaching in informatics, computers, and accountability in UQAM University. At the beginning, I was a director for small and big enterprises in Montreal. That's where I started to work as an accountant. I was also being brought into management of a business and all the processes of businesses. And then I built a computer system for petroleum industry in Canada. So I started a business with my father. That was Infosys computers. I was the architect and the one who've been cutting that system. That was doing the global management of big companies like Ultramar, Petro-Canada, Shell, and other big businesses, and also in Canada and the United States and many other countries. And also I had some partnership that I about the company with. So I've been fraud by my partners. So I've been about 7 years to fight injustice. That's where I knew the business system, the justice, and it was really a bad story, but for a simple person to fight the justice system. Thank you to give us where you come from, and we want to see the link between politics, computers, and pandemic, the so-called pandemic. So one of the first question is your own political implication. We want to speak about in the party, so just not to mix the party and the government. So yes, I meditated at the really beginning of the CAC. We were not that much. That was end of 2011, 2012. That's really at the beginning. I'm a former member of the CAC. So I was involved in the first campaign with Mr. Gaetan Barek. He was my deputy in Terrebonne, my candidate in the Terrebonne circumscription. That was an amazing campaign with a lot of development. Mr. Barrett is someone who speaks a lot. I also been involved and from this moment to all the Congress of the CAC. I really get arms and I invest mostly in a philosophy of politics, sociology of it. So I've been around and I've done my homeworks, and my goal was to become a parliament member one of these days, because the computer systems, or the way we do at the government, because there's billions and billions of dollars spent in any system, and still today we spend a lot of money and there's nothing working, and personally in the health system, and we just saw the catastrophe with the SAAQ, and it's clear that they don't know how to manage, how to find out a system that will work. So in all my years in the private, I never saw any kind of thing like that. In the private, there was something working. We're not angels. There was some stuff that wasn't good, but we were. So start and back and cancel some projects. I never saw that as like in the government. So, Monsieur Ahmed, we're here. Let's start from 2020. You're going to tell us from the link between pandemic and politics. So how that link affect you? Since 2018, I participate to two of the campaigns in Vimont, La Vallée-Prairie. I was the president of the country for the CAC. So when the pandemic started, we had a lot of meetings, Zoom meetings. So I always have a ache about nobody was talking about the elephant in the place in all the meeting. I was trying to bring out the subject, but there were eyes looking at me. So how did you try to bring out the subject? I was trying to bring what was the goal? What is it about? What is the CAC does to try to just polite stuff? Because what I was looking at that moment, it was the government was doing everything to bring fear instead of of what I would see, I would love from politics, that will be to gather the population together, not to fear them, as I've never seen before. That was a big subject that I had at the beginning. We didn't have any kind of decision. So where we are at this moment, we're just at the beginning of the pandemic, March 2020. So where everybody was like there on the road, everybody was asking what was going on. So my first constatation was nobody was talking about it. So when you start talking about it, what was the reaction? What was the answer you had from them at the party? The people at the executive of the party was saying, we cannot question because it has to be really important that all the population has to be at the same page, because it could be dangerous that some people when bring people to some other places. So I can understand at a certain level. So I can understand we have a virus, it's a pandemic, so not to diffuse kind of information that could incite people not to respect the measures, sanitary measures that those who just been imposed. So we remember at the beginning there was a stay home, and then there were a crescendo in the measures. So that was at the real beginning. So with time, with a few months, that was getting clearer that there was people at their end of life that was fatal for them from the COVID. So that was kind of question I was asking in the meetings. So we were just in between us, not in public, just people of the executive. Are you too much alarmist? That was a question, and I was feeling that there wasn't questions to bring just in between us at the executive. That was not a good idea to think about that. That was just the omerta at the beginning, right in the party, yes. So for me, who was interested in politics for a long time, so it's not what it is. That's not democracy. So from on the other side, I would understand that we wanted to assure the people, but that wasn't what we were doing. We were bringing them to fear, more and more. So you were asking you questions on the narrative that they wanted to bring out to the population for them to believe. That was well orchestrated. Yeah, they really told us that they don't want us to discuss out about it at that moment. So I was still the president and one of the country. So Mr. Legault came out with the initiative. I contribute. That was the initiative from the government, from Mr. And there was time to bring to the EPA, to the restaurant home. So I wanted to give my own professional, to put in context that I'm someone who asks a lot of questions. That's a part of my work, to ask questions to find out solutions related to problems, computer problems or others. All about the process. We have to ask a lot of questions to find out the good solutions. So I have decided, I was naive, like Amélie was saying just right before. So I decided to go work in a CHSLD to give my own hand to it. So what was your up? So I was a helper into someone to do everything. I was cooking. We were helping the older to eat, to wear. We were taking out the trash. We were doing everything. I was doing everything. I was in direct contact with the old person, with the residents. So I've been looking at many things. I saw many things. Yes, I'm going to speak about it. So at the beginning, I've been welcomed with suspicion from the direction of the establishment, because they knew I was the president of the CAC. So that was the government party. So there were no relation. I was looking at what was going on. So there were a lack of personnel. So as naively, I went out to help. It was request. I was unable to see people, old people living at themselves. So I met a lot of people who came in to help down with Je Contribue for the same reasons. We didn't want to see those people dying like that, out alone in their excrement, without any help. So they hired me in the HSLD in Laval. So, what did you see there? So the first thing, I have some anecdotes to share. So there's a lady in a grand corridor at the first stage. She was going out often to go smoke. So the door was just outside. She was going often to go smoke. There was a man in front of her, next door. He was unable anymore. He wanted to go out. There was a really nice man, but he was pissed off of the situation. He wanted to go out, and with all his head, he asked me, "Can you help me?" That was a really nice May day, 23, sunny. The man said, I can't afford anymore. Bring me out. So I went to the direction, and sir, I want to go. He wants to go out. I want to bring him, like I was doing with the lady going out to smoke. I will bring them both together at the same time. I will bring them together outside. So first answer was, oh, maybe. So there was and the second level, they said at the direction, they said, no, we can't do that. So what bring me out? Why it's not possible? So it left like that. The next morning, I came back in the facility. They've been locked his door. This man, they would engage that man to be sure that he could not go out. So that was in his door. So I find that really terrible. Another anecdote. A few weeks after, another man that I've been involved and attached, Mr. Labbé. We chat a lot. We've been talking a lot. He has a good head. And at one moment, I heard some confusion. So I was really busy taking care of a lot of people. So I didn't see that it happened at 7:30 in the morning, so I let it go. At 1:30, 1 in the afternoon, I go see that man. So since the beginning of that day, he needed to be changed, is deeper since the beginning of the day. So he has been aggressive in his demand, supposedly, but he wasn't aggressive. So at one, he came in rage. He was waiting since the morning, but they never change him. They report, because they were saying that the man was aggressive. So I've been talking about other colleagues there to help out, like me, others to help, because myself, I didn't have that kind of thing. So there were one, so someone have done it. So everybody, so all the elders, they were not allowed to do it. So someone did it, and at that moment, it escalated. I bring it to the direction. So I said that he wanted to complain about it. So immediately, they took me out of the place. I was there to help. So finally, you were there to help. You wanted to help him. So that was the complaining process. That's right. Is there a link? The fact that you have been evicted from the CAC. Okay. That was the first strike. I had 3 strikes with the CAC. So what did happen? I have asked the phone number or the email of the CS of Laval, and I write him a complaint for Mr. Labbé. And that complaint been sent directly. So after that, the Sears director called the minister. So complained that I've made a complaint for Mr. Labbé. He complained to the minister, so the minister called the CAC direction. So from that moment, I have received a lot of complaints from the CAC, a lot of phone calls that I'm not allowed to complain for this man. So did they give you reasons? No, there were no talking again. And they told me that I was pushing too much, that I had no solidarity with the CAC, with the executive of the CAC. And they really told me that I have to step down and keep quiet. So it was really clear, and that wasn't written. Everything had happened verbal on the phone calls, one and the others. My phone number, I've been everywhere, and many people called me, so I was naive. I was just saying, this man have been untreated, so I just complained for him. That was the right for him, but he didn't have the capacity to do it. And so that's first strike. Yes. Strike 2 now. Strike 2 is the CAC blitz for every country called the citizens. So we were still in the shock. So to ask them, how the citizen, we call them out to know what they're going. So it was something correct, as long as directive was to ask them how it was, but also to offer them a membership card for a year at the same time. So I said, no, I'm not going there. I'm not going to do that. But it seems that everybody have done that. Everywhere they cooperate, So they even do have lists, and those who sold the most membership card to the citizen. So that something happened, they called them to ask, how are you doing? Are you doing great? And part two, how many cards have you sold? For a year? So, and it was doing accountability of that, and I find this really bullshit. So I said that, I comment that, and that was my second strikes, and again, they were really unhappy, and they again verbally said that's not a good idea, we're not with you. So third strikes. I was beginning July 2021. There's a lot of water under the bridges since then. And all from that moment I was looking at it, and I kept quiet. So there were never discussion into the reunions. That was taboo to speak about it up to the government started to go with a sanitary pass. So we are in 2021. It started in April 2021 and intensified up to when it became almost official in July 2021, just before the passport. And at that moment, I wrote a private Facebook note where I have some friends, some deputies, some executive. It's private. It's the people from the CAC, and it's not accessible for the public. So I write down a note. I don't remember exactly what I wrote. I gave it to you, I remember. I think I gave it to you. You have it on letter, but I'm talking about the Facebook note. I simply said, I try to remember, I said I don't agree with the passport pass, sanitary pass, and if the government decide to go forward with that measure, I will oppose of it. That was as simple as that. That wasn't public. I have done a public declaration, but you did affirm that you were going to oppose yourself to it. That was clear. Yes. So people knew it. So some people of the CAC have looked at it. That was the third strikes, and that was the final. And after that, I received a letter from the executive of the party, the CAC, telling me that I don't follow, I don't support the constitution of the party, of the CAC, that I'm not in solidarity with the party, and for this reason, that's it, I have it in front of me. So they destitute immediately me from my president position. So they vote that in unanimity. They have voted for that. So we take on the platform that you have showed, and we're unanimous that you openly oppose on the principle of the Constitution, and in default of respecting the Constitution, your mandate ends immediately. There's a problem with that letter, which is that I was opposed to the government at one of the decisions of the government, which is not the party. The party is something, and the government is another one. They're two different entities. They're separate. So I wasn't opposing myself to the constitution of the party. I was opposed to a decision, a measure, or a decree from the government, who was majority formed by the deputy of the CAC. So once the government is formed, there is no party anymore. Those people are deputies there to represent the public. They're not members of party politic. Every time in every formation, the teaching that we have received as a member of a party, it's said that to be really extremely aware of what is a governmental function and what is a party task. So then they didn't took care of that because I was criticizing a government directive. So time's run. I want to know if you want us that we put this document into at the commission. Yes, it's already public. Yes, go, absolutely. You've been talking briefly about informatics, but I would like what kind of conclusion and what we can take out of it, what could be done differently into your own situation. So what it could be different, it's what it's supposed to be in our democracy. It should be debates, but unfortunately it has no debate. So no one wanted, that was the worst thing to have debate. So the conclusion that we can bring about that, it's that we're not in the democracy anymore. The democracy is the base. It's the liberty of expressions and brainstorming, and in a group we're going to find solutions. So what I saw, it's a unique party. That's what I saw. Even though opposition is not opposing anymore. So what we can do in the future, to ask the people, call the people completists. If people don't see any complot, I think they're sleeping. I tried to research, to look at the beginning I was asking, at the beginning, they won't we speak the same thing, so people would stay on the track. At the beginning, to respect the measures, but as far as it went, and the virus wasn't that dangerous, that the vaccines wasn't working. Even Dr. Fauci in the United States, just before I opposed, that's one of the reasons why I opposed, a federal charge would be the same from someone vaccinated or not vaccinated. So that would bring the vaccinal pass to be caduc. So we knew that was a complot, that was a plan, denatured. Now we know clearly there were an agenda, what it is. So for those who don't see complot, it's all based on data. I can see, like right here, I see that there is no media, traditional media. And I didn't hear any media to speak about this commission, and we are in Quebec. And there's a Radio X, who's supposed to be a trash radio, even though they haven't been talking about it. Even them, they haven't been talking. Why is everybody quiet? You have a question to Amélie just a moment ago, and you were asking, is it going to stop? The answer is no. It's still going on. There is no opening from the media, from the government to open a debate. We spent 3 years in an extraordinary drama, and now it's ended, and no one talks about it. And now no one is talking about. Move on and don't talk about it. So what we can do differently is exactly what the Commission is doing. So we need to talk about it, and we have to send out a message, and speak loud. So I'll leave the Commissioner who would have some questions. Thank you, Mr. Hamel, for your witnesses. So if I take it all together, your experience with the CAC at the beginning, you were motivated, you were ready to bring some solutions to get better. You wanted to make amelioration to the computer solution, bring out some solutions. So to reform and change the things, we have to speak. So I can hear that you've been deceived because there were no opening for that. So what is stunning with this for a party that take the power, that you can see that it's a part because of the machine of the government itself, that it's really close to prime ministers and some minister, but there's nothing for the people to be said. What is strange is during the pandemic, there were no one in the opposition to level up the discussion, to bring opposition. What do you think about all the political class, all the people at the government? So how come it's jammed all together? That why are we stuck in this one expression altogether, no opposition? How do you understand out of that, of our political institution that we have here in Quebec? So certainly the same thing that happened between deputies in the caucus, that what I live with the executive of the party. The word is we have to say all together the same message. And I believe so they've done that with others, the other parties. So the government have to be one. So that's what we saw. There were no difference in between parties, even Parti Québécois, Québec Solidaire, or the Liberal Party. They were opposed to ask more measure than what the government would say. So there were no critical. They were asking for more restrictions. So deputies and the executives of the party, all I've seen what happened to me. When we oppose, what happened? I have been the naive. I have the one who served them. As an example, as they've done an example with Amélie Paul. It's the same thing. Artists, when they saw Amélie being treated that way, they zip themselves. So same thing happened in the political class. When they saw what happened to me, everybody zipped out. They don't have to make so many examples that everybody would shut them out. My question try to opening to other ways. Do you think that it's possible that we can renew that mentality that is close to debate, at least at the political class? What is stunning about that at this moment, when the pandemic is over, that there is not this opening right now? So yes, we will have to change, complete change of the cultural politic, because it's like that for many years now. And how to do it when we don't have the right to speak in the media, because with censure every time that we try to speak of that these 3 years, we don't have any right to speak in the media. So how make this happen? And also the people, the population, they receive a unique message from the media, and it says, yeah, keep going, keep going. That's a very good question. So we need to debate collectively to know our democracy is that. How can we do to bring it back to life? So that's what we do. Since a month, I and Amélie in our podcast is to start this debate. Every invitation that we send to people are refused. Nobody wants to speak except those who are well known that are working in two solutions. So we're still in that omerta. So I would like that we find out some solutions. So it seems that the agenda haven't ended yet. Mr. Hamel, thank you. Thank you to give yourself into honesty, authenticity. Sometimes we don't know what is going on in the highways of the political. So from, even though the mouth of the Prime Minister, it's not sanitary, it's politics. So thank you so much. So let's hope that this message will be largely sent out to the public. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. This is Constantina Mekanos, lawyer at Bergman & Associate, and I will open the next testimony. Today we have on Zoom Mr. Barry Breger. Do you hear us, Mr. Breger? Yes, I hear you.
Alors, Monsieur Breger, ou Breger, est une préférence?
My name is Breger, but we say Breger in French. I answer to everything. If it's either in French or in English, it's all good. So feel free to speak any languages. So I will start today by Mr. Breger. Do you swear solemnly that you will say the truth and all the truth? Say yes, I will, or say yes, I swear. Can you say your full name? Barry Breger. Where are you located? I am in Morin Heights, in the Laurentides, in the north of Montreal. Are you alone in the room? Yes, I am in the room, alone. We're going to spend the next 15 minutes together. So we will start today to talk about you. According to your resume, can you tell us about your expertise and who you are? Yes. I am a doctor. I have a doctor diploma and I work as a omnipratician for 42 years old. I am born in Montreal, raised in English, but with the French reality, I studied at McGill University in science and in Grenoble in France University for the medicine. So he lives in both languages and I speak both French and English at home and at the office freely. I would rather do my testimony in English because it's my native tongue, so I'm more comfortable in English. And I understand the commissaires understand English well.
Studied medicine in France after doing an undergraduate degree at McGill University at the Université Médicale de Grenoble. My experience, I spent 6 years in France. Came back to do my family practice in Newfoundland, became a certificate of the College of Family Practice. I did 3 years of internship and residency in Newfoundland. Subsequently, I worked doing emergency room shifts and locums, replacing other doctors in remote areas in Newfoundland. After I finished in Newfoundland, I worked, actually, in the middle of all that, I worked in the far north, both in northern Manitoba and in northern Ontario, working in nursing stations, working as a GP obstetrician. In one of the nursing stations, I was the only doctor, and we were 3-4 hours flight from any help, so it was quite isolated. When I came back to Quebec, subsequent to those, actually in between, I did a long trip to trekking in Nepal and across Asia for 6 months. And it was a big part of my learning experience, and especially for high altitude medicine, the trekking to Everest Base Camp, which interested me as well, high altitude medicine. I've been doing complementary medicine since the beginning. I've been interested in nutritional medicine since I was a teenager, actually, and continued in that line as I became a doctor. I did an integrative medicine. It's now called, it's now called nutritional medicine or integrative medicine, functional medicine, or according to Linus Pauling, two-time Nobel Prize winner for chemistry and peace, orthomolecular medicine. Orthomolecular means ortho is the right molecule, orthomolecular. So it's trying to use the right molecule to address whatever the underlying metabolic problem is that leads to the symptoms of a disease. So if you're dehydrated, the right molecule is water, H2O. It's not beer, it's not wine, and it's not a fizzy drink. It's water.
So that's a simple example. So orthomolecular medicine treats all diseases that way, and we try to use the right molecule to deal with the problem. Of course, if you need to treat the symptoms or you need an antibiotic for a severe infection, you use modern medicine, but otherwise you try to use natural molecules. My particular interests over the years have become chronic diseases. Modern medicine is actually quite excellent at treating acute diseases, sometimes miraculously so. For chronic diseases, not so good. Modern medicine tends to treat chronic diseases symptomatically with medication. My goal is to treat the underlying problem using medication only when absolutely necessary. So I became interested in treating I became interested because people who came into my office had these problems. They couldn't find another doctor quite often to take care of it, and so I did. Chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, environmental hypersensitivity, both chemical and electromagnetic. Both of those are not, by the way, recognized in my province of Quebec. Electromagnetic hypersensitivity or chemical hypersensitivity. Hypersensitivity is, excuse me, when people develop various debilitating reactions when they're exposed to whatever they're hypersensitive to. So somebody who's chemically hypersensitive will get really sick when they're exposed to perfume, or when they're exposed to aftershave, or when they're exposed to the smell of soaps, or renovation products, or all sorts of common things that we smell all the time. The smell of a new car, that'll make them very sick. And the ones who are really hypersensitive are isolated and lead lives that are very difficult. They can't, oftentimes they can't go outside easily. They have to be careful. People can't come over wearing anything. They can't have the smell of soap on them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a fragile population, which is the relevance to what we're talking about.
Right.
My population that I saw was fragile.
Right. Thank you. Alors, pour les traducteurs et traductrices, je vais continuer les questions en français
Tout à fait.
pour les aider un peu. Alors, dans le fond, vous êtes 40. Vous avez des expériences en urgence, soins intensifs, hôpital hospitalier, urgence dans plusieurs régions au Québec. Alors, je vais procéder avec ma deuxième question, M. Berger. Alors, vu que vous étiez médecin, vous êtes sur le terrain, quelles, selon vous, étaient vos expériences, observations en tant que médecin au début et durant la
What did you observe as a doctor
Bon,
during the pandemic?
au début, j'étais dans un bureau.
I was in a disciplinary office at the beginning of the pandemic. I was in a private practice. People had to pay to see me. In Quebec, we are allowed to do that. Other provinces were not allowed. So people were motivated. I had patients. Enlightened patients. They knew exactly what was going on. Personally, I was struck by the two witnesses previous were talking.
It was the fear factor.
The fear factor.
No problem.
The fear factor. It seemed that everything that was done at the beginning was to increase the fear of the population.
They créent peur, dans le fond. They créent peur.
Excuse me?
Just translating, to créer peur, dans le fond. To create fear factor, c'est-à-dire...
pour créer peur, oui.
Faire peur au monde.
Facteur de peur.
Allez-y, oui, allez-y.
Yeah. And it seems to be a goal.
It was done by everybody. I had read a book called La pandémie des mensonges et de la peur de Dr. Jean Stevens. And he actually quoted, I think it was the assistant director of the WHO, that in their protocol for pandemics is to keep calm and keep the population calm. Because oftentimes fear could cause more collateral damage than the infection, as we're seeing now, actually. So how did it start? Well, the first thing we were told was that it was a novel virus. It wasn't known. This is the first time, and that we didn't have immune function that was adequate to fight this novel virus. First of all, it wasn't a novel virus. It was a coronavirus that we all know and love. And our immune function, well, I don't think in any of our lifetimes anything invented by man will get better than our immune function. Our immune function is superb, but we have to support it. So that was the first without being insulting, but to me, they were lies. And then we learned that actually it was in 2009 that the definition of a pandemic was subtly changed without any fanfare. Instead of being many, many deaths and disease, we started to define a pandemic according to cases. So cases were put into the definition. Now, disease is pretty easy to define. People are sick, they have symptoms. Death is really easy to define. We can recognize death immediately. Cases are more complicated. So then we have to define what a case is. They decided with this so-called novel virus, which it seems more and more likely that it was a man-made gain-of-function virus. Well, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. The virus was produced, according to Luc Montagnier, who observed that there were more than 1,000 peptides in the proper order that come from the HIV virus. Luc Montagnier won the Nobel Prize for discovering HIV. So he's a pretty credible witness. As he said when interviewed, he said, look, I have nothing to lose. I'm an old man. He's well into his 80s. I have my Nobel Prize. I have no reason to not speak about what I find. And in his laboratory, he discovered that this novel virus had many peptides, 1,000, those were his words, in the same order as they were in HIV and also malaria, for malaria. So, in other words, man had altered the structure. So we had this new virus, and then the pandemic definition was changed. And how do you define cases? Well, you define it with the PCR test. The PCR test was invented by Kary Mullis, who won the Nobel Prize for it. And he repeatedly said before his death during the pandemic, as Luc Montagnier died as well during the pandemic, that this was not a diagnostic test. It was not developed to be a diagnostic test, and it was not a good diagnostic test. But we started to use it as a diagnostic test to such an extent that even one of my patients coming back from outside the country with a positive antibody test, which is a blood test, which is much more reliable, was told that no, she had to get a PCR test. So she had to get the inferior test in order to prove that she was actually resistant to the virus. In any case, so we were using the PCR test, which should not be a diagnostic test, and the PCR test multiplies the amount of viral particles so that they become visible. I use the word visible to cover lab tests detection, probably be a better word. And during the pandemic, I learned that 25 cycles, because you have to do cycles to get enough of the expansion of the viral particles in order for us to detect it. Those are usually it's 25 cycles, approximately. Once you get over 35 to 40 cycles, you get a lot of false positives. And in one estimate that I read, there was as much as 90+% of false positives. So if you did 35 to 40 cycles, you would get many more cases, and there would be more of an argument to declare a pandemic because cases are now part of the declaration of a pandemic. To what end, one might ask? To what end is this happening? Also, we're using modeling from out of Oxford University in England to show how serious this pandemic was. They use models now to say, predict what will happen. And this was from a serially false modeler, the modeling that this person, this university had used had been wrong on multiple occasions. But for some reason, the World Health Organization and all the public health bodies signed on for this model. To what end? So here we had sorry, I lost my place. We had a virus that we could not defend ourselves from. We had modeling that was inaccurate. We had a PCR test that was not accurate also, and we were able to declare a pandemic by this simplified version of a pandemic. So suddenly it was a big pandemic, and tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of people would die, according to the models. Along comes the next step. Now, this caused a lot of fear in everybody. And that fear was on the news, on the mainstream media, in social media, repeatedly, how we should be afraid. At the beginning, when we didn't know what was going on, fair enough, we had to be safe. But then we started seeing and people started reporting, and the fear factor continued. Subsequently, or at about the same time, there was a lot of censorship going on and suppression of information. I'm part of a whole network of people that informally, an informal army of people that share information. I'm now part of more formal organizations that share information, but at the time it was an informal. So somebody would come across a video or a blog from Professor Didier Raoul in France, who's the foremost infectious disease person at the time, or other epidemiologists or immunologists or virologists, and we started seeing what was going on, and we shared information where we knew that within 24 to 72 hours it would be removed from the internet, with oftentimes a warning that Amélie Paul talked about that said we were going against community standards. In English, it was going against community standards, whatever that means. I don't know who decided what the community standards were and who enforced. It was called misinformation or disinformation. Eventually, the people that were spreading the word, renowned doctors and scientists and professors and all sorts of people who I found extreme, and I knew before, who were credible, were called the Dirty Dozen. So that was it was a nice little catchy phrase, the Dirty Dozen. Don't believe anything the Dirty Dozen says. For me, the Dirty Dozen were the people to listen to. So we were all waiting for the vaccine because we were told that our own immunity would not be adequate, and we needed the vaccine that would protect us. It was going to be safe, it was going to be effective, and it was going to end the pandemic like that. And it was being developed at warp speed, according to President Trump. A little Trekkie Star Trek term, another, Dirty Dozen, Star Trek, catchy phrase, so we know that it's coming along fast. And then the virus came along, the vaccine came along, the so-called vaccine. Of course, it's not a vaccine, it's gene therapy. It's experimental technology that had never been used for what it was being used. It had failed all the animal tests. The tests that the companies did were being kept secret. We didn't know what was in the product. At least one of the companies declared that they would keep it secret for 55 years. Now, if it was so wonderful and it was so miraculous, why keep a secret? Anybody who starts keeping secrets, I get very suspicious. Eventually, they had to release the data, and I'm sure there were other people who testified who are much more competent at interpreting the data than I am, that showed that it was not miraculous. We learned that the vaccine was neither safe nor effective. It did not prevent carriage. It did not prevent It did not prevent transmission. It was so safe and effective that we had to have, after the first 2 doses, we had to have a third. Then we had to have a fourth. and we have to have a fifth, and I think they're up to the sixth dose now. So effective that we need 6 doses, and we still don't know what's inside it. On top of it all, in order to release the vaccine with in the limited time with the inadequate testing, it had to be given emergency use authorization by the FDA, and everybody followed suit. To get emergency use authorization, one of the criteria is that there's no safe and effective treatment, which brings me to the most important point of this particular part of my testimony. There are safe and effective treatments. There are many safe and effective treatments. There are many protocols that work and worked for COVID that we found out early on. Paul Marik and Pierre Corey and the Critical COVID Care Alliance were publishing them. Pierre Corey, these are renowned American doctors, published doctors. Paul Marik is probably the top intensive care doctor in the world, and his team. Corey went in front of the Senate committee and begged them. He said, the evidence is overwhelming that ivermectin works. Please recognize it as a treatment. And he was begging, he literally was begging them. And it was publicized, I saw it on the internet, ignored. Not only was ignored, but anybody who put forth an alternative treatment suffered the same fate as the 2 previous witnesses. That is, they were shamed, they lost whatever they could lose. So they lose their license, they lose their hospital privileges, they lose their professorship, they lose their gagne-pain, their way of making money. And this went on and on and on. Eventually it was also, I wrote down pushed. It was greatly encouraged for pregnant women and children, and there were no adequate studies at all for pregnant women. You got to realize that pregnant women, the fetuses are particularly sensitive, especially during the first trimester. There was one study that I tried to find, and I could find it if the inquest requires, that was done on pregnant women and found a 70% miscarriage rate in those who were vaccinated. And, that's bad enough. However, what's not said in the conclusion when you looked at the data was that of the women who were in the first trimester, the first 3 months, when the fetus is developing into a human being, and all the organs are developing, those women had an 80% miscarriage rate. In other words, of the 17% that all the women had of miscarriages, the first trimester represented the great majority. And you'd think that in a proper society, a free and democratic society, they would tell women this. This is their babies. But no, they left it out of even the publication. You had to go searching for it. And then subsequently we found out that we now know that it's dangerous. Children, there were no danger from the virus. No child died from the virus. And if they did, they were dying from cancer or some other terrible disease. They weren't dying from the virus. They had very, very mild symptoms. We learned that in Quebec, 70 to 75% of those who died in the first wave were in CHSLD, which are the long-term care centers for the elderly and infirm in Quebec. So 70-75% of those who died from the viruses in the first wave were in those, and the average age of those who died was over 80 years old, somewhere around 85 years old, and they had at least 2 comorbidities, at least. Comorbidities are 2 other diseases: diabetes, hypertension, cancer, renal failure, whatever. So these were not healthy people that were dying. We also learned that of those who were dying in one study, They checked their vitamin D status, and the vitamin D levels were really, really low, alarmingly low. Yet we weren't told, the word wasn't given out that everybody should be on a supplement of vitamin D. There were those who treated with vitamin C, IV and orally successfully, adding zinc, quercetin, and a whole bunch of others. There were many, many protocols. But all those protocols were suppressed. Towards what end? Is it a coincidence that emergency use authorization could not be declared if there was a viable treatment? That's it for this section.
Thank you, Dr. Breger. I was notified by the translators. For the next question, can you, your maternal, are you comfortable speaking French for the next question? For the translators. Do I speak to translator or do I speak to the counselor? I just want you to be at ease. May just let me know what you're more comfortable. Yes, if you're.
Oui. Mais quand c'est diffusé à travers le Canada, les États-Unis, est-ce qu'il va y avoir...
When it's all over Canada and United States, is there going to be a subtitle? I just want to know that people, the majority of population, and especially the commissaire, understand what I want to say. I can easily say it in French, but I want the message to be... I'm not here to satisfy the translators. I'm here to pass information at most population. So I want to continue in English. Okay, no problem. It was just a demand. I want you to be comfortable, and we appreciate your efforts. I'm very respectful with the... Okay, so let's continue the question in English. The third section, it's your experience in your office. We'd like to know, can you talk about the different stories and that you have personally experienced during the pandemic? Please let us know about that.
In generalities, I'm not, of course, I'm going to respect people's confidential. That goes without saying, of course, but thank you for reminding everybody that that's what I'm doing. What was shocking about, this brings me, what I didn't discuss was the masks and the mandates. And because people were forced to wear masks when they went out in public. This was apparently for public health reasons, but there were no studies that showed that masks would help prevent transmission of respiratory infections among a healthy population. None. It was quite the opposite. And as time went on, there were other studies that came out, and there were meta-analyses that were done recently by the Cochrane Collaborative, a very well-respected group. Their conclusion was that there's little or no benefit, but we knew that before. Actually, they'd even done studies in masking surgeons and unmasking surgeons, and there was no increase in infection in the patients that were operated on by unmasked surgeons. I mean, masks are not, and plus the masks were not adequate. The holes in the masks were 100 times greater than the size of a virus for the regular paper masks that we were using. People touched their masks. People adjusted their masks. The masks were, in my view and my reading, were virtually useless, but people had to wear masks. Now, I dealt with a vulnerable population, so I was having patients coming to me saying, I can't breathe when I have the mask on, and I started to get pimples all over, and And my eyes water. My daughter put on her mask, and 2 minutes later, her eyes started to water. There are chemicals in the mask. There are microplastics in the paper masks, and plus they don't work. So I would have to issue mask exemptions, which were generally respected, actually. However, you had to be very brave to use a mask exemption to go in without a mask. I personally put on my mask whenever I went anywhere when I was being observed because I didn't want to get into a confrontation. You know, there was some person loading the shelves working in a store telling me that I had to wear my mask. And, you know, I mean, what am I going to get into a discussion with them and start to say I'm a doctor and I read the studies? No, I just wanted to be able to buy my stuff and get out of there. But, you know, some people couldn't wear their masks. It was really difficult for them. So I issued mask exemptions. Theoretically, we did not have to show in Quebec the mask exemption. All we had to do was say that we had a mask exemption. But people were talking about how difficult it was to go shopping, to circulate in public without a mask, just because of the social separation. Well, caused social separation just because of the disapprobation that they had. People frowning metaphorically on them, or criticizing them, or aggressing them. The other thing was the vaccines, of course, the so-called vaccines. We learned that of course, we knew the vaccines were experimental. We learned that we knew that they were nothing to do with a regular vaccine. The mechanism of action is completely different. We were told that the material would stay in the arm like a regular vaccine, and in fact, when it was examined in the animal model, it was in every tissue that they examined. There was the messenger RNA got into every tissue in the body that was examined. So it hijacked our own cells to produce the spike protein, which was the toxin, which actually is a toxin. So our own cells were hijacked to produce the toxin. The logic being that our immune system would recognize this toxin, produce antibodies to attack the toxins that our own cells were producing. And where would that end? What was going to happen? Were our own cells going to stop producing it? I never quite understood the logic behind it, but we were told by the experts that this was perfect. Despite the fact that the animal models failed, there was failed terribly. In one study, all the animals died after getting a messenger RNA vaccine, and in other studies they just failed. And of course, in the human trials that were eventually released because of freedom of information, didn't do very well either. So people were forced to take the vaccine. I say forced. Well, they weren't forced. They could stay home. Of course, they'd lose their job. They'd lose their business. They'd lose their status. So they were forced. They were coerced. Which went against the Nuremberg Code. The Nuremberg Code, I think it's the first paragraph. I haven't read the Nuremberg Code, but I know this about it. It said that we could not force anybody to undergo an experimental therapy without free and informed consent. Of course, this was a reaction to the Nazis and Dr. Mengele, and every country in the world signed on to the Nuremberg Code. And yet we were now forcing people, coercing people without free and informed consent to take an experimental vaccine because it was safe and effective, we were told.
Here in Quebec, we have the Charter of Rights and Human Rights. In your experience at the hospital or your profession, can you talk about those violations that you have noticed in regards to the human rights in Quebec? Some examples.
In Quebec, and everywhere, doctors are supposed to get free and informed consent for any treatment. So free means that the person is giving their consent without any force, without any coercion. So they do it freely, not because we're going to shoot their family members if they don't follow along, or put them in prison or lose their jobs. It has to be free. Informed means they get all the information. Otherwise, it's not informed. So we've heard, and I'm sure the inquest has heard countless testimonies of where we were not being informed. There was censorship going on. Whenever any information came out that was not following the mainstream narrative, it was censored. So there was no informed consent. So it went against our Constitution, it went against Quebec Constitution, it went against the American Constitution, and people went along with it. It was absolutely mind-boggling. And the reason they went along with it was because it was for their own good. So children were vaccinated by parents because it was a safe and effective vaccine, as young as, 12 months. And they were going to protect their grandparents because those kids, if they got sick, they would be asymptomatic because they didn't get sick very much from COVID. And then they would pass it on to their grandparents who were fragile, and the kid would be responsible for the death of his grandma or grandpa. That doesn't sound informed to me. That was also the myth of asymptomatic transmission, which I haven't mentioned as well. It was the other thing to put fear. Even if you didn't have symptoms, you were going to potentially pass on the virus to somebody else. Well, that means we're all walking time bombs. We're all a danger to everybody else. I suppose it could happen. It does happen, but it's relatively rare, very rare, just like it is all the time. So yes, I think that en français on dit que ça a été bafoué. Les droits constitutionnels ont été.
Rights were not respected. They were.
Our own Collège des médecins told us doctors that it was an ethical obligation to take the jab, to be injected with his experimental vaccine in order to protect our patients. So we were being unethical if we didn't take the jab. And as a matter of fact, healthcare practitioners would not be able to work if they weren't jabbed. The deadline was October 15th. We had to all be injected. I was not going to do it. There was no way that I was going to put my life in danger because the Collège des Médecins said it was my ethical obligation. They sort of made it up. I mean, there's no ethical obligation to be treated with an experimental vaccine. I mean, it goes against the Nuremberg Code. So there's certainly no ethical obligation. And if that's what's in the Code of Ethics, then they better change the Code of Ethics. In any case, I decided I was going to just stop working the time that it took for all this to blow over. So what I had to do was cancel 3 months of appointments. So these are people who are waiting to see me, people I'm following, people who are waiting for follow-ups, people who've been waiting, they're having their yearly exam, et cetera, et cetera. So I just had to cancel everything. 3 months of appointments had to cancel. A lot of work from the staff to cancel 3 months of appointments, to renew all the medications, because who knew how long it was going to take? And somebody whose medication was making an appointment to get a medication that they needed, and their appointment was in 2 months, and I might be off work for a year or 2 years. I had to write a prescription. So we had to go through all the charts and renew all the medications. Come along to October 15th, I think this was in 2000, whatever. I can't remember whether it was 2021 or 2022. I'm not very good with dates. We were then told, no, we're getting a 2-week extension. We have another 2 weeks to vaccinate ourselves. So get back to the patients, tell them, listen, I'm working for 2 weeks. We can fill up the schedule. I could work extra days, but I'm going to be stopping on November 1st. I remember it was on October 15th and on November 1st, probably 2021. And then we'd already canceled everything after. I think 24 hours before November 1st, we were told that, no, that was canceled. We can continue working even if we were not jabbed. However, there were restrictions. We had to put a plastic barrier between us and the patients. We had to stay 6 feet apart, and we had to wear masks, all of which were useless in a viral infection. There are billions of viruses in the room. They're all over the place. And there was no information given about how to do, except for doctors like me who gave our patients information. Now, we couldn't get ivermectin. As a matter of fact, I was told that the Order of Pharmacists in Quebec forbade pharmacists from serving ivermectin to patients who had a proper prescription unless that patient said it was for parasites, because it's a parasitic, and it was dissed, everybody, it was criticized, it's a horse parasite medication. No, it's an anti-COVID medication as well. But we couldn't get it. It was impossible to get. Stocks were low. They wouldn't release it. So the safe and effective treatment, which did exist, was not released. Hydroxychloroquine, there must have been over 1 billion doses given over time. It's sold over the counter in all of Africa, India, Indonesia. But it's no good. And even though Didier Raoul, Dr. Raoul in France, showed in the statistics in his hospital that his patients were doing a lot better than the rest of France and than the rest of the Western world. We were told not to give ivermectin, not to give hydroxychloroquine as well. And of course, in Quebec, it's not allowed to give IV vitamin C, because that is not done in Quebec. That's the reason that we're not allowed to give IV vitamin C. It's given in Ontario, for example, in Alberta, in BC, and in most states in the United States, certainly many states in the United States, for the last 30, 40 years, very safe and very effective for all infectious diseases. But in Quebec, it's not done.
So, Dr. Brugger, sorry to interrupt you. I'd like to ask you 2 questions, and we'll conclude. 2 questions. Number 1, with your experience and your patients, does your patients, did they confess they were forced to
Absolument.
vaccinate?
Les gens étaient forcés sur. Il y avait plusieurs manières de forcer les gens. D'abord, les gens étaient socialement isolés, parce qu'il y avait tellement de peur, que tout le monde avait peur, que des gens... J'avais une patiente qui vivait à la campagne avec son mari qui était vacciné. Elle, pas question, elle n'allait pas prendre l'injection. Il y avait une voisine, après une tempête de neige, j'avais appelé chez cette femme, une copine à cette femme, une voisine, à distance de chez elle, à la campagne, pour demander qu'elle demande à son mari de venir l'aider à libérer
her car being at a snowstorm, and she was asking for help, and she said, I'm going to help him. And then she said, no, don't come because you're not vaccinated. So she couldn't meet other people exterior. Because she wasn't vaccinated, she couldn't get out and couldn't see anybody. People were losing their job if they would work from distance, from home. I had a patient that used to work for the government, federal, and she was on Zoom with her colleagues. She was about to lose her job if she didn't. If she wasn't vaccinated. Okay. One more thing. Okay, it will come back to me. My second question, you talk about employees, concerning work. Construction, in the construction business, they need a hat, they need and concerning vaccination, was it a permanent vaccination once vaccination was done, we cannot remove it. Like a coat in construction, we can put the coat on the job and remove it.
It's irreversible.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Yes,
it is
exactly.
irreversible, or it's not irreversible. Who knows? It's experimental. It's experimental. We are guinea pigs. We are rats. They're experimenting on us. We don't know. It's never been studied. So, is it irreversible? I certainly hope not. So far, it is. People are still getting sick. There's an excess of deaths around the world. That's measurable. And people can't get it out of their body. But that's probably formally true. But I believe that the body, the default of the body is to heal. So I think that virtually anything is reversible in my mind with my type of approach. However, we really don't know.
Okay. So just to confirm, because of the permanency of this vaccination, there should have been more transparency towards all the questions that you covered.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Information, and we were hiding the information. It wasn't as if the information wasn't there. We were hiding it. The company wanted to keep it secret for 55 years. The mainstream media were not talking about it. I've lost complete faith in mainstream media. So for the last 3 years, I've not watched television news. I've not bought newspapers. Over the last 3 weeks, with the National Citizens Inquiry, I've started buying newspaper. The Journal de Montréal and local Québec journal that is read all across the province, the most sold newspaper in the province, and also the National Post, which I can get in my village, and no mention of the National Citizens Inquiry. It's omerta, just like the previous witness mentioned.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Breger. Can you, in one sentence, one sentence,
D'accord,
please.
je ferai mon mieux.
One or two. I'll do my best.
For me, COVID was the great reveal. So, in fact, COVID has brought front and center the fact that we are not living in a free democracy. Our information is being censored, the information is being suppressed. The people who try to get out there and have a discussion and talk and put forward another narrative are being punished. And we are seeing the corruption that exists. We have to start asking ourselves why different levels, whether it be public health, international, national, provincial public health, politicians, the mainstream media, why they are doing what they're doing. There is a reason. It is organized.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the commissaries?
Good afternoon, Doctor. Thank you for your testimony. You know, when we've been going across the country, I keep hearing time and time again about a principle in medicine that's supposed to be sacrosanct, and that is informed consent. How could the public give informed consent for a vaccine which they don't know is experimental, which they've been told it's safe and effective, and they haven't been told about, you know, that it wasn't tested on pregnant women, it wasn't tested on children, it wasn't all kinds of things. How can you achieve informed consent as a medical practitioner if you're not providing information?
Well, it's an interesting question. The answer simply is you can't. It's impossible. The mystery is how doctors bought into this. Now, there is a series of videos on the Children's Health Defense, 1-hour videos, 5 1-hour videos, directed by Vera Sharav, who is a Holocaust survivor. And she makes the argument that we are playing from, it's the Nazi playbook from the 30s. Now, this might sound extreme. Watch the videos, you'll see it's the same thing. It's being done for our own good. So people do things because they obey because it's for the good, the greater good. And the people who are telling us that are supposedly respected and credible people. But no, there was no way that there could be informed consent. There was no information, so it couldn't be informed consent. And we went against the Hippocratic Oath, which I hadn't mentioned as well. Hippocratic Oath, which could be summarized for me, in two major, but it's a bit more complicated, but these are the two biggest things. Above all, do no harm. First, do no harm. And number two, the patient comes first. So public health doesn't come first. Our medical boards, which have way too much power, they're now telling doctors how to. It's felt to me as if, metaphorically, these institutions have come and sat down between me and my patient and are now directing me how to, me with my 40 years of experience, my curiosity, always reading stuff. They're now telling me, these nebulous figures are now telling me what's the best thing to do, when in fact that is a sacred place between doctor and patient. It's so sacred that it's, it has to be kept secret. So no, they couldn't get informed consent, impossible.
Well, I want to stick to informed consent just a little while. We had a witness, and I can't remember where that was. It was he or she was a doctor, I think a professor and policy analyst, and they said that even if the medical practitioner informs the patient of what the risks are, if the medical practitioner is aware of a third party influencing that decision, then they're obligated not to provide the procedure. In other words, if they know there's coercion or they know there's some kind of blackmail that's forcing the patient to do this, then that's not informed consent either. Is that concept also familiar to you, sir?
In other words, if that person has been threatened by whomever, that if they don't do this treatment, no, that's not. It's free and informed consent. That's not free. It's the free part that they're going against there.
The other thing that you said in your testimony, you talked about fear, and you said that in the beginning it seemed that they were creating fear in the population. And we also had testimony from a lady, I believe it was in Red Deer or in Saskatoon, and I thought this was incredible. I thought maybe you want to comment on this. This lady told the story about how her mother, I think she did it in secret, went to the corner drugstore to get the vaccine, and she was and she stood in the line, in a long line, to get her vaccine, and she sat down and she got the vaccine, and she dropped dead on the spot, and not a single soul in the line moved. They just stood there. Is that something you've seen before? Is that something that might be out of fear? Is there any comment you can make on that?
Matthias Desmet, a psychologist, talked about this notion of mass hypnosis. We've been sort of some sort of mass hypnosis. You probably have not seen it, but there are videos that show the number of sports figures on the field who have dropped dead, people giving lectures who have dropped dead. There's sudden death pilots who have dropped dead. There's one Canadian doctor, I don't know if he testified, but he has documented 50 Canadian doctors who died post-vaccine. Now, the argument is that we don't know it's from the vaccine. So this is a very important point. It's interesting that you bring this up. We have been, as doctors, discouraged from reporting, generally speaking, with any vaccine, of reporting what we think is a vaccine side effect, whether it be death or whether it be disease, but especially in this case, death. So what happens is, instead of what we should be doing, and what it was initially designed for, the reporting systems, was that we should be reporting any suspicion. And we should be encouraged to report any suspicion. So if this woman dropped dead within 10 minutes of receiving the vaccine, it should be reported. Now, if she's the only woman out of 1 million that dropped dead immediately after the vaccine, well, statistically, probably not due to the vaccine, or she had a particular reaction to the vaccine, and other people don't have to fear it. But if there's 20 others, and maybe there's 500 who dropped dead within a week, and another 2,000 who dropped dead within 2 months, then you statistically look at it and say, well, the statistics are such that you can calculate there's a 90% chance it's because of the vaccine. But if you discourage from the get-go people from reporting side effects, people from reporting death, then we'll never find out. And then we say, well, there's no reports. And that's been what's going on for decades and decades and decades. And of course, the great reveal, COVID, it so happens they overplayed their hand. And sooner or later, what do they say? What's the expression? They'll come home to roost. Because now we're seeing people dropping dead. So no, I've not heard of anybody dropping dead immediately. I've had reports. They're secondhand reports, because of course, very few of my patients were vaccinated. Secondhand reports of they know of somebody. This woman that I was telling you about, one of her neighbors just dropped dead post-vaccine, within weeks of the vaccine, and she was perfectly healthy. No other, and of course the sports figures that dropped dead, well, they were perfectly healthy. You know, people on the soccer field dropping dead.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Brischoff, for your testimony. I'd like to just go back to censorship for a minute. Disinformation has been described as one of the most pressing and harmful forms of malicious behaviors online, and by their silence, the legacy media has condoned the government narrative. And sadly, this one-mind perspective is not just confined to Canada, but it has encroached in all the other countries around the world. So what recommendations would you make going forward that would encourage free discourse and dissenting voices within the public space? Or more pointedly, what can hardworking Canadians do in their circle of friends to reverse this trend?
Whoa, that second part of the question is really hard, because people are, the hardest person to convince is an ignorant person who thinks they know. So once you're convinced once you're convinced that you know the truth, very hard to change minds. And, I've not succeeded in my family yet. Not my immediate family. My immediate family understood. But in order to, what we could do, I think the first thing we could do is allow information to flow. We're all thinking human beings. Who has the right to say this is misinformation or disinformation? Nobody has that right. There are hate laws. So if you say, the Holocaust doesn't exist, that's taken care of by criminal law. If you say, you should go around and kill everybody who's under 5'8", there are rules of inciting criminality. But in terms of misinformation and disinformation, that was just, that's a Donald Trump presidency, was sort of made up. So now everybody's taking advantage of it. That anything you say that doesn't follow the narrative this is 1984, the book 1984. This is group speak. You can't think differently. You can't speak differently. You can't have another opinion. Well, read Matthias Desmet, how that happens. It happens when people, it's way beyond, what I have to say, but this is something that has been planned for a long time. Dr. David Fleming, I think that's his name, he's an expert on patent law. He goes through the patent history that led up to this. The trial runs with H1N1, with declaring a pandemic. I mean, this has been planned for a long time. Judy Mikovits has written 2 books. One of his called The Plandemic. So this is long. Somebody was playing the long game. So what we have to do is we have to have our constitutional rights respected. And anybody who was complicit, any politician who was complicit in not allowing freedom of information, Robert F. Kennedy said that's the first and most important part of all our freedoms, is freedom of information. It's the First Amendment in the States. So if we don't have freedom of information, there's no way anybody is going to change their minds. So I guess the first job to do is go after mainstream media and find out why the heck the journalists are not being, of course we know why, of course, they're being bought. They're being bought. They depend, in the States, they depend on ads. If you look at, I saw one video where we saw, CNN News, MSNBC News, CBS News, all sponsored by Pfizer. So, that's where you have to follow the money. Age-old truth, follow the money.
Thank you very much.
I don't know if that helps, but...
Dr. Breger, the commission d'enquête, we thank you so much for your...
And I thank you all, the commissioners and all of you who have volunteered to help with this commission, all your hard work, and I'm very pleased to be part of, and I thank you for listening to me.
Well, thank you so much.
Au revoir.
Bye-bye.
Bonjour à tous. D'abord, je suis désolé, il est hors de ma part, je vous prévenir avant cette édition qu'elle serait en anglais. On n'est pas en mesure de faire la traduction.
We cannot translate from French to English that don't understand. We could not translate the opposite from English to French. Whenever we can, all the testimonies will have the vocals in French or English, and we're going to work on it. And we'll have a second testimony only in English tonight. And I'm so sorry that for those who don't speak English, that was the only way we could do things today. Okay, I'm leaving. We're going to continue on. Okay, we need a little break.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. I'm the author of 3 books, Maps of Meaning, 12 Rules, and Beyond Order, 12 More Rules for Life. I've been asked by the Honorable Preston Manning to say a few words about our nation's response to COVID. So let's lay out what happened. We faced an unknown threat of indeterminate magnitude. So a new disease made itself manifest on the horizon, and we had no way of calibrating the severity of the illness. We panicked. We then used the panic to justify the imposition of a tyranny that was modeled for us by an authoritarian state led by the Chinese Communist Party. So in our foolish panic, we abdicated our political responsibility and we copied the first mover, which was essentially communist China. How did we abdicate our political responsibility? Well, we turned over the necessity to consider a multiplicity of options to hypothetical experts on the public health front. And I would say that was an abdication of responsibility because, first of all, we turned those public health experts into political figures having to adjudicate between a number of competing ethical claims. And we also, our political leaders and ourselves as citizens, allowed our responsibility to be usurped by these experts in a time of hypothetical crisis. We then manipulated public opinion in the most egregious possible manner, using a collusion between corporation, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, government and media, who all colluded together to use fear to impose tyranny. And we did that not only by manipulating public opinion through the media, but by using opinion polls to sample that frightened public opinion to justify the imposition of restrictions on our basic rights as a consequence of response to that public opinion, and then to lie in the aftermath of that and claim that that was all based on science. All of that was a lie, as I know full well from talking to people who were advising political figures, including conservative political figures, during the epidemic itself. We suspended our basic rights, including the rights to travel, the freedom of association, the right to bodily integrity, and there's barely a more fundamental right than that, and the right to freedom of speech. We did the latter particularly by persecuting people who dared to say anything against the panicked response to the hypothetical COVID epidemic. Here's a rule of thumb for everyone to consider in the future. Imagine there's a crisis. I suppose now we believe the next one is going to be on the climate front. Imagine that your response to that crisis is a kind of paralytic fear. Then imagine that you use that fear to justify the imposition of any tyranny you feel merited, and you do so while accruing power to yourself. Well, you've just demonstrated that you are not the right leader for that crisis. That's for sure. So what else did we do? We did untold economic damage, which has not yet unfolded, to the supply chain around the world. We're going to starve tens of millions of people as a consequence of that, and put a lot more people into absolute poverty as a consequence of increased energy and food prices. We have no idea what we did on the inflationary front yet. We've seen banks begin to fail in the United States, and we have no idea where that's going to end. So that was all a part and parcel of the panicked response. We've damaged the population's faith in both public health and science for at least a generation, maybe more, because if I was a young person looking back at what happened over the last 3 years, I would certainly be disinclined to trust either experts or politicians again in my life. And the damage to public health, I suspect the consequences of that as it unfolds will be that more people will die because they're now afraid of such things as vaccines that would have died if we would have just followed Sweden's example, for instance, and left people the hell alone. I don't know how many of you who are listening know this, but Sweden now has the least excess deaths in Europe. And so the Swedish model, which did involve vaccines, by the way, but no lockdowns and certainly no mask mandates. We lied through our teeth about masks. There's no evidence whatsoever from randomized controlled trials, which are the only form of trial that matter. We lied through our teeth about the utility of masks so that we could look like we were doing something, and that's on you, politicians, who pushed that. We also circumvented the scientific process while approving the vaccines, and we're going to pay a big price for that, and we're certainly not done paying that. And then I would say to the conservatives who are listening, we failed as conservatives because we did not abide by or attend to the law of unintended consequences, right? We had a crisis of unmeasured magnitude. That was the new illness. We put in incredibly restrictive policies to hypothetically cope with it. We lied about the fact that those policies were justified by science. We wreaked untold economic havoc on our society. We hurt the educational opportunities of children, and we failed to attend to the fact that the reaction to a crisis can produce a worse crisis than the crisis itself. So, all things considered, it's hard for me to see how we could have possibly, had we done nothing at all in the face of this so-called pandemic, things would have turned out better than they did. So I think there's ample room for all of us as citizens, and especially those of us who were leaders during this time, to be as ashamed of ourselves as we possibly could. And perhaps what you could remember from this particular talk is that in our panicked idiocy, we copied one of the most authoritarian societies that's ever existed on the planet, and that would be the Chinese Communist Party. So pretty damn pathetic, all things considered. We should seriously be ashamed of ourselves. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share those thoughts with you.
Ms. Jeffrey, can we begin with you stating your full name for the record and then spelling your first and last name for the record?
My name is Laura Jeffrey. It's spelled Laura Jeffeffery.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, Ms. Jeffrey, my understanding is that you were quite a senior embalmer as far as embalmers in Canada go.
I'm the best kept secret in embalming.
You have been working as a funeral director, and that includes embalming, for 27 years now.
Yes.
Which I did the math. That would mean you started roughly in 1996.
I'm an old lady.
I started practicing law in 1995.
Well, then you're an older fellow too.
we share a long career. And for the past 5 years, my understanding is you would average roughly about 170
yes.
I guess, I don't know what you call it.
I would embalm and care for 170 people that required embalming. I would care for many more that maybe weren't embalming, but I would care for them as well.
Right. Now, right, because if somebody's being cremated, then they don't go through an embalming process.
No, that's not necessarily true.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you're buried or cremated. It depends on what you're doing beforehand.
Okay. Now, when COVID came along,
yes,
my understanding is you were working at a place which cared for approximately 600 deceased
yes.
persons a year.
Yes.
And in a year and a half, so COVID hits, so we're in, I guess, March of 2020, and a year and a half goes by.
Yes.
And you're still with this organization that cares with roughly 600 deceased persons a year.
Yes.
How many deaths did you see attributed,
7.
not caused, but attributed to COVID?
7.
And were there other comorbidities involved?
Of course, yes. Routinely, the COVID cases that I would see would be people that had been suffering dementia for probably quite some time and living in a nursing home facility. And that's fairly typical in the winter. We would see that with any virus or any cold maybe that was going around, because those people are very vulnerable.
Now, what did you observe about the death rate when COVID swept through this land?
Nothing. There's nothing to observe. Nothing
okay.
changed.
So nothing changed?
Oh, well, that's not true, actually. So lockdowns create a situation where suicides and drug overdoses escalated dramatically.
Now, what about the first lockdown?
The first lockdown wasn't as obvious. There may have been the odd, unusual death, but I mean, that also could have just been normal timing, because the first lockdown was the pajama party, right? The second lockdown was the problem. So the second lockdown, the escalation of suicide deaths and drug overdoses was obvious.
Okay,
young people, middle-aged people.
And as an embalmer, I mean, you're aware of cause of death when you're treating somebody.
I mean, I don't always look, but I mean, sometimes you're very aware. You can't miss it.
Okay, so so the suicides and drug overdoses, they're obviously increasing in number in the second lockdown.
Second lockdown, yeah.
Now, my understanding is that you had a very unique experience with a 9-week period with a specific type of death. Can you share with us slowly what you witnessed and just how unusual that was?
Okay, so in 9 weeks, so one a week for 9 weeks, there was middle-aged women that were, well settled in their lives mostly, who didn't want to stay on earth anymore. So they left by their choice and their hand. So they had children, they had spouses, they had homes, but the second lockdown was too much for them. So they left, and we cared for them. And it was awful, to be honest. Each week one person would do that for no reason. They had children. So that was hard.
So these are mothers with children.
Yeah.
And
average people. Yeah. I mean, it could have been me, right? Except I don't have kids. But in a general sense, yes, it was a middle-aged woman that had children ranging, I found, aged like maybe 10 to 20. And then you're looking at that middle-aged woman, right? And she has a home and a husband and children. So that happened.
Had you ever in your career seen a suicide death
No.
from that type of person before?
No. Women don't do that.
So this just stuck out like a sore thumb.
Mm-hmm. Everybody noticed.
Now, my understanding is that you started seeing changes after the COVID-19 vaccines were introduced.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
It started in January of 2021, and at first I was seeing an anomaly in what we would call return. So you have to understand a little bit about embalming. Embalming, we have a vat, and then there's a hose, and the vat has a pump in it. And what we do is we use the human circulatory system that God gave us. So we go into that circulatory system. Generally, we start at the carotid, right? That's a major artery that goes not to your brain, but also to the top of your heart. And it pumps the fluid through. And then the return would be people's blood that's pumped back out through the venous system. And we open that and let it release. And the concept is to put preservation in and take out what would not preserve a body long term, so that we can present a person that is.
And I'm a procureur at the Commission d'enquête citoyenne, NCI, today. I see you on the screen, but I'll look in the camera. We are happy to have Evelyne Terrien. Hello, Maître Collard. Yes, can you hear me? Yes, everything's good. Can you see me well, or no? We can see you well. Everything is good. Everybody can see you. Okay, so please identify yourself. I affirm. Evelyne Terrien, thank you. Beneath the commission to come here and testify, and I know it's not easy things for you to say, and the fact that you will testify, other people will recognize their experience in your experience finally, so thank you so much. What do you do? What's your job? Now, I'm invalid long term for 6 years. In March 2020, I was invalid, and I was living in my father's house, and my mother was in a residence because she was suffering Alzheimer. And I'm right now in the same situation than 220. So you were already invalid, and at that time, did you work for someone, and who did you work for when you became invalid? Before I was invalid. Is it in 220? Were you invalid the following job? Who was your work? The TD Bank. And the TD insurance is Manuvie that gives me the invalidity payment. Your motivation that brought you here at NCI, can you talk about it? I'd like for people that are searching can find the information that what really happened since 2020, what really happened, and the real consequences of what governments have done, and people that are searching information, and that information should be available. And this information, you're going to tell about your experience, and chronologically speaking, you had the jab. I had 2 doses. Can you tell about your first injection? What was the state you were in? You accepted the first dose, so you were. I just want to say one thing that's very important. In 2019, I was more empty religiously and spiritually. I was vulnerable to fall into the fright, manipulation at that time, and I took the first shot voluntarily for May 2nd, 2021. For a long time, I had a very bad immune system, so it must have followed my decision to. I had many infections, bronchitis, pneumonia, which we call comorbidity. Can we say that? You had other problems previously. Yes. The AVC was caused by the celiac disease, and if it's not cured, it can bring a very bad immune system. I have a question. Before your first dose, at the moment where I'm going to get the jab, were you afraid of the virus? I would say that beginning of 2020 I was afraid, but in 2021 I was not afraid so much. It was more about blindness. I wasn't confident, and I was confident in the government because in 2021 I had started my personal search, and in 2021. So when you say you did your personal search, was your first injection done or not? Or before my first injection? So you went to get the jab? Yes. I didn't do so many research, but it was just a little. I was not in a very good LT at that time. Did you have side effects following the first dose? No, I didn't have any side effects. And following this, you continued day-by-day routine, and you got your second injection. Can you talk about that one? How did it go? In what state were you in? I continued my research between the first and second dose, and I didn't want to get the second injection anymore, but I took it I was desperate because I was afraid of my dad's reaction and how he would treat me if I wouldn't take it. So I was doubting that he would probably make me move from his house. Yeah, you were living with your dad. Yeah, and then you didn't want to take it. You had seen information, and you also went, despite the fact. Why did you get it? Well, there's not a good reason, but I think I could have fight this. It would have been hard for me, a lot of time, and I would have to move out from the house, and I was very slow and not very healthy. Can we say that you took it for social pressure and not because you were convinced and you were second injection? I wasn't worried of the virus or my state of health, but I could understand that the injection was not a solution. But you also went. First, July 2021. That's the first one. You had 2 doses in July 2021, and following the second dose, did you get side effects? Yes. 3 weeks after the first injection, it was flu, diarrhea, muscular ache. My head was painful, very tired. Lots of, I was hot and cold. I couldn't sleep, and I couldn't do all my daily activities, and my father took the kitchen over during this period. I couldn't do my daily chores, and those effects were manifested how long? The first day after I got the injection, and then it seemed like okay. And 1 or 2 weeks after, I had esophagitis. The doctor calls it esophagitis, which is it's a painful pain in the throat and digestive system that makes it hard to swallow. And then I went to consult, and was it your doctor, family? No, it wasn't my family, but it was the clinic where my family doctor works. They gave me antacid for 2 months, and I don't remember if they gave me antibiotic or not, but I took antacid for 2 months, and then I stopped and never took it back. So from what I understand, you had side effects 1 day after, and then it went on. You went to the clinic, and then did you ask your doctor to notice these side effects? But I just did it 6 months later, because during summer 2021 I was convinced that no doctors would take me seriously, and I was noticing the context and and I also have a very difficult medical story, and I know the doctors. And during my 20s and 30s, the beginning 30, it was very hard. I didn't expect that any doctor would take me seriously, and I was seeing the context in the media, television, even at Radio-Canada. We announced that the second dose had more effects, side effects, and I was telling myself that I was telling myself that everybody would laugh at me, and 6 months later, I found that my duty to try, and my family doctor, reacted exactly as I expected. What was her reaction? It was so it was winter 222. So she told me it wasn't the doctor, but the patient that had to fill in the form, the document. And I don't think it was the right document. It was one document for the side effects of usual side effects of medication that I sent to Canada government. Medifiche, and she told me, because I asked her an exemption for the third dose, she told me to get the third dose because she never had side effects except for the first day. And she also told me that other of her patients that came and asked for extensions because things happen in family members because of the injection, and she wouldn't give an exemption. And she wouldn't do it. This is for you wanted a exemption for the third dose. So what's important now is to know is you talked about your father at that time. Were you were between the second and third dose, right? Yes. You were living at your father between the second and your demand of exemption. So what happened then? In December 2021, they started to push the third dose in the media and the television. I refused to take it. And it created conflicts with my father. My father was very mad. He was telling me very bad names and screaming and very angry, which he was also in every day, very insulting and not very nice. So in December, I thought of moving out, and I changed my mind because I found that it was like I was listening to the government game to cause destruction and control us. But then in January, February, January 222, yes, January, February 222, I started all kinds of I gave credit fund to the convoy, Liberty Convoy. I could not go myself. I could not drive. I had since I had my cardiac problem. So you were always at your father's place when you gave some money to the convoy. Yes. So when he found out about it, he was so mad and angry, and he said, "You have to leave my house." So he put you out of the out. Yes, he asked me to leave, and I'm very slow because of the AVC. It took me a few months to move, so I moved in July 2022, And 4 months between, he asked me to leave, and the time I could move out. And during that period, there were moments that were very explosive. He was very in a bad humor and aggressive, and so I was so happy to move out because the relation with your father, is it did it end, or since you moved out, or are you still in contact? It is at the minimum. I go and see my mother once a week at the CHSLD, and because he sees her every day, so obviously I see him when I go and visit my mom. But apart from that, it's very rare that I've seen him or met him. I will never invite him at my house because at the very beginning I invited him once or twice, and I found him very, I don't know how to describe it, but it was. His personality never changed from the beginning of COVID, and he was like that, and his attitude went from bad to worse, and it caused a lot of problem. Generally, even outside of COVID, the subject, and it still goes on, and I still have conflicts with, like over the phone with him during winter 223, and I will take my distance even more because I want to. I'm supposed to be executive for his testament, and I cannot work with him or my brother. Because my brother is similar to my father, his attitude, and it doesn't work at all. So I want to take my distance. Madame Terrien. Yeah, time is going on. The important message is, if your father would hear you, your witness, this can be seen over all through Canada. What would you say to your father? I think I would have nothing to tell him because I tried everything, and I know that he doesn't believe in research. If you talk him directly, face to face. It's not easy. Yes, things. It's so uncomfortable that it will become insults. Even if it's the truth, I would tell them that I think he's a coward. Could have been careful and be sensitive about the side effects of my second dose, and to see that something was wrong and reality was not corresponding to the government reality. So, and to what government says or does. So I find him very coward, insensitive, and cruel. Yeah, you talk about yourself. Yeah, yes, you're like you feel you're rejected. You feel his attitude was not only towards me, but generally speaking, during COVID. I think the way he reacted was atrocious, which was really truly affected you. That's what I can notice. It takes a lot of courage to talk here at the commission. And what would you say if we need to remind or have a lesson to take from this. We must not sacrifice our liberty and our integrity for an illusion of security. Excellent ending word. Never sacrifice our liberty for illusion of security. We will remind that, and maybe we will have questions from the commissaries. Okay, thank you. Bonjour. Thank you for your witnessing. My question is, I understand it's a very tense situation that's provoked by your incapacity to be prisoner of your invalidity, so you have less capacity to get out of your familiar media. Do you have around you some people that can support you in this situation that is really not easy to be tense, and maybe you are without any support that you should have gotten? Since I moved out, I implicated in different group and as a volunteer, and it allowed me to create new links and meeting new people. I'm in a Solaris group. I was volunteer for Réinfo COVID Québec, and what else? I think I'm in other groups, the Jardin d'échange universel, and it allowed me to have new links, new friends, and I also have a sister that is not vaccinated that lives in Coaticook. She's very far, but it's a little a moral support that she's conscious of, and she has a lot of difficulty, and she has her own problem, health problem also. She's working, but can work very hardly. But it's not someone that I can see every day. But she supported me so much during the processes with my father before me moving out of my house, my father's house, and she encouraged me a lot. And I have one friend that one of the rare friends that I kept during the years. She was also very understanding, and she didn't want any vaccination, but she did it under her employer requiring it, and she helped me to pass this terrible situation, and my everything is going better every day, and I can see more people every day, and I saw more people in winter 23 than fall 2022, so it continues to improve. So it's not as bad as it should have or could have been. Thank you so much. Thank you, Evelyne Terrien. This witnessing was not easy. You're very courageous, and that's also liberty. It's having courage. Be sure that what your witness, whatever you witness with us, will see it's. Thanks for the great work that you do.
Hello, everyone. I am Louis-Olivier Fontaine, and I'm acting as a procurer for the NCI that is being held presently in Quebec City. Today we have the honor to have with us Dr. Sabine Hazan, who is joining us from California. Madame Hazan, do you hear me properly? Yes. Do you hear me? Yes. Super. So to begin, I will ask you, Dr. Hazan, to pronounce your name and last name. I will ask you to declare the oath, another formality. So can you solemnly affirm that you will say the truth, all the truth, and on anything but the truth? Yes, I affirm. Now, Dr. Hazan, I will make a short presentation of your professional profile, and you will tell me if everything is conform, and you will forgive me if I leave out some details of your very complete CV. So you are a specialist doctor in gastroenterology, expert of the microbiome, intestinal microbiome. You are president and founder of the Project Biome, which is a laboratory in the genetic sequencing. You have realized pharmaceutical trials for pharmaceutical companies for decades, and you are author of several scientific publications relating to COVID. Is this all exact? Yes, it is correct. Would you want to add other qualifications to your resume? I have a few others, but I think it's fine for that purpose. During the short preparation that we could do for your testimony, you have mentioned a subject that is important for you. If I understood properly, it's the mechanism of publishing scientific research and the difficulties that you have encountered to publish them. If it suits you, we could start with this subject, and then you can always continue with other topics. You have understood that the topic is about the consequences and the management of the COVID crisis in Canada and also in the world. So we have about 45 minutes, including questions, to speak about this subject. So about 30 minutes. I need to finish in 30 minutes because I have another important meeting after. So you will have me for 30 minutes. So we will reserve a few minutes at the end for the commissioners. So I will let you speak. So, since I've done the clinical trials for the pharmaceutical companies, I know how to register patients for the trials, how to write a protocol and submit it to the FDA. So when the COVID started, I had already have a laboratory that started looking at the microbiome in the clinical domain. So what the patients that have Parkinson's disease have in their microbiome. So it's the microbes in your intestines. So what is specific to people having Parkinson into their microbiome, and maybe we can treat the disease knowing the bacteria. And the same thing with Alzheimer, autism. So I wrote protocols really to see the microbiome in the clinical domain. When COVID came, so I was already doing clinical trials. I helped many pharmaceutical companies to assist companies to put their products on the market. That was my role as a medical doctor. In the last 15 years, I did much research. There was a Clostridium difficile bacteria, and I brought many patients in that research because when the medicine wasn't working, I would make cell transplants. And that's what woke me up and what made me discover the world of the microbiome. When I was doing cell transplant, so if you see a patient that doesn't have any hair because of some disease, and then the hair started growing again, sorry for my French because I don't speak French much. So something happened when the hair grows because we have manipulated some cells. So in a case where the person had Alzheimer, I gave cells from his wife, and suddenly he remembered the name of his wife. So in terms of scientific, what happens in the microbiome? So when COVID came, the first thing I did is I started looking at all the documents. Then I found the document from Dr. Raoult. Then before COVID came to the US, I looked at Dr. Raoult's research. Then he spoke about hydroxychloroquine. It changes the pH of the cell, and maybe when the virus enters the cell and it's very alkaline, then and the same thing with ivermectin, with the zinc. And so all these things made things work in my mind. So what impressed me with Dr. Raoult is he treated his patients. And he never went to the hospital while he was treating all of these patients. So we have to remember in March 2020, there was no COVID. It was just beginning. So we were getting prepared, and I started writing the protocols to submit them to the FDA. So we had never received any patients. So when the first patients came, there was a fear in the doctors. So what gave us the courage in the doctors? So it's the doctors before us that gave us the courage to treat them. So in Italy, in France, we started treating and they survived themselves. So when I saw Dr. Raoult, who is not young, so if he survived, then I will survive too. I'm younger than him. So I can go and start treating patients. So when COVID came in America, there was no masks, and we need to go in the field and heal the patients. So fear came. So if they would not have had these doctors in France and Italy, maybe we would not have had the courage to treat the patients. So I'm sure that the COVID goes into the cells. So I have the laboratory that analyzes the microbiomes. Then I have the laboratory that does the testing for the medication. Then I will take the protocol from Dr. Raoult, and I will make a protocol with it. So that was my own protocol. I wrote it, I gave it to the FDA, and they told me, yes, you can start treating patients, and there's no need for clinical trials. That was the first letter. The next day, we received a letter, and then, sorry, you need to do a complete study, phase 1. So I said, since these medications are safe, can we just go to phase 2? Then phase 2, they let us do it, so we started phase 2. So when I started doing with the ivermectin, the zinc, the vitamin D, hydroxychloroquine, at the same time, I analyzed the cells of the first patients, and then I said, I'm sure we have to find COVID in the cells. And then we discovered it was there. 100% of patients who had the test positive, the PCR test, we found the genome of the virus in the cells. So it's not really a copy, it's thousands of copies of the virus in the cells. So when I saw that, I thought, what does the virus do to the microbiome? And I noted that when I was treating patients in the same family, we published a document where we found was looking. I'm sure you will discover the COVID. Then the government started doing the test to look at the mutation. At the same time, I was looking at the patients. So what is the mutation? Is it serious? Is the patient in serious condition? Started looking, there's people that will have COVID into the cells. Les cells. It's in the fecal excretion. So if they have severe COVID, and some people will not have COVID, what's the difference between their fecal matter? So that's because there is the bacteria in the domain of the probiotics. We know that the probiotics are good for us. It's $1 trillion business. So that must be important because the people who have severe COVID, they don't have the bifidobacteria. And the people who are exposed to COVID and didn't have COVID, they have a lot of bifidobacteria. So maybe this is something I should look at. So after that, I noted that vitamin C was augmenting the bifidobacteria. And then we discovered ivermectin, which is the secretion of a big bacteria that's called Streptomyces. And maybe that bacteria is in the same group of bacteria. Maybe it feeds the bifidobacteria when the oxygen level of patients is very low. So one thing I noticed when I was treating patients with hydroxychloroquine or similar protocols, I didn't know some patients, the oxygen became lower. So I will change the treatment. I would give them ivermectin instead. And that's when I discovered ivermectin. When their oxygen is low, 2 hours after giving them the ivermectin, the oxygen goes up. And I thought if it increases, then maybe it is because I diminish and the bifidobacteria are taking the cytokine and releases it in the toilet. So that's how my research was in the microbiome. So looking at the bifidobacteria. The people that have Lyme disease, they have no bifidobacteria. Crohn's disease that have not been treated It's the first time they have the disease. They have no bifidobacteria. We presented to the digestive disease. They have no bifidobacteria. Maybe it's the cancer that destroyed it, or because it disappeared, it causes cancer. Maybe it's the egg or the hen. So when we look at the research and look at all the proofs and look clearly at the research, then bifidobacteria and the microbiome was my research. So when we looked at the patients got the vaccine before and after, then 1 month we had a basis of microbiome on the patient. Then we tested 1 month after vaccination, and then we discovered that the rate of bifidobacteria came down by 50% in that patient. Not all the patients, but it was very significant. And we continued looking at 4 patients, and we discovered that the bifidobacteria continued to go down. So we were wondering, is there something in the vaccine that kills the bifidobacteria? And maybe if we go in that trajectory of science, a new opening, then maybe if we look at the bifidobacteria, maybe that's why people who have the vaccine and develop COVID, maybe they have destroyed their bacteria that was protecting them. So that's my hypothesis. But that's how I treated all my patients, and I lost nobody that I have treated. Even if they were in my clinical trials of the FDA, and I followed them up very well to check if the level of oxygen was low, and I was treating them. And my experience in treating patients, I learned so much. And a little girl who was exposed to she developed the Tourette disease, and we found COVID in her fecal matter. And after 6 months of Tourette disease, when we gave her a little bit of hydroxychloroquine, vitamin C, and ivermectin, then the disease disappeared and she was feeling better. So there's really something in the manipulation of the microbiome that I see. It's a research, but I think we've accomplished a success that I've lost nobody. Nobody died. My frustration is that there is an interference in the research. I never wanted to speak to this committee because nothing is being done. We don't listen to the doctors anymore. There's no more science. When a hypothesis has been retracted from a journal, then there's no more science. We cannot even give a consent to the patient. We cannot even tell them that you have to be cautious. We cannot even tell them that. So where is science? Where are we at with this? The whole pandemic, I only wanted to leave on the Noah's Ark because I discovered there is so much corruption. When politicians talk about hydroxychloroquine, they have no experience. Actors speak about ivermectin. They interfere with the research I was doing because when my patients were coming in my trials, they didn't want to enter my trials because they interfered. How many patients have you treated with this protocol? It's difficult. So with the protocols, ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, there was about 200 patients, then 200 and 300. Off-label, another 1,000 patients. So people didn't want to enter the FDA protocol. Then I gave my protocol and I helped doctors because we all wanted to help patients. The patients saw for themselves. And then some patients were not able to breathe. I gave them ivermectin, and then they started to breathe again, and the oxygen level went up. So it's not magical. The patient was going to die, and then 5 days after, the patient is healed. So it's not magic. So I understand that you were felt that you were not listened to as a scientific. So you went visibly against a certain consensus. So does this cause you consequences against you? How did the media react to your approach, which was not orthodox? Well, I'm not really in the media. I was in the media only 2 interviews that became quite viral. I did one in Epoch Time. It went on TikTok, and we got maybe 1.4 million views. It was not even put there by me, somebody else. And then at one point, it got removed. I did one interview with a farmer because I discovered that people that were working in farms had a good condition microbiome. So I did an interview on YouTube with the farmer, and we were talking very casually, not just about COVID, but mostly about the farm, and the microbiome is like the farm, like fertilizers. And that video got banned. Why? Because the farmer, he was married to a woman who was a professor, and so he took his... When we looked at the microbiome of him and his wife, he had a very superior microbiome, and he took her saliva, and they never got COVID. So that's science. So it's not black and white. There's a lot of interpretation. There's a lot of bias. So it's one vision. If someone wants to prove something else, then fine. Science is just proving that I'm right or I'm wrong. So that's all. So with your colleagues from the medical profession, my colleagues know me. That's my money that I spent. I never had any grants. So when I did the research to look at the COVID and the fecal matter, that was my own research and my own money. So it's obvious that I wanted to develop a laboratory test to help doctors, but we had a lot of problems to develop that test to look at the fecal matter. The biggest loss was the interference with the research, like the political people and the media. This has destroyed research. Secondly, we cannot publish. It's very difficult to publish. We have a lot of problems with publishing. And then the recruitment of patients. There was a lot of interference with Facebook, Instagram. When I was publishing something in Twitter before Elon Musk, it was removed. So many things get removed, retracted. It's like we follow a narrative. And if people don't wake up that we are getting manipulated with our thoughts, with everything that we give us, all the media, we cannot turn on the radio. There's no relationship between the patient and the doctor. So there is a direction of medicine that is directing the patient to a narrative, a marketing. And this is what we see with COVID, and that's what we continue to see in medicine and in research. There is no more innovation. It's very interesting. Before leaving the commissioners to ask questions, I would like to ask you, is there any other subject that you would like to bring up before we speak with the commissioners? I believe I brought up interference, the banning. This is all about interference with medicine and research. Thank you, Dr. Hazan. So I will leave the commissioners to ask any questions to you. Hello, Dr. Hazan. Thank you very much for your presentation. I followed your work because I'm a microbiologist myself, and I followed all the work in the domain of the microbiome. If we have a good composition of the microbiome with the phylobacteria, we have a good capacity to resist the effects of the disease. So do you have a protocol for the treatment of the C. difficile disease? So yes, I do, for the people who have issues with vaccines. So what we discover is the people who got vaccinated and have problems, their microbiome is like very bad. They have phylum. How can we survive with a phylum? How can we remove it? Because we lose our bacteria. So this is what I see, a lack of microbes. I'm always a bit of a rebel, because if someone tells me to go right, I will go left. That's kind of my way of thinking on the scientific domain. So if somebody doesn't want to hear on that side, wants to look for a different direction. So for me, the microbiome is a new direction. So what I saw in my 30 years of research, we never healed much. So maybe a few diseases, but the Crohn's disease is not healed. Parkinson is not healed. We still have to give medicine. Crohn, Parkinson, Alzheimer disease keeps increasing the incidence. So there was one in 2030, they say there will be one child per 16 with autism. So what we think is happening is we're losing our microbes. We are at a level where the COVID opened the door that it's a lack of microbes, not necessarily the microbe, not necessarily COVID that was the problem, it was the lack of microbes. And I have a proof for that will impress everybody. But every time I try to progress with my research, I'm having to fight to defend something. I was used to being attacked because I go one way or another. So I'm used to defend myself. But it doesn't help me to progress with my research. So if I find something about the lack of microbe, then we need to look at it. So if we find a super dangerous microbe, like a resilient microbiome, then we need to learn about that microbiome. So we cannot say that we put everybody in the same box. I survived COVID, so how could I survive it? What's in my microbiome? Dr. Raoult, how could he survive? Some people survived, and people survived the COVID, and some people survived the vaccine. So we need to learn what is in the person's resilience. We are at the beginning of science, but I think we need to look at what is different between a healthy person and an unhealthy patient. And I think it's in the microbiome. My next question is, what interaction could the microbiome have that could give that resilience to COVID and many other infections that implies an unbalance of the internal system? So what we can notice and we call an imbalance of the microbiome, it's an imbalance between the microbes. So if we look at the microbiome and we say there is a phylum with good bacteria and one that is bad bacteria, there is an imbalance. Maybe the virus gets in because there is so it's like a leaky gut. And maybe that's because there is an imbalance in the microbiome. Maybe in the fecal matter, maybe that's what is protecting you. So maybe in the hamburger, there is E. coli, and maybe it goes in the colon, and there is a war between the microbes to try to remove it. And the way to have diarrhea and vomiting, maybe it's the microbiome that reacts to remove the bad bacteria. And the good bacteria support that. So when somebody loses all their good bacteria, then the person will be vulnerable to microbes that she cannot remove. It's like a city. There is a war, and there is enemy, and there are the people on the other side. And if nobody defends the barrier, then the enemy will come into the barrier. It's the same thing with the microbiome. It's like the balance between the good and the bad bacteria. And if we affect this balance, then the virus will enter. That's the microbiome. That's the thought of the microbiome. So we always thought that it's one microbe that causes the disease. Streptomyces is causing the pneumonia. We give a medicine that will heal it. What does the antibiotic do to the colon? Maybe it kills other bacteria that help something else, like the digestion of milk or of vitamin B or metabolism to the immunity. So we have to understand more what is the loss of microbe, more than the augmentation of one microbe. Because in the microbiome there are trillions of bacteria. So at the end of our life, this bacteria take the colon and decompose it in the soil. So it's obvious that it's bacteria that decompose the body. Babies have lots of bifidobacteria, and people die with very low levels of bacteria. So we have to investigate and do research, on that. Last question: to maintain a microbiome in good health, is nutrition important? What kind of nutrition should we use that feed the microbiome? So there's many studies on fibers. The problem with probiotics is that some are not genuine. So if you look at studies, 16 or 17 there was no bifidobacteria in them. So they were either dead or they were not there. So there's not so much control in the probiotic domain. Two, if you look at food like yogurt, I did an experiment killing my bifidobacteria, and I discovered that if I would drink my kefir from California, I bought kefir to try to increase my bifidobacteria, and it was not even increasing. So in the kefir, there's no bifidobacteria, but it's written on the bottle. So this is what is to do research. We go with something, we think we are in a good direction, we do things properly, and then we discover there's no bacteria in that kefir. So one thing we proved is vitamin C and D increase the level of bifidobacteria. So immunity starts with vitamins. The problem in this pandemic, we never said to the people to take vitamins. And that was a crime for me. We put people in lockdowns or quarantine, and then we told them to go out, but they were deficient in vitamin D because they were in their homes, not exposed to the microbe, not exposed to sun. So there's a lack of vitamin D. We should have told them from the beginning, take vitamin D, and it increases the bifidobacteria. Same thing with vitamin C. And then ensure of the quality of these products. Because when we tested them, I was on the clinical trials and working with the patients. I had to ensure that the vitamin D was of good quality. So I had to check what was the producer. I studied what was the producer, what was their process to make the vitamins, even probiotic companies. I had to investigate with the owner. Did he do the research properly? This is what it is to do research. We are like a detective as scientific to check all that. So in terms of food, if the vitamins are done properly, yes, it should help. If the food is well produced and there's no bacteria or parasites in your meat or in the yogurt, and it was properly processed, then it should help. But the most important is to understand that the microbiome is at the beginning of the research. We have to understand that. So I did the research quickly, so I wanted to see the first 30 to 60 patients that had COVID that was severe, and I noticed that there was no bifidobacteria. Then I looked at the long hauler, people that had problems with the vaccines. All of that takes time to analyze, to write, but it gave me a good overview on the microbiome. So why did I see during the pandemic that it was my role to be in that research? It's because I already had a laboratory that was working for pharmaceutical companies and one that was analyzing the genetic analysis of the fecal matter. So I had samples from patients who were before COVID, so it gave me a very good perspective of what is the microbiome of a healthy child, a healthy teenager, and why did he catch COVID when he should be like a person who is healthy. So we're at the beginning of research, but if we fight between scientists and between doctors, there is a big problem. And it's like God put me there because my whole career was to fight and defend my point of view, and that's why I'm here today. And that's why, without makeup and anything, I will do this video. So what's my interest? I have no interest. I want peace, and I want that if somebody asks me to take a drug, then I want to make sure that somebody has done the research. But I've seen that there was no proper research. Nobody did the genetic analysis to see if there was a danger in the genes of the persons with this vaccine. Nobody did the analysis and the research with the animals. It was 1 week. They killed 6 monkeys in 1 week, and then they said the vaccine works. This is not research. You had to do research on animals properly. Why did we not do research on animals for a long time at the same time that we are doing analysis on the humans? We should have done all that. So what I've seen is badly done research. Some patients got vaccinated. They were getting vaccinated without even knowing if there was any risk. They were part of the research, and it was not even approved. Children were going to the pharmacy to get vaccinated. So there was a big movement that pushed the children and the people to get vaccinated, to follow like sheep. So unfortunately, it's now that we will start having problems, and I hope that the scientists and the doctors will open their eyes to at least consider that maybe there is a problem with this vaccine. Maybe. Thank you very much, Dr. Razan. So, to conclude, in the name of the NCI, thank you very much for your testimony. You brought a unique light on a domain that is in development, and your testimony is very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Samuel Basha. I'm ambassador for the Commission, Mr. Stéphane Blais. Well, my assermentation, I was saying all the truth. I affirm I will say the truth, all the truth. First of all, we've taken some information from the public registers, from the jurisprudence of Canada about the disciplinary decision that you've been accused and where you're going to speak about us. So you have a paper that's a key U2 document that have been QQ3D that have been put in front of you. Yes. Do you know those documents? Can you tell us what it is? Those are the disciplinary decision regarding me, regarding the life radiation plus $18,000, $20,000 plus. So that's all the document. So there's so much decision for the intimated, for the audience to receive the document, saying that the committee was partial. So the culpability decision means radiation. So the decision of the sanction, it was he has culpability plus the sanctions, so plus 18 months plus $20,000 of fine. So you're here to make your testimony or your personal disciplinary of the Accountants Order of Quebec following public declaration that you've done about the COVID governance. Maybe. And also we're going to go at the origin and we'll go chronologically afterwards. So he cannot make any information about the foundation of liberation of Quebec. So what I've been accused of is to attempt to the provision of accountants. So anytime, so I never been in court for criminal, judicial. So what it was about a sanitary crisis. So June 2020, I received a email. So 4 days after I deposit a juridical document to declare that there was inoperating the law project, there was a 61 project and decrease that was linked to it, that they were against our rights of liberty. So 4 days after I put that into court, there was a little bump into the political and juridical mode. So there was June 8th, there was a deposit. So June 12th, I received a letter from the CEO of the accountants. There were 64 questions related to the injunctions that I sent to the syndic. So I said that I tell them that I'm not going to follow them because they were in conflict of interest. So I'm going into the list of the 65 questions. We don't have the minutes to read it. So, like example, why do you say of what is going on about the sanitary crisis linked to the word problem that we have? Why do you promote civil disobedience? Like I have met before with my friend Andrew Pitt and Rocco Gilato that we met in Toronto regarding those unjust laws. So that was based on thesis that we teach in universities like Thoreau, Martin Luther King, that we celebrate every third Monday in a month. So what other question have you been asked? So did they ask us if we were registered to the business register? So a lot of questions about that. So actually, yes, we were. So we're talking about a foundation. I was already at the head of that organization that has been founded May 7, 2020. That was registered legally at that date. Do you recall any other questions? I don't recall all those questions. Are there other themes? There was scientific themes during the Inquisition that followed. we have brought back some exports report and national report, and some report have been given to the committee. So I was asking that letter of 66 questions. What was that letter saying? The inquiry letter that you have received. You've been talking about scientific elements. Could you speak about those scientific elements that I've been talking about at that date? So actually we were talking questions about human mortality. We have done analysis related to Sweden. Let's say we have done mortality comparison with those countries. So we look at the statistic and we bring them some reports from the experts. So that's one of them was from the INSERN in France that bring some collaborate the information. So you give those information later on. So it has been. It's still in court. We both put it in the court and also to the disciplinary committee. So ultimately, as well as the disciplinary council before the decision of culpability. Okay, so I'm back to your answer. So you send them to shit, them, the syndic. Is there other answer elements of your answer? I also told them. So I told them that our rights about liberty is guaranteed on the chart. So if we compare the decision of Mr. Fortin, so this guy have been bring out of that for 4 months, watching young people and onto his. So there was people that are really bad against the word. So there was really a big question to look at children being having sex on the website. So you brought this question about Mr. Fortin, about that, but he was a witness, and he can give the reference. He will bring the decision number about that. Can you give it? Yes. The decision is 47-19-000321. Decision has been done November 11, 2019. So that was the same syndic, the same person that have done that decision regarding Mr. Fortin than mine. So following this answer of that letter, what happened? So following that, they returned the complaints at the discipline committee, and I went there and I told them that they were a creature of Quebec government, and then I've asked to the president if she has said that she's going to protect the institution, and also ask her to get out of this community, because myself, I never have done a professional fault as an accountant, and there was something related. That was my insertion into my own liberty chief, and at that moment I was a chief of a political party that was called Québec, so that was my right to criticize the government of Mr. Legault. So I was a chief of a political party. I've been chief of that party since January 2018. That was called citoyens in power of Quebec, citoyens du Québec. So then I've been brought to the disciplinary committee. I have asked the president of this committee if she have said that she was going to protect the institutions. So, in virtue to the international pact about that, I have asked to be judged from impartial community. I have asked to a jury to be judged in that. So they refused. So I told them they were communists and go see the street, get out of here. So I never been back to any audience to them. I let them make the deliberation, and I got the results out of it. That's the result that we have. So if I would have to do it again, I will do it 100 times. So I've been radiated for the life. So explain us what was your experience about that. So actually, I was waiting the decision from. So I don't want to be linked to a professional allegiance like accountants. They do have all the numbers. There was many reports of experts that was going out. Everybody was shutting their mouth, and those experts as well in Quebec. And they never came to help out the citizen. So no one in Quebec. We had to go out of Quebec to find experts. So let's go back. So I do believe that you've show up in that disciplinary committee to bring some constitutional facts of that. What is your understanding of that? Simply, that was touching my freedom of expression, my freedom of saying, and there was a Troy horse that was undefined, that was like a trap, without any dignity. So that's what you're saying. That's what you brought to the committee. Yes, so effectively, and then I let it go because I did have something else to do. I was defending myself alone, so I let it go. So I tried to make a review of the decision, but there were too many procedures, so I stopped. So I've been radiated for a lifetime. What about culpability before the sanction? So the commissionary have access to the text. I would like to resume this decision that you have received. What exactly have you been accused to? What was the infraction that you've done? What have you been guilty of? That was impeach the syndic to work. That was bad work to the profession of accountant. So dignity of the profession. So the council declare the person guilty. So on the Article 5 of the deontology of the accountants and 55.2 to the profession code, and say that to the code of the profession on the chief number 2, declare the person guilty of the infraction of the 60th article and 214. So what is the way? What is what they ask you? So they told me that I didn't collaborate diligently and answer the syndic questions 20 days after that as I was recommended from Maître Bertrand. So then at that moment I tried I was really the shame of the profession, the chief of it, and they didn't like the way I was talking to them. So they said that I was trying to intimidate them. So the decision on the sanctions, so that's life, radiation plus 18 months. It's hard to understand, but maybe it's a reincarnation, I don't know. And $20,000, so there's someone to come every month to ask for that money. I don't have any money, so I can't pay for that. So regarding this, you were doing that maybe prematurely, the 14 thing that has been intimated for 4 months. So 4 months to look children to be wrapped on a video. So that's about, I want to see, that's your testimony itself regarding to me. So I will leave the commissioner to ask you questions. Hello, Monsieur Blais. My first question is, I understand from your testimony that the cousin is still examined. No, it's terminated. So the representations about a contestation of the law, of the sanitary law, is this something that is done or not? So, well, actually, there's a control judiciary about the lockdown that is standby. Same thing for the mask that is standby, and another one that is regarding all the measures. So we had an audience. So for the end of the theoretical end of it, so we did have another one on March 13 because we found a document that have been hid. So lawyers are fighting to know where this hidden document have been. So there was a question about the Minister of Health. This document was so since it's theoretic, so some people, since not too far, would have to wear a mask to go to hospital. So it's on, and we'll see. So as it's in court now, we're not going into the details of it. Maybe someone will come testimony to give some more details. That kind of cause of that kind, they have been much in Quebec, but in Canada, in other jurisdictions, so the pouvoir in judiciary country that covers all the measures, I don't know others than that one. There were others, but the foundation have been doing some with Maître Galati, but it has been rejected. So far there's only one left. So about the sanitary crisis, that's the only one, looking at the jurisdiction and the scientific part of it. Other questions?
As I could. So if I missed something, I'm sorry. But you did mention at one point there about the barriers that the procedures were what held you back as a barrier. Is there something that would help other people as well?
Est-ce que ça va aider quelque chose d'autre? So, I didn't understand. Okay.
So you mentioned that the procedures were one of the barriers. You didn't actually use the word barriers, but the procedures kind of stopped you because there's so many procedures in going into either a tribunal or the courts. And I'm just wondering if you have any recommendations.
Actually, it always comes to the same point. Oui, OK. Alors, oui, ça revient toujours au même.
It's always come back to the same point. So the narrative for the great public is given by the great media. So as long as the great media are doing and keeping doing the same narrative of those who are owning them, that will be really difficult for the people to go forward. So what we need is that the people realize that the media are, like Tucker Carlson told,
Avec la permission de la commissaire, là, j'aimerais juste recadrer le témoin puis peut-être m'assurer qu'il répond à la question qui concerne les obstacles procéduraux et non la question
I just want to bring back the witness to the correct and answer the question of the commissioner. So the law have been following a really long procedures. So let's say about my professional order, I would love that the professional orders take back their power because they've been injured by the government. That is really important. So I forgot to mention that 2 days after the deposit of that Maître Josan Corriveau, 2 days after that, I've been brought back president of it. So 2 days after, when the syndic have asked the request, so since that moment and starting that, so they've been witch hunt. Daniel Pilon have been out of the system for a lifetime as well. So what has been reproached to Mr. Pilon? Same thing, because he was talking on a social media against the government narrative. So as well, he has the same plus 10,000 on his side. So to answer the question to the commissioner, I have a suggestion. I would like you to speak to us about the delay of answer that the syndic sent you the letter asking. So that was Friday, June 12th. I received an email at 20. I received a second one that was 20 years old, and they wanted the answers right now on a Friday night at 20. So they was really aware because they wanted the answer really fast. So what answer? That I answered them that this is ingerence, so that's a political command. So they gave you the delay. So so in the letter there was, I have to answer right now. I want the answer right now, and there are 76 questions. So that was radical. I speak with Maître Bertrand. So answer the questions. He told me that he convinced me to answer and then to write to them so that we're going to answer that. So what happened after? What's the follow-up? So I put the answers, and they archived those answers, and then I've been to the syndic. They accept. I've been accepted from the disciplinary committee, so they have received the complaints of the syndic. So from the moment you send them, go see the C, and between this and from the counsel from your attorney, so what happened? Are we talking about? So the global, I never had any, I just answered them, and I didn't have any follow-up. So I just answer, go to hell, and then they told me to answer the question. That's something I've done after that. It's always easier written than oral. But I want to say, Marie-Josée, Corriveau, have been received a complaint for insurance. So, is there another question from?
Merci. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Yes,
C'est un plaisir. Thank you. Thank you from the Commission. You can go. We thank you.
Bonsoir, de ma part. Ici, représentant de la Cour du cabinet Bergman et Associés.
Hello.
J'ai plaisir de vous présenter
Let me introduce you, Mr. René Lavigard.
Bonjour, Monsieur Lavigard, ça va bien?
Hello, how are you? I'm a little bit nervous.
Donc, ça va bien se passer, mais là, pour vous, prenez votre temps.
Everything's going to go well. Take your time. We are here to hear you. I'm going to start. Please, solemnly, can you say the truth? Yes, I swear.
Alors, René, R-E-N-E, Lavigard, L-A-V-I-G-U-E-I-R. Parfait. Et vous êtes résident au Québec?
Do you live in Quebec? Yes, I do. Thank you. We're going to start with what's your expertise and your CV in a few words. I'm a medical doctor for 40 years. I worked in general medicine. In the last few years, I got interested. I live in Gaspésie. It's a little bit far from, so I do general medicine, a lot of office work, and I go to see people in their house. Today, do you still do that? I'm part of a group of other doctors, and I did an experiment, and I was a director of a practice professional. That was an experiment. Let's start. The first, as a doctor, a practicing doctor, you see a lot of things. As a medical doctor for a family, what did you see? We were at the heart, and the people come and see us and ask us questions. We are at the heart of the subject, and the people come for, most people, they accept the usual narrative. So they were asking, should I get a vaccine? And the first people that ask me, like, oh, there's a conflict between the code that as doctor we have to follow. I don't know why. This a conflict. I was It's a dilemma as a family doctor. And we have a code that we have to follow, and the Hippocrate Serment. This is our duty towards our client. This every day towards our patient. If we say the truth about the vaccine, we are in conflict with the public health. We have to make a choice as a doctor. So, do I follow the Hippocrate or oath, or do I follow the Santé Publique? So, if I follow my duty as a doctor, and then I'm in conflict with my colleague, and that's what happened. What is the easiest is to follow the orders. This is very simple and there's no conflict. So in my practice, so what I did, I went to the CHSLD. So some of the things that were said today, that's similar. I remember one guy. One guy who was 84 years, and he worked in mines. He had to go to the CHSLD. The rule is that when somebody get there, then he's isolated. Then he left from his own house, and then he arrived in one room. He's isolated. Then he opened the door and we give him his food, and then the person that gave the food has a mask, and this guy was very agitated, and they asked me as a doctor to give him medication so that he calmed down. That's very interesting. So like, it really shows how I'm stuck. Do you have other examples? About the nurse. I have another example. A woman who is 82 years old. She's a widow from her husband just died. She living with the other people. She was happy to find other people, and she was depressed before that. The being with other people really helped. And then there was a confinement, and then she became depressed again, and then she didn't came out of that. And then I talked about that with other colleague, and then I said that it was a gene therapy. And then there was a elephant in the room, like they told me, like, it's not true. That's a normal vaccine. It's not the gene therapy. And I said that the secondary effects were not reported. And some people, they were hurt by that comment that I made. Doctors live. It's the law of the groups, that we belong to the group. It's very hard to be rejected. When we believe into something, as a doctor, what is interesting, some paper that some people didn't to fill, but I did fill those. Like, for example, I was known because I expressed myself. So one patient that came to see me in Montreal. This guy came from Ottawa, and I filled that form to receive money from the government. So I filled three forms like that nobody wanted to fill those. And why did people were afraid to fill those forms? And nobody want to talk about it because they were too scared. And one guy had had problem with the skin, and it was caused by the vaccine. So I failed the vaccine, even though that it won't receive much from that, much money. Another guy, he did some ACV, very strong one. About the forms, the paper that you fill, about the exemption papers, and the people they ask for exemptions. So I have I've known for that I fill these papers. They don't want to touch anything. They know that they have 3 defined by the ministry, and nobody can meet these criteria. And it's very interesting because the doctor, his first duty is for his patient and not for the government. And you fill those exemption paper. And it's very easy to justify these paper. Even a child that is healthy. And then I write, it's an experimental vaccine. So by definition, the patient has the choice. There's no proof of efficacy. So I recommend that it's not given to that person or that child. I was never blamed for the exemption papers. I would have liked that they blame me. So we could have talked about the real things. So I knew this technology that was known by FDA in February 2021, that was revealed by documents that Pfizer was forced to, but there was a committee. There was 28 case of side effect. This is really easy. When we know that one person has immunity problem that is chronic or had a cancer, all these people fill in the class that were eligible to this exemption. We had to start from the principle. We had to give they were free to choose a vaccine. So if somebody tell me they don't want to receive it, and on top of that they have a chronic disease, I don't know why doctors were afraid to do that. It was their duty to do it. Can you talk about a young person or an elder that you had to help after they received the vaccine? Yeah. There's many. When I go see people in their house and they have a paralysis of bell, and I see the owner from a paralysis of his face. So was it reported? So I do the report. Following what? Following a vaccine injection. There was 3 weeks after a Pfizer vaccine. So that's why. Whatever. I'm asking. I'm observing that there's a vaccine, and a few months after, there was an effect. So that's not on me. So to come to the conclusion, so I make a report. So you want to do your duty as a doctor to find the cause. What happened? You live in a small town. And you have statistics with you. Can you tell me what happened when you tried to report all these causes or anomaly? Can you explain that? I made 16 reports that we call it MCE. That was undesirable manifestation. People were referring other people. One patient told me, my brother had this effect and his doctor didn't want to report it. And I said, oh, okay, well, tell him to come and see me. I will do it. If it happens 3 months after the vaccine, we have a population of 12,000. If there are all old people, and if 2 or 3, I think 3, 1 month after, I all reported that to the health, public health. So, like menstrual blood is very common, and bell paralysis is very common. So, I said to the Gaspésie director of the health, public health, you should. There's not that much in Gaspésie. There's only 4 or 5 people that die. Like to see the difference, you should go see them. So, in the doctors, nobody filled the report. So, Health Canada will receive the report. So it's an obligation. And the second time I called them, and because I received a comeback from one of the report that I filled, and they said it's rejected because the event happened 30 days after the vaccination. So I wrote a letter, and I wrote a letter. So I said, this person that wrote the report, I think she doesn't know this because she considers the vaccine as a normal vaccine, but that's not the case. And it's really interesting because the big success of this vaccine put on the market that everybody just swallowed the narrative that it's one like the others, and it's not the same. That's not a vaccine like the others, but no. But even the doctor that analyzed the vaccine at the public health is analysis chart is like a normal vaccine, and it's not a normal vaccine. And then we can see from Health Canada and they're not the same from the world. What we see from the world is different from what we see. We see from elders that had death in the elders and side effects. And about the youth, you talk about people, youngsters that were in a room by themselves for 40 days. And some parents told me some of the things, and they asked help for me. One mother told me that her son, who is 14 years and is depressed because he likes to ski and he cannot go do ski because, or some nurse, because they don't want to receive the vaccine. Another example, a mother. My son has 9 years old, and the teacher asked the one that are vaccinated to raise the hand, and my child was the only one that was not vaccinated, and it's easy to see that that child would have a trauma. Another example that I would like to talk about with you, we talked about the paper that you fill and some doctors that don't want to fill them. You went around everywhere in the province of Quebec to see if to meet people to see if they have secondary effect from the vaccine. And no other doctor would want to do that. Why? Why did you do what you did and others didn't do it? I find it very interesting. This is an event that is in the world, and we can see the psychology, how people act and why, which way they lean, and how do they believe in their own profession, and they can let go of some really articles for doctors. They don't read them. We have to understand the pressure that the doctors had to live. Many doctors did what Health Canada did what they asked, but they did it with an uneasiness. But one day, if they feel free enough to talk, we're going to know. But most of them, every day, they need their paycheck and they don't want to have problem with the Collège des Médecins, so their professional order. All these factors, people, they just go to the easy way. And there's a context. Everything was in place for this to happen. There's some statistics that say that most of the doctors are, like 50% are depressed. So the context in which we talk in, the pressure, so we let go easily. We just do what is told to us, like what we have to follow. Yeah, okay, I'm going to do that because this is the easy way. Thank you. I'm going to talk about another theme, about your letter that you published in the La Presse that was censored, and the press they didn't send like excuse to say like towards you, but to publish your opinion, your medical opinion. Can you talk about that? This fantastic event. This is a letter. I took a lot of care. There was just and based on fact and that you can verify the science. But it's also a letter that bring about sensitive subjects. And also, I talked about being able to choose to take the vaccine with all the information and being free. And saying that it's experimental. We don't know the balance between the risk and the benefits. Do you accept to receive the vaccine? This is basic. And this you can verify. And I think that was not acceptable in that context. So in less than 24 hours, that was removed. And then they said to the public, like, oh, I'm sorry that I published this. I shouldn't have done it. And then in another paper in Quebec City, and they published an article, and they tried to demolish me. This is not true. And he said, this is not true, that the secondary effect is, there's a law for the doctors. If you don't fill the paper to say that people receive, they had side effects, and there's a law for that. It's not true. I don't remember exactly, but today I would have them in front of me, and I would discuss with them, and I know that I'm right. And they were under, they were influenced at 90%. They're influenced by the pharmaceutical. One of their way to explain what happened, the main thing is medicine was controlled slowly by the pharmaceutical of medicine in general in the schools of medicine, and we don't have critic thought. The young doctors, they take recipes, and that's what they do, and that's what it's taught, and they feel good because they think they have done their work as a doctor. What was the reaction of media and people around you, or online, or what was the reaction towards you? I didn't read them. I didn't want to know anything about that. I read just several months later. One day I was with my friend, and I heard Radio-Canada that talk about me and say bad words about me. I was violent and I was hurt. But yeah, well, I know that media were completely, like that. Before we go to the next subject, following this letter, what was the reaction of the professional order? Did you have any consequences on that? There's many. We talk about the letter, but I intervene in a lot of medias. They ask me to comment on radio and social media, and I always accepted to do it. There's a few people that told to Collège des Médecins, yeah, this guy is telling lies. So I received a few months later from the Collège des Médecins du Québec a letter that said, we saw all of your talks and everything that you said and wrote. We want to tell you, we want to underline that you have to respect your deontological code, especially in the media. Finish sentence. There was intimidation. There was no mention. There was not a direct correlation about something that was related to science. It was only intimidation and to remind me about the deontology. They talked about losing your license. Do you know other doctor that? No, I don't know any doctor that were radiated of talking towards the COVID. But I know somebody that they really talked badly about many things, and they said you have to say you're sorry publicly about the mask. There's only one or two examples how to intimidate the rest of the 20,000 doctors of the province of Quebec. Nobody was radiated from the order, from what I know. Last subject. Towards the Collège des Médecins, you had an intervention with them. I sent a letter to Collège des Médecins like 2 or 3 times. The last letter, I was telling to the president of this order, every month he's asking the doctors to give Hippocrates serment, le serment, and he should himself respect it. We asked him, like a meeting, we were talking mostly about ethics. Our intervention towards them was about deontology, ethics, and the main point was about vaccination of children and pregnant women. And we didn't talk about ivermectin or things that are sensitive. I have a lot of things to say about that, but I tried to be a diplomat. But I still mentioned by letter the vaccination of COVID-19 with the absence of experimentation on animals. Okay, in the 60s, there was disastrous effect on some medication, and I wrote that in the letter. There's in some animals, in the gonads, there were spike proteins, and then we should worry about the fertility of children that received that vaccine. After that, we met. We said that the proof, everything is upside down. The one that promote the vaccine, they have to show that the vaccine worked. That's not us to defend ourselves. We have, this is our right to go publicly and talk about it. It's like nobody talked about infertility, but I talked about it. And everything is upside down. We have the right to ask all the question about something that is experimental on everybody in the country, in the world. Last question. We talked about you're worried. We talked about the media, and we want to talk about you. Just about you, asking questions. This is your work. What is how was your life like after that? Financially, in the house, your mental disposition, how was your life? How was it for you personally? I'm a little bit emotional today. I think I always was in this adventure. I told myself it's a wake-up call, because what I see now was present before the pandemic, and the mechanism were there already. And as a human, we always take the easy way, and it was always present in the past. And soon in the difficult group, to make sense and to a bridge that were broken, try to fix that. And that require a lot of inside work. You're very strong. Do you have anything else to say? Okay. Hello, thank you. I have a question. You mentioned, like, very in a offhand way, like all the words we said about you, that you were not affected by but you were conscious that maybe could be affected your willingness to talk in the way you did. How did you nobody wants people to say bad things about them, to be called like a liar, because you're presenting facts and asking questions. We don't even come to see you and to have a dialogue. And how did you keep your willingness? I don't really know, but maybe it's really interesting. There's 2 children that I take care that are from Africa, but that live in my community. They're 12 and 15. And I heard on radio the critics about me, and they absorb the narrative. For a child or teen, what is said on TV is they don't have discernment. They say me. What I learned about this in the children education, the most beautiful thing to teach them is to have a critic mind. This adventure teaches us to prepare us to what is coming. I have another question. What are you waiting for as an impact at short and middle term? But everything that you did, like with the Collège des Médecins and the second letter, and then you receive an answer, mostly true, and from that you continue to try to make things go further. What are you waiting on? I'm going to answer. The Collège des Médecins, it said about them that they're independent and they're not political. But the Health Canada is politics. But the angle of the Collège des Médecins, they're the last stand for the protection of the population. But they say all the time that they're here to protect us. They had a beautiful occasion to do it, but they completely listen to what the health... I hold them accountable for that. The institution, I believe in them because we need that to protect the population, but the person in charge of this institution were completely, they didn't do their work properly. What I'm waiting in the future, like I know now, I know what's happening and I see it, and the power there, it's abusive. It's one of the problems that I see, and I think that we can, in the future, what we can do on the alternative therapy, I think that they should change their view on that. Does it answer your question? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Is there, were you not able to talk to any of your colleagues, other doctors? I mean, it's hard to stand in the storm alone, but if you approach them with 30 other doctors, perhaps the outcome may have been different.
The question he asked, because it's difficult to go alone against that. Like, would it be better to get to be a group of people? I don't know if I will answer well, but it was not possible to associate myself with other colleagues because not any of them had a critical mind. I can absolutely say, I had 2 or 3 colleagues. I could exchange some emails, a little bit more, but I couldn't go too far. There was one doctor that give birth, that help women give birth, and I asked him, "Can I talk to you?" And I said, "What do you think about this vaccination for children?" She said, "Oh, I don't want to talk about that." And it was very brutal, and I never talk about it before. This shows what it's taboo between doctors.
That's shocking. My next question is, the people who run the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Quebec, are they all practicing doctors?
If from my knowledge, they are only administrator. Often in the past, there were practitioners. The president is a family doctor in all his career, but the meeting I had with them, the administrators, there were 4, and the president was very uneasy. It was at unease. He didn't want to hear me. I had specialists with me that really know mRNA. They were qualified. They didn't answer any of our questions, even if we were defied them on sensitive subjects. And we told them they were on contradiction. And we had no comments. The president said, we're not savant. This is our organization is not savant. This organization that say these measures that the government is asking, but scientifically cannot justify these measures. This is really interesting.
Did the College of Physicians, my understanding is that the sole purpose of the College of Physicians is to regulate the safe practice of medicine in the province in which it acts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Donc la question, c'est de savoir si la raison d'être du Collège des médecins, c'est de vraiment réglementer la pratique médicale pour s'assurer que c'est fait dans les meilleures conditions. Dans le but de protéger le public.
Its goal is to protect the public, but when the college gives a permission to a doctor that make his work for 30 years, but one time receive a report that he did something, but he received a permission of being suspended for 3 months. It's like the police. They don't go further of their mandate just to punish. They should be in the public. They should have given their opinion and say, well, please stop all these vaccinations for women that were pregnant and children. They had this occasion and didn't take it. And I'm asking myself, we are the only one in Canada that that we said in deontology and ethics that our organization for doctors, we told like they're wrong, and I'm wondering why in Canada they didn't do that.
I'm waiting for the translation, sorry. But isn't a function of the, and I'm not totally familiar with the College of Physicians and Surgeons. I am with other professional organizations in Canada. So don't they also have a function to educate their membership? Don't they issue practice notes or warnings to the membership?
La question de savoir est-ce que en dehors de la pratique de contrôler la pratique médicale, le Collège de médecine n'a pas aussi une importante fonction d'éduquer les médecins de la profession pour les mettre à jour finalement sur les meilleures pratiques.
I cannot answer. I don't know. I think that yes, but not in an extensive way. It's more the syndicate of professionals that it's more of their duty, of the quality of the formation, continuous formation. But the Collège de Médecins, if they make professional mistake, that's more of what they do, but not implicated in the education, in my knowledge.
A requirement, the College of Physicians and Surgeons does not have an ongoing educational requirement for its membership?
Yes, yes.
La question, c'est de savoir si est-ce qu'il y a une obligation d'avoir une éducation continue pour la formation des médecins.
Yes. There's a certain number of hours every year, and this is they check that every year very well. I am 70 years old, and I received some question, and they want to see my practice. And yes, they check the practice of the doctors.
It would just seem to me that if they're taking a role in or at least policing continuing education, that the media and the government presented the pandemic to the world as if it was the most threatening event that had ever happened, and so you would have thought that the College of Physicians and Surgeons would have educated their doctors about the Canadian influenza pandemic plan, which they had prepared in advance of the pandemic. So, were you made aware of the Canadian influenza pandemic plan by any of the professional organizations?
Donc, la question qui est posée, c'est de savoir si le Collège de médecins a une fonction de mettre à jour les connaissances des médecins pour assurer une meilleure pratique. Comme la pandémie représentait un événement de santé publique extraordinaire, basé sur des plans qui existaient avant le début, qui étaient des plans de préparation à ces pandémies, est-ce que les médecins reçoivent de la formation continue sur ces plans de préparation aux pandémies? En fait, c'est probablement...
It's probably, if we look, it's not the college that do that, it's public health, to answer your question.
Did public health do it? Did public health provide you with the influenza pandemic plan so you'd know what they wanted you to do?
Est-ce que tu as reçu le plan de préparation de la santé publique? Est-ce que les médecins ont accès à cette information?
I didn't see it. Maybe they have access to it, but I didn't see it.
Given the information that we now have around the world, has the college apologized to you yet?
Faut que je la répète, celle-là. Étant donné toutes les informations dont on dispose maintenant,
est-ce que le Collège des médecins a reconnu ou a mis à jour sa compréhension de la pandémie et a présenté ses excuses concernant la vision qui était partagée au début de la pandémie?
Je pense que le Collège des
I
médecins
think
du
that the
Québec,
Collège des médecins,
pas seulement le Collège des
and not only them,
les dirigeants,
and the directors of public health and the
les spécialistes qui influencent
the specialists that influence, oh, they become harder in their position. They're far from saying they're sorry because the consequences are too big. And I think that's why that if we make with the Second World War, we had to keep silence because there was too many people that were complicit with, and and when they learned that it's contested, and some scientifics that they're bothered that to say like, oh, I was implicated in that we did a promotion of vaccination on children and pregnant women, and we see the consequence everywhere in the world. The step is too big to make, and there's going to be a harder position in the mind, and I don't know how it's going to end.
Sir, thank you for your testimony and your courage.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you.
Hello, Chantal Callard, lawyer for the National Citizens Inquiry for today. Our next witness is François Amalega. First of all, thank you. Thank you for coming here and being a witness for NCI. We'll proceed with your identification. My name is Amalega Bidondo. My first name is François. I will now swear you in. Mr. Amalega, do you swear to say the truth? Nothing but the truth? Yes, I affirm. Maybe some people here know you and some people don't. So we'd like to know more about you. Can you please introduce yourself? A brief introduction. Your career path and where you are now. Concerning your career path, your studies, I want to thank you for the honor to be here. It's very important. I immigrated in Canada in 2012. I received diplomas in mathematics and a diploma to be a teacher. And I studied a master's in math at the University of Montreal, an algebra master's degree, and geometric arithmetic. I started working at the college Jean de Brébeuf. I worked there for 5 years. I became permanent after 3 years. I also gave courses at UQAM School of Higher Education and University. My permanent position was being a professor in math at Jean de Brébeuf College. We're going to start in 2019 or 2020. What happened? You're a teacher? And what happened? Right now, you no longer teach. February 5th, 2021, I resigned from my school due to all the pressure. I believe the speech that there was a very evil virus and that we had to stay confined. We spoke to us of COVID. I researched it. I went to Google and did research, and then I found Professor Raoul, and I listened to him and realized that everything should be over. And I realized he was renowned in France, but I saw nothing changing here. So then I started watching the press conferences with a different eye, and I could see things, all the rules were changing continuously. And he kept saying we were building a plane while we're flying it. So they had contradictory rules all the time. So the uncertainty was an obvious proof that they were there to create confusion. So, as a professor, there were things that were not fitting with my being a professor, and we used to do exercises to help the student understand math, and so eventually he will understand when he's stuck. And so I was also teaching them the critical thinking, and none of this was going what the government was saying, and now we're in the summer of 2020. After we're in April, we're in lockdown. I'm still a teacher at that time, and he's working online. In April, we started again online. And I start publishing things. At that time, my Facebook is a little restrained, and I'm meeting more and more people, and I'm sharing information about the virus. And I was doing education in that sense. Then a few facts, easily verified facts that show up, showing us that they're lying to us. The data, the statistics doesn't work. Like the summer numbers in the statistics about COVID. And in the fall, I take a picture of myself because it's becoming clear, very clear, that all the people supposed to protect us are there to destroy us. So I take a picture of myself. I put it on Facebook. Now we're in September 2020. So I'm walking around with no mask in the metro, and I'm doing civil disobedience intentionally. This time, the school, the human resource department calls me in at the Jean Brébeuf College, and they ask me to remove my picture on my Facebook and to comply. I had put my picture on. I had my picture in all my social media postings. The only way to communicate with people was through social media during the confinement and lockdowns. So that picture, the school wanted me to remove my picture because it caused problems. And all the new rules coming out were absurd because the students were learning online, and we had a problem with evaluating the students. Every child was at home, was doing everybody was doing the exams at home alone. They would take a picture and send it to us, so you couldn't really know if the picture of the exam was completed by him. So we fought to have the students come in and do the exams in person in the school. But the students had to wait in the very small room, and you would bring them in a big room, and the test was taken there. We would test them there, and then we wondered about the COVID virus being more contagious in the small room than the big room. But all the small measures that were being taken made no sense. My colleagues were all complying, and they were saying François Legault was the problem, the premier. I was also suspended at some point for 3 days because I kept my mask on my chin. So January 9, 2021, we were about 20 people, and we defied the curfew at the metro, and there was a lot of police and media. And because I was there, part of the protest, and a journalist came and asked me questions, and they have an extract on the media in the footage. So they came to see me, and then the college suspended me for 2 weeks. It was on TV, in the traditional media. They asked me to back off and comply, and he said, no, it was not possible for me. It was very clear for me. It's not possible for me to backtrack. Then they told me Brébeuf, the college, had resources, and did he need help? They had me meet a biology professor, and he's a grandfather. Yeah. They wanted me to meet that professor of biology. My opposition to the sanitary measures are not going to be solved by meeting this biology professor. I had prepared my presentation. The My first theme was to talk about the predictions that were made, and I was giving them numbers. So when we met, my union, the union was supposed to represent me and help me. But the union president asked the biology professor to explain to me why it was important that he complied. I had 9 points that I wanted to address with the professor. The biology professor responded, they're just problems of, the problem is, they're just little issues about probability. He says, amongst the crowd we are right now at that meeting, I'm the one who most masters math. And if I've done or understood something incorrectly, please point it out. So the union head, the biology professor, and I, they couldn't say anything. They couldn't say anything. And they ran away. At the end, he said, you tell me this, but Didier Raoul, the professor in medicine in France, and he says very differently from you. And if it was you, who would you believe? So he stopped and he disappeared. But I stayed for 2 weeks. I stayed. My pays went through. And he said, if you suspended me and you're still paying me, this is interesting. Oh, they took the money back, but they continued. Now, for the moment, go back to class, change, go back to work, but remove your Facebook.
Certains de mes amis Facebook me disaient, François n'arrive pas à partager. Et je rendais donc certaines de mes publications publiques. Celle-là, cette publication était visible.
So his Facebook feed had to be remained.
Ça, c'est la directrice des ressources humaines.
We're still being posted, and some of them were public. And the director of HR calls him and tells him, you have to put your whole Facebook private. And I told her, the ones who I had made public have to remain public. And then she scheduled another appointment, another meeting. And if they told me that if I kept it up, there were going to be penalties to deal with. They did not precisely say fines, but they suspended me for 3 days, no pay. And as of that moment, every time I did something wrong, according to them, they penalized me more and more. But I made the choice because I understood that they had no arguments. They didn't want me to share my opinions. We give our opinion. Was not possible. They know they're wrong, but they want me to shut up. So they want to keep the social standing. When you die socially and you have pity on yourself, and so they didn't want to die socially. I resigned. I wanted to relay the message. You are the equivalent of prostitutes. If you're willing to sell your conscience to keep your material goods. That same day, I gave them my resignation. You should have encouraged me to have my critical thought, but you just want to listen to what the government is saying. You gave your withdrawal, but you continue to speak up and protest. And after that, what happened? What happened after the resignation? There was no teaching, and all I had to do was protest. It became my main occupation. There were several protests for many reasons. I wanted to see 10,000 people come out on the streets and protest to defy the mandates. Some people are full of anger, and you run into police, and when you become violent, the police are there. They enjoy it and they punish you. But when you're 10,000 people out on the street and you're joyful, with no violence, no anger, the police don't know how to react because everyone is peaceful. So I went to protest inside the police stations. I've gone and delivered myself to the police station. The Day of Love, St. Valentine's 2021, and I went to the police station in my neighborhood, and I went to tell them I want to find my love again, my freedom, which is locked up in the police station. They gave me tickets. You went to get your tickets yourself? Yes. I have over $18,000 of tickets. I'm only sorry that I didn't reach 100,000. The more we are in numbers not to comply, they were imposing us a mask during protests, and at some point when everyone stopped doing it, nobody was getting tickets anymore. The nurses refused to get vaccinated, so the health ministers had to listen to them, and they had to back up from the mandatory vaccines. So when you do civil disobedience, they have no moral right to come like a little old lady with a walker in a protest. She says, I just want to go home. During a curfew, the policeman has been won over. So I continued to participate, to organize protests, participate in protests, and I have a lot of tickets. You've done a lot of protests, always in a peaceful manner. But you've had tickets and you've been jailed. I've been there 4 times. I don't know how many nights. 4 times in jail. 7 days in jail. Because I refused to wear the mask in municipal court. I entered, I had a court case, and I did not want to wear the mask. because the whole court case was based on my not wearing a mask. So if I couldn't attend my own court case without wearing a mask for a ticket about not wearing a mask, I felt I would have lost the whole purpose. I did 3 months, over 3 months in prison. The fourth time it was 3 months, three weeks, because I had received the condition I was not allowed to be within 300 feet of Premier Legault, and he happened to show up. I didn't know, and the cops came and arrested me and brought me to jail. And he said, when they were offering me conditions, lots of conditions to be freed, and I didn't want to have any breach of conditions, so I spent 3 months over 3 months in jail. I had 2 court trials that I won.
Oui, et c'est ça qui montre l'aspect politique, parce que les 2 procès que j'ai eus avant, pour lesquels j'ai été acquitté, ils étaient beaucoup plus délicats que les 2 autres qui étaient très faciles, c'était très facile de démontrer. Mais sauf que quand je suis sorti de prison, j'ai eu des entrevues avec...
When I came out of jail, I had several interviews with influencers where I said I won because I was right. So the 2 other court cases, they seemed to toughen up the rules or the penalties. I had probations. For the moment, all I have are probation. I have to keep the peace, don't trouble, don't cause trouble. For most of the court cases were about that. I did not always have the access equal to the other prisoners while I was jailed. There's a canteen there and you can order. I ordered and I would receive my stuff closer to when I was coming out than at the beginning, even though I had ordered at the same time as everyone else. These were humiliating conditions. Compared to other prisoners, prisoners hide arms, drugs, all kinds of stuff. So sometimes they have like... They do they sometimes create a raid inside the prison where they go and look inside 4 or 5 cells. And I was watching a chess game, and they came. They went into one cell. Oh, they said, why are they going into the cell of the conspiracy theorists? They turned everything inside out, and they looked through everything. They didn't raid any other cell. How did you get through it? You were in jail. This is very difficult. Yeah, how'd you get through that? It's a deep hurt. I know I was being exposed to all these tricks and I didn't want to give them the chance to think they were winning. I want to take this moment to say, at the beginning of the month, a letter from a bailiff for the $98,000 that I owe. So I have to give them either 177 community hours, or they will put me back in jail. May 12, 2023. The government of Quebec is chasing people who have not respected the government COVID policy for Quebec. People are in different situations, and the government is wanting that money. So COVID-19 is not finished. They did not step back and look at this. He says, I can't wait to look at the judge who will sign my arrest warrant. He says, I'm willing to forgive those in 2020. And the judge who signs my arrest warrant, the Quebec should remember, wrote in his names, writes his name, and is identified as one of the greatest criminal of all times. He says, I was not driving at 120 kilometers and hit a pregnant lady. He's going to sign my arrest warrant because I didn't wear a mask, because I didn't listen to the curfew. In 2023, that judge would be saying the government was right to do what he did. Even those who are paying for the $10 and $20 fines, the fact to refuse continue to commit the same crime, so they're absolutely proving they regret nothing. So I am impatiently waiting for my arrest warrant, and the first thing I want to look at is the name of that judge. Loga is definitely condemned, but the judge will also be one of the condemned, and he'll be guilty. And that judge should shake and walk back and step back from that. I'm not saying he should be afraid of me. Not like the court case. It's but the court case against Patrick Provost, who's a professor of science. It's with debate that we get collective intelligence. The one who signs my warrant for my arrest, he will be saying that he agrees with this. If he thinks that there should be a debate on the COVID, and not even if I'm right or not, if he thinks in 2023 we should step back and watch what's going on and debate, and if we put pressure on the judge, he should resign. We will make sure that this judge is being held accountable at some point. But listening to you, very few people go to the end of things. You're a man with principles, and we've called you every name. You have a chance to respond to them today, and you have responded to a big degree. But there is a question. What do you say to those, of all those who treated us conspiracy theorists? What do we tell them now in May 2023?
Un homme refuse que sa femme regarde son téléphone. Un homme refuse
See, a man refuses that a woman looks at his phone,
faisant des gestes un peu bizarres et tout.
and if she
Ensuite, il ne veut donner aucune explication à sa femme.
and he doesn't want to explain anything to his wife. He just tells her she's crazy. She has no business looking at his phones.
Qui lui apparaît sur le visage que ça ne va pas.
And
Je pense que
she
ça,
can
c'est
see in
une
his
personne
face.
qui est en train d'éviter la confrontation parce que c'est qu'il a tort. C'est
This
exactement la
is a
situation.
person who's just avoiding confrontation because he knows he's
Et
wrong.
moi, je me dis, le Covid-19, c'est une question médicale, mais
COVID-19 is a medical story.
c'est-à-dire que tu vois un article qui sort dans le plus grand journal du monde qui dit que l'hydroxychloroquine ne soigne pas pour discréditer Raoult et tous les gens qui sont avec lui.
There's the Lancet publishes an article about hydrochloroquine and how it isn't good, and then they come back and they retract it. And the Lancet writes, they made a mistake. I don't need to be a doctor. This is sponsored. I don't need to see anybody backing up the COVID policies. These people say anything, and there are a lot of facts. There's a lot of proof that can be gathered. There's no truth in any of it, and you can gather these proof. And as soon as you say no to debate, the subject is opaque. Those of us who are contesting, some are moderate, some are not so moderate, and it's all happening because it's opaque. Conspiracy theory is just a word created by weak people. It's those, they are weak. We are a lot stronger because we are in the truth. They can have all the arms. They don't have very many arms. They see we don't respond to intimidation. In the fight for justice, you cannot be moderate. It's with microaggressions that they keep winning. I think I should have been even more vocal since September. I was publishing a little bit with Facebook, but when we don't allow microaggressions and we stop things really early, we fix problems. Thank you. I'm like any other. I'm listening with a lot of attention. Your words carry truth and authenticity that we see rarely in people. Maybe our commissioners may have some questions. Thank you for your testimony. My question, where do you get this inner strength? Is it because of your culture, of your career path? What gives you this courage to express with such firm conviction and goodwill? My faith in God and the fact that I've been exposed to. I was the counter truth, the opposite. I've seen things that were lies And I've heard many times the world was coming to an end. Any September 11th, it was still clear for me what we were being told was not true. And then I remember at Brébeuf College, I asked my colleague, why is there a pyramid? Why is there a pyramid with a little missing piece and an eye on it? Why is that on the dollar? How can you explain that? All these things that have no explanation. And some people are told there are bad questions. When I go in a class as teacher, I tell my students there are no bad questions. So when I hope the student, when he leaves the class, he can say he can see what is real because he can justify it because I questioned it. So many things were being said and were not true. And second thing is I believe in God. Human authority is important. I think it's a gift given by God. Their authority is owned by God. This is something very important. Thank you.
Pardonnez-moi, je vais demander mon question en anglais. Dr. Massey will translate. You spoke about your time in jail and how you were treated differently from the other inmates. And I'm just wondering if you know what crimes those other inmates would have been in for. What types of crimes?
Je vais d'abord traduire pour l'instant. Donc, la question, c'est que vous avez passé en prison et que, selon votre témoignage, vous avez été traité de manière différente des autres prisonniers qui étaient là. Et la question de savoir quel genre de crime les autres prisonniers qui étaient au même endroit avaient commis comparativement à votre crime.
Donc, à la prison de Bordeaux,
in Bordeaux jail, where I was there 3 months. There are prisoners there that have a penalty of 2 years minus 1 day. Most of them, many of them are conjugal violence perpetrators. And then there's another section for people who have sentences over 2 years, and there I've met murderers. I met a man who was very big because he hit someone who was in a coma. He was a very violent man. There's several people who have committed horrible crimes in there, selling drugs, and they're all there in jail. And you have to be with them because you refuse to comply. I think the government have committed crimes, and we want to turn the page. But if we do that, if we did that, it will allow them to commit more evil in the future. This is why I believe the commission like this one is super important, and things have to be
Thank you. Merci.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm just wondering if you think that there's a spiritual climate change that needs to be addressed in this country. Thank you for your testimony. I'm just wondering if you think there's a spiritual climate change that needs to be addressed in this country.
Honestly, I believe that creating a strictly material world where people have no home, this is maintained. When I first arrived in Quebec, we don't speak. When I first got here, politics and religion were forbidden subjects, but these are the most important topics that you should talk.
Mais pourtant, la politique et la religion sont les sujets parce que même quand quelqu'un dit qu'il ne croit pas en Dieu, qu'il est athée, c'est un sujet religieux.
Yeah, even when someone says they are a non-believer, that is still a subject, still a very important subject. The rest are funny, light, entertaining topics, and now the government is taking the place of God. After the government, there is nothing. Without it, it's not good if one religion dominates, but to withdraw religion from public common grounds is not a good idea. It creates people. All of the hope is based in material, and they're ready to do anything to keep that because they no longer have any hope. Something important.
Thank you, Mercy.
Sincerely, deeply, heartfelt, thank you. Your testimony touched more than one. We understand it's a spiritual struggle. I wouldn't say you are fighting, but you stand solid on your convictions. And the truth will come. I will tell you, continue, just continue. You gave us hope today. Thank you.
Have our last testimony tonight, and then a small speech where I will speak, but this testimony will be in English. Sean is part of the people who worked a lot in this commission and gave a very high level of investment, and he only speaks English. So we are sorry about that, and we are unable to do the translation in that direction. So in a few days, maybe a week or two, you will have access to this testimony in French on the website of the Commission. So sorry for those who don't speak English. Et j'agis aujourd'hui.
So tonight we will have a testimony by Mr. Sean Buckley. So good evening, Mr. Buckley.
Good evening.
So first of all, I will ask you to identify yourself by stating your full name.
Yes, my name is Sean Patrick Buckley.
Okay. Now I will swear you in. So I will ask you if you will ask you to swear to say the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay. So, so tonight the object of your testimony will be the changes to the drug approval test for COVID vaccines. So maybe first of all, I will ask you to explain how your background is relevant to this testimony, this presentation.
Okay. Before I do that, can I just deal with a bias issue?
Yes,
so,
of course.
Yeah, so the commissioners and some people that will be watching will know that I've been counsel on these matters at some of the hearings, and also that I've been involved in some of the organization of the National Citizens Inquiry. And so the bias issue is that when you know somebody, and especially if you might have positive feelings or work with them, you're more inclined to find them believable. So it's kind of like a positive bias that we need to guard against. And so I wanted to get that out in the open, and so both for the commissioners and anyone watching, basically be aware that there's that bias, and to it kind of forces you to take the position where you're not going to find me credible, but you have to apply your critical thought before you accept my testimony. Now, the one saving grace is I'm really just talking about, well, what does the law say? So I'm going to throw some slides up saying, well, here's the drug approval test normally, and here's the test that was substituted, and this is very easy for anyone to verify. I don't need that up yet, David. So if you can take the slides down, please, thanks. So, yeah, so my testimony is going to be very technical. And then also we have entered as exhibits QA2 and QA2A, a French and English version of a discussion paper that I had written on this subject for a nonprofit association called the Natural Health Products Protection Association. And at the end of that discussion paper, there are links that make it very easy for people to follow to the drug regulations, to this interim order that I'm going to discuss. And so we wanted to have another lawyer who was a drug approval expert come and testify, but they're far and few between, and none of them have actually looked into the interim order that we had contacted. So here I am as the only one I know of in Canada that's looked at this issue. But it's so pressing that we felt the need to put this evidence in front of the commissioners and the public, but have those caveats in place. So to my background, I was called to the bar of British Columbia in February of 1995 and have been a member in good standing ever since. Very early on, so probably starting about 1995, I started to have clients dealing with Food and Drug Act matters. And probably 40 to 50% of my entire career has involved dealing with the Food and Drug Act and regulations, largely defending companies and practitioners that practice alternative medicine, specifically manufacture or sell natural health products. So I think there was about a 7-year period where I defended everyone that had charges in Canada that would fit into that description. So I've got extensive experience. I've been called as an expert in food and drug regulation on the Standing Committee of Health. I've been called as an expert in constitutional law in the Senate. So I've got a lot of experience in the area.
So how many lawyers would have that kind of experience in Canada, according to you?
Well, as far as defending people, I'm probably, I stand alone. With my level of expertise in the Food and Drug Act and regulations in the area of natural health, I'm probably number one, but generally if we were to move more into the new drug approval process, I would guess about 10.
Okay. So the first question I would be asking you would be, what are the normal regulatory requirements for the approval of drugs such as the COVID vaccines?
Well, okay, so now assuming that nothing happened, because the approval of the COVID vaccines became a political issue, not a health issue. So if that hadn't happened, we have new drug approval regulations. So for a condition like COVID, you would fall under the new drug approval process. And anyone wanting to look at the drug regs, you'd look at C.08.001 and just go from there. As long as you're at C.08, you're in the zone. So, and they're very simple. What you basically need to approve generally to get market approval to introduce into the human population a new drug is you have to prove it's safe. So you have to establish its risk profile. So how safe is this? You've got to completely satisfy the minister that the drug is safe. And then you have to deal with its benefit profile. Is it effective? Does it work? Because there's no point introducing in the human population a drug that doesn't work for the purpose you're trying to use it for. And then, although it's not written into the regulations, the third thing that happens, and it happens as a matter of common sense, is well, now that we understand the risk profile, and now that we understand the benefits profile, do the benefits outweigh the risk? Because, again, there's no point allowing a drug onto the market if the benefits don't outweigh the risk. Now, one thing that people need to understand, you cannot get to the risk-benefit analysis unless you've established the safety profile, unless you've established whether it works. Like if you haven't gotten there, you can't do a risk-benefit analysis, and pretending that you can is a fraud. And I just point that out because these three things are the minimal requirements for a health decision for drug approval. So if the purpose of deciding do we allow a drug onto the market or not, the minimum requirements, if you're actually making a health decision, is establishing whether it's safe, establishing whether it's effective, and then doing that cost-benefit analysis where the benefits outweigh the risk. Anything shy of that, and you can't call it a health decision. And it's how we know that, it's one of the things that we know tells us that this was a political decision to approve the vaccines. And I'll just go on and explain. So here I've just set out what the regular process is. But the Trudeau government made a political decision that they wanted all of Canadians to become vaccinated. Mm. And I say this with, and I'm going to use this interim order as an example, but I mean, we lived through mandates. So we had the federal government tell us that we couldn't fly or go on a train unless we had a vaccine. They told us that we could not be federal civil servants or contractors for the federal government unless we took the vaccine. They used fiscal and other means to encourage provinces to follow suit and to encourage private industry to follow suit. And we've had public health officers, both provincially and federally, say the mandates were in place to encourage people to get vaccinated. So we know there's a political decision to try and get every Canadian vaccinated. Well, we have a problem with our regular drug test, because if we're going to apply the regular drug test to the COVID vaccines, they have to be able to pass that test. And but if you're making a political decision, then you've got to come up with another test. So on September 16th, 2021, an interim order was made. Now, our Food and Drug Act, Section 31.1, has a provision that allows the Minister of Health in certain conditions to exempt a drug or a class of drugs from the application of parts of the Act and the regulations. And so the Minister of Health made an interim order under Section 31 sub 1 of the Food and Drug Act, basically setting out that COVID-19 drugs, which includes the vaccines, don't have to go through the regular drug approval process, and it actually then created a different process, so a different set of laws that applied only to COVID-19 drugs. Now, the Minister of Health can make the order, but it's only good for 30 days unless it's approved by the Governor General and Council. Now, for those of us that aren't lawyers, when you read Governor General and Council, you know that means the federal cabinet. So the Prime Minister and the other ministers, Minister of Health, Minister of Financing. That's, for colloquial terms, the Governor General cabinet, or in Council. So the Trudeau government, the cabinet, made a decision to approve this order, and it was approved, and it was published in the Gazette. So it's good for a year. Now, basically, the order tells us that this is a political decision, because what the test is, and I'm going to put it up on the screen and show you in detail, but it doesn't require proof of safety. In fact, the word safety isn't even mentioned in the test. But David, if you can hang off, I'm not ready yet for the slides. So it doesn't even mention safety in the test, which is, we'll all find interesting from our messaging, right? Because we've been told the vaccines have been proven to be safe and effective. I'll explain that that's political messaging. But so there's not a requirement for the drug companies to prove that the vaccine works. In fact, the word efficacy or works, that type of language, isn't in the interim order at all. A couple of other interesting things happen that tell us this is a political decision to get Canadians vaccinated, is the interim order exempts the application of certain parts of the drug regulations. Now, in Canada, you cannot import a drug unless it's been approved of by Health Canada. So if you're making the drug in Canada, you've got to get it approved before you can sell it, but you can't import finished drugs for human consumption unless they've already been granted market approval. Well, this interim order exempted the federal government from this so that the federal government could purchase, import these vaccines, and distribute these vaccines before they're approved. So understand what happened is the federal government imports COVID-19 vaccines. The Canadian government distributes them to the provinces, and they're not approved. And this is written into the interim order before anyone has filed a submission to have the vaccines approved. So the federal government, the cabinet, when they're writing this, they have no idea whether these are safe. They have no idea whether they're effective. They have no idea whether this is a good idea or a bad idea when they write this law, and they wrote themselves into a conflict of interest. It's a bit of a conflict of interest to import a whole bunch of drugs, distribute them to the provinces, and then wait for yourself to approve them. So, but if it's a political decision, then this makes perfect sense. The one that really I find interesting is in our regular drug approval world. It's regulation C.08.006. The Minister of Health has a really, really important power that should never, ever be taken away. And the problem we face is the minister can approve a drug for the market. But what if we learn after it enters the market that it's unsafe? I mean, Vioxx comes up as an example where we learned after the drug was approved that it was causing deaths and it was eventually withdrawn from the market. So this regulation C.08.006 allows the minister to withdraw from the market a drug that's already approved for several reasons. So, for example, let's say subsequent evidence shows it's not safe. What if subsequent evidence shows that it's not effective? What if it comes up that fraud was used to get the drug approval? The minister can withdraw the market authorization. But curiously, and listen carefully, because you have to ask yourself how this is in the public interest. For COVID-19 vaccines, this interim order, this new way that they're going to be approved, took away from the minister for a year the power to withdraw the vaccines from the market if subsequent safety concerns arose, or if evidence came to light that they didn't work, or if evidence came to light that the application was based on fraud. Now, that's not a health decision, to remove that power from the market. It tells us that the decision to approve the vaccines was a political decision, not a health decision. Now, if you don't mind, I'll walk through and actually show people the law, because it's quite shocking. So, David, now if you could throw this up, the slides up. So the first slide, all this is every time Health Canada approves a vaccine, they create a web page for it where they put the information about the approval and other information. And I've just taken the French and English first page of the Pfizer vaccine to use as an example, and I've highlighted the first sentence. Now, I can tell you, I took these screenshots maybe last week. The date will be on the bottom of there, so it's this month. But if you had looked last month or a year ago or 2 years ago, as long as the Pfizer page has been up, it starts with the same sentence, and that sentence is, all COVID-19 vaccines authorized in Canada are proven safe, effective, and of high quality. And that the bold is Health Canada's bold. I put the highlighting on, but they've put this in bold. Now, I've already told you that these vaccines are proved under a test where you don't prove safety and you don't prove efficacy. So you might wonder why that language is there. But that language is political messaging, and it's essential political messaging. Because if you made the political decision that you are going to try and get every Canadian possible vaccinated, you have to have political messaging that supports the decision. And this is the minimal political messaging that will support Canadians getting vaccinated. Could you imagine if Health Canada communicated the truth that, well, the vaccines are unsafe? Or what if they said, we don't know if the vaccines are safe? That is not messaging that is consistent with getting your population to take the vaccine. What if the messaging had been, well, the vaccine isn't effective, or we don't know that the vaccine is effective? That's not messaging that is consistent with the political decision to have people vaccinated. So a lot of us have been confused in the drug approval world with messaging like this, and it's just simply, a failure to realize that this is political messaging that is absolutely necessary. It's essential for the political goal, which was to have us vaccinated. And I'm not second guessing the political goal. I'm just pointing out that that's what this messaging supports. Now, the next photo, I want you to pay close attention to that rabbit, because when I'm done this presentation, that's going to be your expression. So you're going to, your mouth is going to be open, and if you had paws, they were going to be grabbing the ground in sheer terror. So I want to move to this. I've already said. I've pulled this out of the discussion paper, but it's just where I point out and I've highlighted what I've already explained to you. But there's maybe a couple of other points I can make before we go on to the actual text of the legislation. So I've said, listen, you've got to prove something's safe. You've got to prove it's effective, and you have to prove the benefits outweigh the risks. But where I could strengthen this is I've put in here the words objective. So they've got to objectively be proven to be safe. And we will go into the legislation where this is very clear, and they've got to be objectively, there's got to be objective evidence that they work. And I think I've already explained, the cost benefit. You just simply can't do that analysis unless you've proved safety, unless the risk profile is known, unless the benefits profile is known. So this is the test. So we just have the French test. This is straight out of the drug regulations, the French test on the left and the English test on the right. So C.08.002 sub 2, a new drug submission shall contain sufficient information and material to enable the minister, and this is the important part, to assess the safety and effectiveness of the new drug, including the following. And then there's a long list, right down to ingredients and brand name and things like this. Now I'm going to get to, I've reproduced G and H, which are two parts, but that red part is really the the important part. You have to understand that in the regular drug approval process, you've got to do all these things, but they are to help the minister assess the safety and effectiveness of the drug. That's what the minister's looking at, safety and effectiveness. It's all, everything you do in the new drug approval process is to give the minister sufficient information to enable the minister to assess safety and efficacy. And I put ellipses there because, like I say, there's ABC, a whole list of things. But when we get to G, remember the word detailed reports. So this is our regular process. Detailed reports of the tests made to establish the safety of the new drug. So in the regular process, to enable the minister to assess safety and efficacy, which is what it's all about, you've got to have detailed reports about safety. And H, substantial evidence of the clinical effectiveness of the drug. Or effectiveness, I'm sorry. So substantial evidence. And this is, again, to help the minister assess safety and efficacy. The point I'm trying to make is in the regular test, it's all about safety, it's all about efficacy, and it's robust evidence. We're talking detailed reports, substantial evidence. So I've told you, okay, but wait a second, this doesn't apply to COVID-19 vaccines. We have a new test. I'm just going to jump it. So back, remember we see this C.08.002? I'm jumping up 2 slides, and I've just moved it to the bottom left, okay? So bottom left, that's what we just looked at. And if we move to the bottom right, we are now looking at the interim order and what it's supposed to focus on. And I put in red what's important here. So on the left, our regular drug approval test, it's all about sufficient evidence and information and materials to enable the minister to assess the safety and effectiveness of the new drug. Under the interim order, contains sufficient information and material to enable the minister to determine whether to issue an authorization. Do you see the word safety or efficacy there? So safety and efficacy is the focus under the regular test. But for COVID-19 drugs under this interim order, the focus is just, can we enable the minister to issue the authorization? Now remember, this is a political decision. And there's a long list of things to provide here. The only thing in that list concerning safety and efficacy is this O. The known information in relation to the quality, safety, and effectiveness of the drug. Compare that over to the other side, G, detailed reports, substantial evidence. So instead of detailed reports on safety, instead of substantial evidence of effectiveness, the only requirement is to give the known information in relation to the quality, safety, and effectiveness of the drug. It gets worse because you don't even have to provide the known information. So under the interim order, section 3.2, if at the time of an application, or at the time an application is initially submitted to the minister, the applicant is unable to provide information or material referred to, and then there's a list, and I've highlighted O, you basically don't have to. You just have to, in your application, explain to the minister how you're going to get it to the minister later on. It's shocking. Now, the next slide, this is the test. And I've highlighted the words must issue because this is really important. Remember, the focus isn't safety and efficacy, it's whether or not the minister can grant an authorization. Now 5, it says the minister must issue an authorization, and then basically if these A, B, and C are met. It's not may. And the Minister's Health Canada. Okay, it's not like the Minister of Health sits down and does this. It's the Health Canada bureaucracy that does this. So Health Canada must issue an authorization if this test is met. Now what's important about this is Health Canada could believe it's not safe. Health Canada could believe the vaccine doesn't work. Health Canada could believe this is a bad idea, that the benefits do not outweigh the risk. And yet if this test is met, Health Canada has to, by law, issue a market authorization for a COVID-19 vaccine. Now, the first 1A just basically refers to, we'd already looked at 3, you got to do this submission. So that doesn't really concern us. The second one is there's some sections where the minister can ask for some more information. The real test is C. So C at the bottom, I'm just going to bounce ahead 2 slides where that's bigger, but C begins, the minister has sufficient evidence to support the conclusion. That's the test. This is the wording that the COVID-19 vaccines are approved under. So I'm just going to skip ahead to where I have that bigger. So we've got the French wording on the left and the English on the right. I should just say that the French wording in the interim order is different, and it's a little different than that. And if you look at the French discussion paper, it will become apparent. And in English law, or in Canadian law, I shouldn't say English law, but in Canadian law, if you're trying to figure out what the meaning of a law is, you look at both the French and the English versions because they're of equal value, and you're supposed to use both to inform yourself what the meaning is, and that's what courts do. I'm going to show you later on that Health Canada, for the drug purposes of approving COVID-19 drugs, have full stop used the English wording, and so the test as it's set out in English, and I'll show you a piece from an affidavit where that is crystal clear. But I just wanted, for the purpose of the presentation, anyone pulling up the French version will see that it's a little different than the first point I make in English. But this test begins, the minister has sufficient evidence to support the conclusion. And I'll just stop there because this is really clever language. And this is language meant to deceive us. And this is language that tells us this is a political, not a health test. Because if you were, and remember, Minister South Canada, if you were supposed to prove something to the minister, it would read, the minister has sufficient evidence to conclude. So do you understand this? So if let's say Pfizer's making an application under this test. If Pfizer has to convince Health Canada of anything, it would read, the minister has sufficient evidence to conclude. I put this on the next slide. So you see on the indenting there, the English side is on the right. The wording in the test is, the minister has sufficient evidence to support the conclusion. That doesn't mean that Pfizer has to convince Health Canada of anything. If Health Canada had to conclude this, if it was an objective test, it would read where I have that indented below, the minister has sufficient evidence to conclude. And this is important, because if Pfizer has to prove something to Health Canada, if it read, the minister has sufficient evidence to conclude, we may still be in an objective test. We may. But what does sufficient evidence to support the conclusion mean? I mean, I went to a dictionary, I went to a thesaurus. I mean, conclusion is synonymous with argument. Like, I think we're in a pure subjective test here. The minister has sufficient evidence to support the conclusion, not even their conclusion. So it means Pfizer just has to make the argument for what follows. So let's go back to the test. So what follows then? The minister has sufficient evidence to support the conclusion that the benefits associated with the drug outweigh the risks, having regard to the uncertainties relating to the benefits and risks, and the necessity of addressing the urgent public health need related to COVID-19. Whoa, that's clear, isn't it? I'm just going to jump ahead. One thing that's really interesting to note there, and like I say, this is the test. Not only does it not require there to be proof that the vaccine is safe, the word safety doesn't even appear in the test. And the text is there for you to read. The word safety doesn't appear at all. Jump to the next slide. We can say the same with efficacy. So not only does the test not require proof that the vaccine works, It doesn't even have language. It doesn't have the word efficacy or works or effectiveness. Now, I'll just stay at this slide. It uses risk-benefit language, which is, again, clever. Whoever drafted this spent a lot of time. So it uses risk-benefit language without actually requiring there to be proof that the benefits outweigh the risks. And it's subtle. You have to look at it for a while. And remember, I was pointing out, you actually can't do a risk-benefit analysis if you haven't established the risk profile, so you haven't proven safety, and you haven't proven efficacy. You haven't set out the benefit profile. It's impossible to do a risk-benefit analysis without establishing the risk profile and the benefit profile, which is what you do in the regular test. But again, it's not that the minister has to conclude. There just has to be an argument that the benefits outweigh the risk. Now, I'll stop. In the regular drug approval world, if Health Canada's not sure, well, wait, I don't know if this is safe. I've got evidence suggesting it's safe, but I'm really unsure. It stops there. You're not going to get a drug approved if Health Canada isn't confident, reasonably confident about what the safety profile is. And same with efficacy. In the regular drug approval world, if Health Canada finds itself after reviewing an application, well, wait, there's some evidence that shows it works, but it's really not clear. I'm not sure. If there's any doubt, it stops there. They're not going to let a drug into the human population when they're unsure. And yet here, because this is a political test, remember I told you the bare minimum for a health test, understanding safety, understanding efficacy, and then doing a risk-benefit analysis. And that's the bare minimum. I mean, I could sit here for 2 or 3 hours and explain how that's really even insufficient for good health outcomes. But that's the bare minimum for a health decision. But this test tells us this isn't about health. So after it tells us, support the conclusion that the benefits associated with the drug outweigh the risks, listen to this next part. Having regard to the uncertainties relating to the benefits and risks. So in the regular world, if there's any uncertainty about benefits and risks, there's no way there's approval. But here, Health Canada is being told, and if Pfizer meets this test, they have to approve. Remember, there's no discretion here. This is mandatory. So, well, there has to be an argument the benefits outweigh the risks, and by law you have to take into account that you might not know the benefits and risks. It's having regard to the uncertainties. And then it's kind of like, it's almost an impetus to approve, because by law they have to take into consideration the necessity of addressing the urgent public health need related to COVID-19. Now, how does that end up in a drug approval test? Basically telling us we have an urgent need. So you mean we don't look at safety, we don't look at efficacy, we don't actually have to have proof the benefits outweigh the risks, and you're telling us to approve anyway. So this is a totally subjective test. It's not objective at all. It can in no way be described as a health test, a test that's supposed to help us health-wise. And this slide just explains what I just said. I mean, it uses risk-benefit analysis without actually requiring proof of benefit and risk, and logically you can't do that. I mean, I basically call it a fallacious test because it is. The test is logically inconsistent with itself if you understand drug approval regulation at all. So that any lawyer that's a drug approval expert looking at this will go, okay, this has nothing to do with health. This is a political test. And I've already told you that the minister had to prove if unsure. Now, this slide is important because remember I told you the French version is a little different than the English version. There was there were a number of federal court decisions, and the Health Canada employee Celia Lorenco, who was the final approval on every COVID-19 vaccine in Canada, she swore an affidavit that ended up in the federal court in court file T-145-22, And in it, she discusses her approval of 2 of the vaccines. And this is her paragraph for the Pfizer vaccine. But her paragraph for the other vaccine is very similar. And I've kind of cut out the first part where she's given us the dates and stuff like that, and got to the juicy bit and put it in red just to emphasize that she's clearly telling us she's using this test in the interim order. The evidence supports the conclusion. Oh, that's our wording, isn't it? That the benefits associated, the test says with the drug, well, they've just thrown in the name of the drug. So the evidence supports the conclusion that the benefits associated with the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine outweigh the risks. Having regard to, remember, the test is the uncertainties concerning the benefits and risks, which she tells us what the uncertainties are now. Having regard to a shorter term, median of 2 months, follow-up of safety and efficacy at authorization. That is a shamelessly small period of time, a median of 2 months, to assess safety and efficacy. And she carries on, and the necessity of addressing the urgent public health needs related to COVID-19. So her affidavit is the smoking gun that tells the world clearly that Health Canada approved the COVID-19 vaccines using the interim order test. Because, make no mistake, Pfizer and the other companies could have applied under the regular test, but they didn't. Now, there was a little bit of a shell game played. Like, remember in the United States, you know, there was the Comirnaty kind of thing where they applied under the regular test with a vaccine with that name, but then they never made that vaccine available. So if you were getting the Pfizer vaccine in the States, it was the one, excuse me, the one under the emergency order. But you might think that it was the one approved under the regular test. We did it a little differently. So we approved it under this interim order, but the way our law works is if Cabinet approves an interim order within the 30 days, and then it's gazetted, it only lasts for a year. So before the year ran out, what the Trudeau government did is they actually took the test in the interim order. They took most of the provisions, not all of them, and they moved them into our regular drug regulations. So they tweaked it a little bit, but the slight tweaking of wording really is of no consequence. So now, in our regular drug regulations, at C.08, 0.001 and onwards, we have the regular test that applies to every other drug. And then we have this test from this interim order that applies to COVID-19 drugs. And once these were added into the regular drug regulations, Pfizer and the other companies reapplied for a regular DIN, regular drug identification number, and it was reported in the media, oh yeah, well they've reapplied under the regular drug regulations, and so everyone thinks they've gone through the regular testing, when they just basically relied on having passed the same test that they were applying under before. So our smoke and mirrors on the Canadian public was a little different. So I did, and then this last slide is just again emphasizing the one point I made earlier, because it truly is amazing to think that, you know, here the minister in our regular drug regulations has the power, if a safety concern comes up or an efficacy concern comes up, to withdraw a drug from the market. But that for a year, that power was taken away from the minister for the purposes of COVID-19 drugs. Now that power's back now. That time period has expired. But if this was about health, you'd go, well, that's not consistent with health, withdrawing that power. But if you understand, no, this was a political decision where we wanted Canadians to get the vaccine, and it wasn't a health decision, then it makes perfect sense. So that's really all I wanted to say. I didn't need to be long or anything like that, and I think I stuck to what the law said. So people can verify and go and check out that this really is the wording. And, what I'm saying really is in there, so.
So thank you, Mr. Buckley. Maybe the commissioners have questions for you? Okay, no questions. So, oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley, for giving us that presentation. As a lawyer and as a tax lawyer, I read legislation all the time, and so I'm very familiar with the tricks that can be played with words, and how important every single piece of word in a legislative test is. You mentioned the, having to prove something versus just having an argument for something. You discussed, having a requirement for the minister to approve something versus just giving the discretion to the minister to approve something. And so what you've demonstrated to us here is really quite shocking to me. Sorry, that's not a question. That's just my first comment on what you've said to us. So if I can just take you back a little bit to the regular drug test and the 3 requirements that you talked about, which is proving safety, proving efficacy, and then doing a risk versus benefits weighing. Who is it that those things have to be proven to? I know you said Health Canada, but is there a board established that does that, or what does that look like?
I think it depends on the drug and kind of the severity and ranking. So Health Canada has a number of drug approval scientists. And, for a regular application, it would just go to one of those scientists. I mean, it might be a collaborative effort. The COVID-19 vaccines, my understanding from Cecilia Larenko's affidavit was, I think there was a team of 23 people. I could have that. It was 20-something. I think it was 23 that she said her team was. And then they also seem to rely on recommendations outside of Health Canada. Now, the interesting thing is it depends, again, because drug approval has been political for a long time. So I don't know if you're aware of a former Health Canada drug approval scientist, Shiv Chopra, but he and I became friends. He's deceased now, but he wrote a book called Corrupt to the Core about Health Canada, and he had become a whistleblower and forced the Senate to call himself and 3 other drug approval scientists to the Senate about basically corruption at Health Canada. And one of the drug approval scientists, Dr. Margaret Hayden, gave an interview to the CBC after testifying in the Senate. And she said something that I should concern all Canadians. And she basically said, look, after you've been at Health Canada long enough as a drug approval scientist, you basically learn how they're going to get around your decision not to approve a drug. So understand, this is a drug approval scientist that's hired by Health Canada to basically apply this test about safety and efficacy, and that person concludes the benefits don't outweigh the risks. This is a bad idea. We shouldn't do this. And then what happens is the management, who invariably are not doctors and scientists, will appoint an outside counsel, so outside of Health Canada, a panel of experts to reassess, and then that panel will approve the drug. And you won't know who voted yes, who won't voted no, so there's no liability on this panel. There's no liability on the management, who doesn't make the decision, but based on the panel recommending that Health Canada will approve the drug. And, she was saying after you've been at Health Canada long enough, that's how they're going to get around their own people's decision that it's not a good idea to approve a drug. So we've been facing political decisions for a long time. This just went to a different level.
So perhaps that panel isn't necessary when you have an interim order. I wanted to take you to the language on the website for the Health Canada webpage you showed us, and particularly that bolded language about all COVID-19 vaccines are proven to be safe, effective, and of high quality, and how you've shown us that that is inconsistent with even the language under which they've been approved in Canada. Should the website say that they've all been, what is the language? There's sufficient evidence to support a conclusion that the benefits outweigh the risks, yada, yada, yada.
Well,
would that be a better statement to have on those websites?
It would depend on the purpose of the website. So if the purpose on the website is to support the political decision to have Canadians vaccinated, I think the language they have there is the minimal political language. If the purpose on the website is to communicate truthfully basically what was and what was not proven, then yeah, I agree that they should follow the language in Ms. Lourenco's affidavit.
Yeah, I'm not sure that all of the safe and effective messaging that we heard across the country in 2021 would have gone quite as, would have flown quite as nicely over the tongue if you had to repeat that entire giant
Well, that's why I say
test.
this is the minimal, like what's there is the minimal language for the political goal, because everything that, you know, regardless of where you are in the conversation on COVID, I mean, who would support all these restrictions, which are, they're premised on the vaccine being safe and effective? I mean, we're not going to accept restrictions on not being able to fly because someone didn't eat cornflakes. Nor would we, well, because someone took a vaccine, didn't take a vaccine, that Health Canada is saying, well, we don't know if it works and we don't know if it's safe. Like, we wouldn't support any of these restrictions without the messaging. And so that's why that, in my opinion, that messaging is the minimal political messaging that, or messaging that's necessary to support the political decision.
My final question relates to the power that the Minister of Health has to make these interim orders to exempt drugs from the normal approval process. In your opinion, is there ever a reason that the minister should have this power, or should the safety and efficacy tests that are in the Act or in the regulations always need to be met when a new drug is introduced in Canada?
Remember when Bruce Pardy was testifying in Toronto about how we've moved to an administrative state, and this is a relatively new section, so I'm guessing it's maybe been there 20 years. It was used similarly during the swine flu period, an interim order, same. That kind of showed the way for COVID. But no, in my opinion, if we are going to have a government that's responsible for things, then, you know, this should be done in Parliament. And if we really actually did have a crisis and Parliament was informed with the truth, I'm confident that we could handle things like we've handled things in the past. I mean, we've gone through pandemics and we've gone through wars, and we didn't have the administrate having these types of powers. I mean, if I can just segue, I mean, the Minister of Health now, and this happened in my career, was given the power to exempt any food or drug from any part of the food and drug regulations, but there used to be safeguards. So when the power first came in, and this is administrative state creep, so the power first comes in, and the minister can only do it if the minister determines it's safe, and it has to be published in the Canada Gazette so that everyone can see. So let's say you were concerned about some food or some drug you were taking. Is this complying with the food and drug regulations? You could at least hire a lawyer like myself, and I could go through the Gazette and see whether it's been exempted. But then they went further and basically permitted the minister to exempt any food or drug. And the safety requirement was taken out, and the requirement to publish it was taken out. So now you couldn't even hire me to tell you whether any given food or drug complies with our food and drug regulations. And especially in the area of food regulations, I mean, it's basically accumulated wisdom. So let's say we want to introduce orange popsicles for the first time. Well, they have to be what we call ultra-safe, and ultra-safe is just 1 death per million per year. So if there's 36 million of us, as long as only 36 children die with a certain level of orange dye in our popsicles, then that's ultra-safe, and we'll approve it, and we'll put that level in our food regulations. So it's kind of accumulated wisdom. We can't increase the amount of that die, or we'll kill 37 kids instead of 36, and that's not permissible. But when you start, you create a situation where you can't even tell if a food or drug complies with this accumulated wisdom. It becomes quite problematic. I have to tell you that when they took that power away, the publishing requirement, I thought, what are they hiding? So I went back and just on my own, okay, well, what are they exempting? And they were exempting all this, like beer and wine and spirits and all of this, allowing genetic stuff in. So I switched to European organic beer. So, yeah, but because you just don't know what's in this stuff anymore. So it's interesting. It's from a lawyer that's practiced in the area of mostly drugs, but also in food, because they interlace. It's troubling when you feel that the law no longer serves the populace, that it's actually become adversarial.
Thank you.
She's got to grab one question. You talked about how the regulations were changed and the tests were changed within the regulation. But one thing I don't think you spoke about, I'd like you to comment on, is that fundamental definitions and words changed. You said in one of your statements that words are important, and we've heard through days of testimony that the word vaccine, the meaning was changed. The word pandemic, the meaning was changed.